Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The SweetP's on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when SweetP's in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Like to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies can laugh. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. SweetP's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know SweetP breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. SweetP's got the fight, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. SweetP says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. SweetP's nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
That's it. My guy, he be looking to the gas. Gas.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you tell the jury your name, please?
Dr. Anthony J. Clark.
And where are you employed, Dr. Clark?
I'm currently employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Science as an associate medical examiner located in the Central Regional Medical Examiner's Office in Macon, Georgia.
And how long have you been employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
About 2.5 years.
Where were you employed prior to that?
I was employed as the District 2 Medical Examiner's Office in Tallahassee, Florida. I was an employee of KWB Pathology Associates. I worked with them from 2007 to 2023.
Do you have other work experience in your field?
Yes, prior to that, I worked for 13 years as a GBI Associate Medical Examiner located in the Southwestern Regional Crime Office, Medical Examiner's Office in Moultrie, Georgia.
So you were in the GBI Medical Examiner's Office and for 13 years, then you were in Florida, and now you're back in Georgia.
That's correct.
Okay. What is your educational background from college forward, please?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I then did 2 years of animal research at MIT, then was accepted to the Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and did 2-year general surgical internship at New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut. I then transferred to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did 2 years forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in Georgia and Florida. That's when I got my first job with the GBI, was in the Moultrie Medical Examiner's Office.
What is the fields of anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? Do those, I mean, I know there's some overlap, but are they different too in some ways?
Pathology is the study of disease or trauma and its effects on the human body. As an anatomic pathologist, you usually work in a hospital setting. You look at tissue biopsies, you're under the microscope, you look at cancers, you look at inflammation, you make a diagnosis to help the clinical people understand what the process is. As a forensic pathologist, I deal with what's called an autopsy. I examine the dead individual and determine the cause and manner of death.
And in that sense, do you have specialized training in determining not only the manner, the nature of the death, but actually the causes of the injuries or illnesses or conditions that result in death?
That's correct.
Are there specialized is there specialized literature or research in your field that relates to how different types of events might, the types of trauma that might result from different types of events, like for instance, falls, car crashes, jumps off of buildings or whatever? I mean, the different types of events that can cause trauma. Are you trained to recognize the features and the commonalities of different types of trauma as it relates to the trauma that results in death?
Yes, sir. That's what we do as forensic pathologists. We see patterns in the type of trauma that's occurred to an individual, whether that trauma comes from external forces or even from natural disease. We're still some of the last generalists out there, and there is we do have literature out there.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology in the courts in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many times you've testified as an expert in Georgia courts?
It's been several hundred times across.
Several hundred?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology by courts in other states besides Georgia?
Yes.
Have you testified in other places and locations?
Yes.
Do you know how many times or around how many times you may have testified elsewhere?
Again, several hundred.
How many autopsies have you performed in your career?
It's over 8,100.
Your Honor, at this time, state would tender Dr. Clark as an expert in not only in medicine, but more specifically in the fields of anatomic and forensic pathology.
No, Your Honor, we have no objection.
All right. The witness will be allowed to give
opinion testimony in his areas of expertise.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a forensic pathology, where does your work primarily take place?
We receive a death call. We have investigators that receive the death call and get the information regarding the death, determinations whether to bring the body in or not. And then the body is shipped to the Macon morgue, Central Regional Medical Examiner's Office morgue.
And then once the body is there, is that the location where you perform autopsies?
That's correct.
What do you do as a general rule? I mean, before we get specifically into the details of this case, what do you do generally in terms of identifying, in terms of performing an autopsy? What's the process?
The process, yes, sir. Again, the body is brought in. Generally, it's in a body bag, whether it's sealed or not. That's up to the coroner. If the body is the possibility of being gunshot wounds or some kind of retained fragments from an instrument or a car accident, we usually do what's called a low doc scan, which is an entire body scan to identify any foreign bodies or bullets that may be still in the body, identify any broken bones. In all infant cases, part of our process is to scan them also, so they get entire body scans too. What we're looking for is not only new fractures or injury, evidence of skeletal injury, but even maybe healing stuff that's going on too, to help direct us in the examination. We take pictures of the outside of the bag, and then as soon as we start opening the bag, we start taking photographs, how the individual arrives. Do they have medical devices? Do they have clothing, jewelry? Is there any obvious signs of trauma to the body? Any damage to the clothing? Any patterns on the clothing, like somebody's hit by a car? Is there any parts of that vehicle on the body that we have to collect as evidence? We start removing these things, documenting as we go along, the clothing, etc. We'll clean the bodies up. We get height, weight. We do general description of what the individual looked like, their weight, their height, eye color, etc. We'll identify again any signs of injury. We'll try to identify any patterns of injury. We take measurements as needed, both on front surface and the back surface. And then we start doing what's called the internal examination, where we open up the head, neck, chest, and abdomen, and try to correspond that did the outside trauma cause internal trauma cause damage to the organs that could result in a death, or if there's no trauma on the external examination, what natural disease process might cause this individual's death. We see a lot of our cases are natural deaths or drug overdoses, so we may have to do other stuff. We do collect tissues, usually blood, urine, and the fluid from the eye for toxicology. We'll do some other studies with the microscope if necessary, take little snippets of the tissues to look under the microscope if there's no obvious cause of death. There may be an infection going on. There may be a tumor that pops up, and we may want to identify what that tumor is. We do take DNA stuff. On infants, we do a little bit more workup. We do a respiratory viral panel to look for any kind of infectious process that may be infecting the lungs. We'll do blood cultures generally. We'll look at the electrolytes in the vitreous humor, determine whether it's just maybe this child has insulin-dependent diabetes, is the sugar real high. We'll look at those kind of things. And all this stuff is collected and usually sent off to another lab for analysis, and then I get the results back.
Did you perform an autopsy in January of 2024, the body of a child by the name of Romeo Angeles?
Yes, I did.
When was that done?
We performed the autopsy on Wednesday, January 17th, 2024. And we started at 8:30 a.m.
When you began your external examination, but before, what did you initially observe with result? Sorry, got my tongue twisted there. When you performed the external examination, what did you generally observe with respect to the size and development and condition of the decedent's body as a whole?
The decedent appeared to be compatible with reported age of 18 months. Our measurements and weights were consistent with that. There were medical devices on the child, which we documented. Sometimes the medical devices can cause injury to the body, which I documented in the autopsy report. We also start noticing some injuries to the facial area and head area.
When you observed the body as a whole, did you form any opinion or conclusions as to the absent the trauma? Okay, let's set the issues of trauma aside for the moment. Did you form any conclusions as to the child's general development, nourishment, hydration, those sorts of things?
Yes, sir. Everything should be within normal limits.
I'm sorry?
Everything seemed to be within normal limits.
Okay. Did you express the conclusion in your report that that he was well nourished, well developed, and well hydrated?
Yes.
His height and weight, you said, I think you said were in the normal range for a child of that age. Can you tell the jury, if you recall, or if you have your report? You do have your report in front of you,
Yes,
right? Can you tell the jury what his height and weight were?
He measured at what we call it the crown heel measurement. It's 78.7 centimeters. That put him between the 10th and 25th percentiles. His weight was 11.6 kilograms. That put him between the 50th and 75th percentiles.
Is my math correct when I say that correlates to approximately 31 inches tall and approximately 25 and a half pounds?
I'm not as good as a math as I used to be. I'll take your word for it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So with regard to the examination of the body, beginning, I guess, with the head, the face, did you identify any areas that were reflective of injury to this child,
Yes, sir.
that were suggestive of injury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell in general, and I have some photographs, Your Honor, the photographs that I'm using from Dr. Clark's work, I am not going to display on these monitors. I have them slightly larger than normal size, but in photo size. But I would ask that he be allowed to, once we get to that point, that he be allowed to step down here so I can hold those up and he can point to them and so forth for the jury.
Sure, Mr. Gamble.
They are all, I have not, guess, gone over these particular exhibits, but all of the photographs have been previously shared.
Yeah.
I understand. We probably better if we just do it now.
So there's some issues that we need to. All right.
Yes, we probably need to do this outside the presence of the jury.
All right. I'm going to ask the jury to step into the jury room. I do not believe it will be long.
I do think it is, I think for the witness to remain in here for this matter.
If he's going to move up there, she needs a microphone.
Oh, okay.
Like you can put it on that stand right there.
Right here?
Yeah. Like on
Even
top.
if he's turned this way, talking.
Okay, I'll put it
Put it on
yeah,
the.
yeah, that'd be
Well, how about in the chair? Can it be in the chair? The booth right there.
done. Right there.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead and identify the exhibits.
Yes, sir. That's what I was about to do.
It looks like what we're dealing with are autopsy photos. Is that correct?
Some are, some, yes, all are autopsy, you know, some are not, nothing's been done to the child, and some are after there's been some type procedures under the child.
And those are the two that you,
Well, there's 4 of them in
There's
there that
four?
at least want to
Okay.
address with the court.
all right.
I think Lewis
I
knows.
think I probably know which four they are before
I suspect you.
you can address them.
Yes.
All right, so let's identify them for the
Yes,
record.
sir. And I'm not.
And also be careful not to show them to the jury because you know they're big and they were facing the jury when you moved them to behind your stand. So be careful about that. Face them maybe the other way until they're tender.
Well,
I mean, I would try to make sure which one was on the front so that it wouldn't be something that would be shocking to anybody. sitting
Okay,
there.
but I mean, generally, I don't like any exhibit to be shown to the jury until they.
That's why.
well, if you took all of them leaning this way and the last one turned it with a picture face that way, it'd
Yeah, I
be
mean,
white on each side.
There's ways to do it without them seeing
I
it.
think that would probably
I'll
solve
lay
it.
it face down right here.
Okay. Okay,
Okay, so.
so what are the numbers that we're discussing?
The exhibits, Your Honor, that I expect to tender are
And for the record,
in the order that I.
the forensic pathologist is in here, Dr. Clark is in before.
Yes, sir, because I think that there's information that he can share with regard to these, images that will explain why they need to be, introduced.
All right, identify the
All right,
numbers.
I'm about to. State's Exhibit 33,
Okay,
which is a post-incision photograph of the liver area. State's Exhibit 32, which is a post-incision photograph of the left side of the head, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 36, which is a post-incision view, I think, of the right side of the head.
That's
Is that
correct.
And State's Exhibit 29, which is a post-incision view of the back of the child's head.
okay. Is that what you,
That shows what I think will be referred to as a catastrophic injury.
okay, so Mr. Gamble, what is your objection to the photographs?
My objection to photographs, Your Honor, is these are autopsy photos in which the child's appearance as he originally appeared has been altered because of the fact that the autopsy is being done. Of course, I realize that would have to occur, but it is not necessary to introduce those into evidence and show them to a jury in order for them to be able to describe the injury or tell what happened. And these photographs are highly inflammatory, in which they would serve the most purpose would simply be to prey upon the emotions of the jury to try to show this disfigured child now where he's been autopsied. And in most cases, the courts have ruled it's not favored to do that. There are times when, yes, that's the only way something could be shown. But in this particular case, there's no reason why the medical examiner cannot testify as to showing what injuries he observed from the outside, and then that he did indeed make incisions, and he determined that if there was a brain bleed or whatever it may be. But it's not necessary to show a photograph of that graphic nature. It adds very little in terms of relevant information that they don't have available to them, but it has a highly inflammatory side to it on the other side that is driving toward the emotion that is prejudicial entirely toward the defendant, and it would be inappropriate. And it also could lead to confusion because oftentimes, no matter what you tell a jury and explain why they're sitting there showing the photographs, they may think that these things are injuries that came into the examiner's office. I know that if you allowed it, you would probably tell him you need to explain that. It's still easy for a jury not to understand that and go back and think, oh my
I know
God.
there are cases on this. What did the cases say? Because I know some are allowed, some are not, or there's some circumstances. So what?
In a general sense, the way I understand it, Your Honor, if it is not necessary in order to explain the prognosis or diagnosis, then it would not be allowed because if it had inflammatory abilities to inflame the jury into passion and would be prejudicial against the defendant. But now, if it's necessary, as in there are times where the only way you can explain something might be to show what is internal, you would have to. Now, it's discretion of the court. I believe it's a discretionary decision. But in my opinion, what I have read on those issues, for the most part, it has gone towards the favor of not allowing them unless there's some really overriding reason that they need to be there. And you cannot explain it to a jury in any other reasonable manner. They're not going to put just a total blockade to you where you can't prove your case. They do say not to do that.
All right, Mr. Lamb. Tell me with regard to each one, what it is you're trying to identify. And of course, if it's case law and a standard or anything of that nature,
Yes,
I'd
sir.
certainly like to hear it.
The analysis, the proper analysis for the court is to consider the evidence or the proffered evidence in light of Rule 403, which requires or which states that, of course, evidence which is particularly prejudicial or inflammatory, et cetera, can be excluded if those features outweigh the probative value of the evidence, and that's the analysis that the court should undertake. In Albury v. State, that's ALBURY v. State, 314 Georgia 459. That's a 2022 case. The Georgia Supreme Court considered the issue of the 403 analysis of post-incision autopsy photographs. In fact, in this case, there was a post-incision photograph of the decedent's head after the skin of the scalp and face had been peeled back. And although that photograph did not depict the fatal injury per se, it was, the court said that it was allowed because it would assist the jury's understanding of the circumstances surrounding the decedent's death, and that simply requiring the medical examiner to testify without being able to demonstrate to the jury the nature and extent of the injury was not inappropriate. I mean, to allow him to explain it for those purposes. The photographs of ultimately what the court concluded was, even if the Supreme Court concluded that even if the photograph is considered gory or gruesome or whatever other term you want to use to describe it, that if it has a meaningful probative value and that the probative value is not outweighed by the risk of unfair prejudice or misleading the jury or cumulative evidence, etc., then it should be and can be admitted. In this case, the four photographs that—
You want to go through them and tell me what it is and
Yes,
let's
sir.
see them.
Yes, sir. The four photographs that are in issue, State's Exhibit 33 is a photograph of the liver, of the area around the liver, which is here, okay, which shows not only the extent of it shows the extent of the laceration of the liver, but it also shows the substantial collection of blood below or in the area around the liver. At least that's what I believe it shows. And I expect that Dr. Clark would testify along those lines. And Dr. Clark, I would ask you that if I
So there's a scale on here that tells you how big it is.
Yes, sir. That's right. It shows shows it, I guess, in terms of the size of the injury, et cetera. And I would ask Dr. Clark if
I think you can just make a proffer.
Okay.
In fact, Dr. Clark, if you need to take a break, you can. I don't think we're gonna need your testimony until you're back.
I mean, I simply was going to have him. What I intended, what I think he would testify to is that what the photographs show is it enables him to better display for the jury and help the jury understand the nature and extent of the injuries that the child suffered. So there's one from the abdomen, which is the one that I just referred to. State's Exhibits 32 and 36 show the skull with the scalp peeled back on different sides. Okay, one's left side, one's right side. Okay,
The same injury?
no, sir, not same injury, different injuries, which is the significance of it. It shows that there are multiple injuries to the skull and to the brain, and those injuries are not limited. Those injuries are not limited to simply, bruising or something to that effect. I mean, those injuries, they show hematomas and hemorrhages, brain hemorrhages occurring in different locations. And the significance of it is I think that he will testify that each of these injuries represents a different impact that the child suffered.
I do think the doctor needs to step outside because we're talking about what he's going to testify to.
Okay.
And if you'll just step out while we finish.
I'm sorry. I mean, the reason I asked you to stay in here was because I thought that you might need.
Well, I know, but right now, I
testimony.
think while you
So-
proffer, if there's some question about whether he would, then we'll bring him back in and let him testify. to it.
Understood. Okay.
All right, so those are the two of the skull.
Right, of the left and right side of the skull.
All right, and what is this?
29 is, I will accept that it is the most gruesome of the photographs, but it is the most essential of the photographs. It shows the massive injury to the back of the child's head, this being the scalp, and this being the skull, and the collection of blood. The fracture is in here that shows the collection of blood, how extensive the hematoma was, and the hemorrhage that came from this injury to the back of the skull.
Is this from the outside of the skull?
This is the outside of the skull.
Okay.
This is the inside of the scalp,
Okay.
where it's been peeled down.
So is that of the same injuries that are in the other two?
No, sir. This is the injury at the back of the head. The others are showing injuries on the sides and at the top of the head. There's only one photograph of each
Okay.
injury in question. And I will, in terms of the state's effort to limit the amount of this type of testimony or this type of evidence, I will let the court know that when I met with Dr. Clark, that he had identified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. He had identified 19 different post-incision photographs that he thought would reflected what his testimony would be, or would be used to reflect his testimony. And I went through those and scaled it down to what I think is a very small amount. I will acknowledge that I am somewhat uncomfortable with presenting these images to a jury, and there's no question about that. I don't typically do it. I think it's been 5 years since I used post-incision photographs in a trial.
Do you have them in regular size?
I have them on my computer in regular size, but
Printed.
no, sir, I don't. I didn't have them printed in regular size because I wanted him to be able to, wanted him to be able to stand here so it could, so the folks on the jury could see what he was pointing to as he was explaining his testimony.
All right. So, Mr. Gamble, under 403, what would be your argument? I mean, I can see where they have probative value.
I see that, this about contesting the probative value versus the harm and prejudice of, inflammatory nature of the photographs on the side. And if you look at those photographs, like the one that shows the skull where it's been pulled back, it's pretty gruesome looking. And you actually take that, and if you fold it back over, then you would have the regular skull. You would see from the outside, you wouldn't see much of an injury. But in looking at that photograph, it looked like, and I'm not saying it wasn't an injury, of course it was, but it's from an internal view. It looked like a terrible injury that would be clearly visible. And these people are not medically trained. It's not like they say, I see autopsies all the time. Yes, I understand when there's a big shot here of blood pooling in a hole or a small abrasion or whatever it may be. Their viewpoint will most likely be, boy, it looks like that was some, a much more gravity to that injury than it is from a visual standpoint. It's one that causes great confusion for them. It's also very inflammatory. And Dr. Clark can easily testify. If he's going to testify about the liver laceration, he can testify to the size of it, the length of it, the severity of it. He can do all of those without showing it. He can do the same thing with skull fracture. About he thinks it's a large fracture, it's a small fracture, it's a total break, it's not a break, all of those things. But you've now opened up something that looks much more gruesome than it really is necessary to provide to this jury. It adds very little probative value from the standpoint of proving this case versus how inflammatory it is.
All right. Last thing I'll say, Your Honor, is that it's part of what Mr. Gamble said is exactly the value of these photographs is that you can describe an injury and say, well, there was an injury to the back of his head and there was some swelling to the back of his head, and it looked like a hematoma, like there's a lot of there's some blood collected there and that sort of thing. And simply describing it in that way and describing where the location of the injury and that sort of thing does not portray the significance of the injury and the extent of the injury. And that's part of what this is about, is the injury to the back of the head is an injury of the nature that it would have caused what the other doctors have testified to, in other words, an immediate onset of symptoms and that sort of thing. It is, I think the photographs have significant probative value. I think the state has shown great restraint in choosing only these 4 photographs to offer. And the other thing I will say, just for clarity, is the reason that I had them printed this size was so that because I didn't want to display them on a screen in the courtroom. I wanted to be able, but I did want the jury to be able to see what the doctor is referring to.
Well, I do think they have probative value because they actually show the internal injury, and you can't see that from the internet. I know you could describe it, but my visual observation of it is telling when you see, particularly the ones with the blood and the scalp fractures. So I'm going to allow it. I realize that's a discretionary matter, and I do think that they have some potential to be prejudicial, but I think they do have more probative value, so I'm going to allow them. Do you want me to give the jury any kind of cautionary instruction?
I do, Your Honor. Cautionary instructions that they realize that the purpose of those photographs is to try to show the injury internally, but that because they're an autopsy photograph, that there are certain things that have been done to the body that are not the result of any injury, that was a necessary part of the procedure in order to be able to view where the actual injury is at. Because that's that's not the only issue too. I think it's prejudicial, period, but it is a secondary issue to me, is the confusion that can occur from the jury just looking at the whole picture and thinking, oh, this all happened. Everything I see, the scalp being pulled back, this whole area is from the injury, and it's simply not.
All right. I'll say something to them about that, and also that they should not let the fact that they're emotionally, I'll think of some wording there, but emotionally, that they should not let that part of it, interfere with that. I'll think of some language on that.
I'll also say, what my intention is to have him generally describe the injury before the photograph's displayed. Okay. Then I'm going to ask him, what will this photograph show them? Okay. And then once he tells what it will show them, I will show it and we'll show it briefly, just long enough for him to point out the salient features. All right, well, let's take a quick restroom break and we'll come back in. Make sure that they're not in that restroom break. Would it be improper for me to, in the court, would it be improper for me to have to briefly confer with Dr. Clark and explain to him, how I want him to testify in terms of the explanations?
I think you could just ask him the questions. Yep.
And then, okay, yes, sir. That's what I'll do.
Hey, Bert. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure.
About the head, is that correct?
Yes, sir, on the external examination.
And so with regard to the external examination, can you identify, can you tell the jury what injuries you noted to the head?
Okay. To the right forehead area, there were a couple of small bruises. about 3 of them here. To the center of the forehead, there was a crusted abrasion or scrape. Looked like it was starting to heal a little bit, very superficial. On the right side of the head and on the left side of the head were fresher abrasions. They didn't look like much, but you're always suspicious in these kind of cases that they may lead to more. So there's those abrasions or scrapings there too. On the left side of the face, there was some pattern bruising. We call it tram track appearance. It usually associated with a grip or a slap mark where at least 2 of the fingers caused some bruising on the face. There was a bruise underneath the left jaw area here. There was a small bruise to the right side of the eye here. And there was some bruising that was on the back right, behind the right ear, and what we call the mastoid area. And then later on, when you touched the back of the head, it felt real boggy. I didn't see anything externally, but it felt swollen, kind of what we call boggy. And later on, I found out there was a hematoma, collection of blood in the backside of the head.
And with regard to the bruising, do you have an opinion as to what causes bruising?
Well,
What causes bruising?
Abrasions and bruises of the face are generally, you can see them in a toddler, falling down, hit their head on something, etc. The problem I had was that these bruises or these abrasions that I've seen externally are on all sides of the head and not really consistent with one fall. Okay, it seems like there was multiple injuries around the side, on the head, on the front side, and on the sides, and to the back of the head, which was much more significant.
With regard to the injuries for the moment, just sticking to the bruising, were you able to develop an opinion as to whether or not those bruises represented acute injuries of any sort?
Yes, they all look fairly well. It happened at the same time, except for the one that looked like it was healing on the forehead about here.
And what would be the time frame in which those bruises might have been incurred? I mean, what would you expect the time frame to be in which they might have occurred?
Well, taking them in isolation, it could be hours to a day or so. With the injuries that I saw internally, I would think minutes to hours.
So, is it your opinion that those injuries reflect that they're very acute injuries, but that's not based just on the examination of them? It's based on the totality.
Totality of
right?
the situation. Yes.
Okay. All right. There were some photographs that we took that I copied that you or somebody took at your direction during the autopsy that demonstrates the bruising to the head and the various locations of the bruises to the head. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And these are all external photographs, Your Honor, and they reflect the things that he just talked about. But I'm going to have him, if I may, have Dr. Clark step over here, and then so we can demonstrate or display to the jury.
If you could kind of come to the side so that Mr. Gamble can see as well.
Okay.
He stands kind of to the front and to the side.
Yes, wherever you want me to put.
And yeah, just for the record, I renewed my objection. I understand the rules, but just for preservation purposes.
And I don't think he's getting to those photographs yet, but your objection is.
Continue the objection, yeah.
And if you need to move around to see better, that'll be fine.
I see it.
All right. Okay. All right. You can sit.
I'm going to get you to sit down.
Okay.
Right. Let me ask you, first is State's Exhibit number 34. And what does State's Exhibit 34 show generally?
State Exhibit 34 is identification photographs on all the students. We make sure the face is cleaned up, put a placard in the identification number. And this is just to identify the person who was doing the examination on. But also in this photograph, we don't have a little ruler in there that we normally would, but you can see that there were injuries to the right forehead area and to the right eye area.
And so this photograph is sort of an overall photograph of the face from the front view.
But I won't call the identification.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, we tender State's 34.
Any objection?
No, yeah.
All right. Submitted without objection.
At this time, Your Honor, I'll display it to the jury and have Dr. Clark tell them what they're
Once it's
seeing.
admitted, it can be displayed.
Okay. So again, we have the identifying placard showing where we did the autopsy, the case number, and you can see this is kind of to show the child in your space here. But you start seeing that there's some bruising here. There's a little bruising here. This distortion here is due to having the endotracheal tube in and they have that strap to hold it in place. So ignore that. And then you see that there's a little purplish discoloration here, and that's where that grip or slap mark injury was. And we'll see better pictures of it in a minute.
Okay. Right. State's Exhibit. I control my language, which is good. State's Exhibit 30 demonstrates what?
Now, this is a close-up of that right forehand contusions. You see that there's 3, 2 deeper, 1 a little bit lighter. We do have the ruler in this picture here, which is in centimeters, so that you want to get neither the size. You can see how big or small they are. You can also see the injury to the right eye area.
And so this is stage 30, which I'll tender this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection. We'll just, Ms. Lang, just a second. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said. She's gonna go over so she can hear that. Yes, sir. There's a table right there if you wanted to sit right there. And if everybody would speak up, please.
So State's Exhibit 30, which I'm displaying to the jury now, can you point for them and show them the injury which you just described?
Okay, so here's the ruler that I described before. And then you can see the bruising here, here, and here. It really doesn't seem like much, but always concerned about any kind of bruising to a child's head. And then you can see the little bruise here to the left, the lateral canthus or the outer of the eye here.
State's Exhibit 27 reflects, shows what?
This is that pattern injury I told you about that's on the left cheek area. You can see that it's about right here in the face, and then also underneath the angle of the jaw on this side, there's a smaller bruise down there.
With tender stage 27.
Any objections? 27.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Would you point it and tell the jury what you mean by pattern injury or pattern bruise and point out the pattern to them, please, that they're seeing?
So we have the ruler here, the left eye is here, left ear is here, so this is the left cheek area. And what we're having here is we've got a bruise here, an area of sparing here, and then another bruise here. So what happens in a grip mark or a slap mark type of thing is when the fingers make contact with the skin here and here, the blood actually squeezes between the fingers. So when you pull the hand away, you see a linear bruise here, you see a linear bruise here, and then these areas of sparing are where the fingers are. So you get a sense, I mean, it's not the best example of it, but it struck me as that this area is sparing here. So is this a grip mark or is it a slap mark? We also have a small bruise. Here's the angle of the jaw here, left ear is here. There's another small bruise here, which is an unusual place to have a bruise on a kid from an accidental type of injury.
State's Exhibit 31 shows what, Dr. Clark? Just in general, this is simply for identification purposes.
Right. This is the abrasions or straightening the skin on the left side of the hand.
And with tender stage 31 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Okay. State's Exhibit 31, if you show the jury what is significant here.
Okay, so we have our ruler, we have the left ear, just the top of the left ear, and you can see this area here that's abraded, and there's a little hemorrhage into the tissues, but it's an abrasion there, and actually there's another abrasion right back here. Doesn't show it as well.
State's Exhibit 35 for general identification.
This is showing the picture below the right ear to the back right side of the neck where we see a large area of bruising.
Tender stage 35.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
State's Exhibit 35, which I'm displaying now, Dr. Clark, if you could point to for the jury to what you have testified about and identify for it.
Okay, here's the ruler again. Here's the right ear, the bottom here's the right earlobe, and you can see this red discoloration here coming here. And once we get inside, you'll see that it actually extends from the back of the hand and goes to the right side. So this is all hemorrhage underneath here.
Were there other injuries, bruises, and abrasions and contusions that you identified once you shaved the child's head or partially shaved the child's head?
Yes, with all these injuries popping up, we were trying to take pictures, not have to shave the head, take pictures of the various injuries, but there were so many popping up, we had to shave the head, partially shave the hair to show the injuries better.
And State's Exhibit 28 simply shows that is a photograph with the partially shaved head, shows other injuries to the top and side of the head. Is that right?
To the top right and to the right side.
Okay, right. Tender stage 28, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, submitted without objection.
So in this photograph, Dr. Clark, can you identify for the jury which injuries that they're seeing and explain whether it reflects one injury or more than one injury?
Okay, this does reflect more than one injury. The top of the right ear is here. We have an abrasion to the right side of the head here. We have a bruise up here. And we have a larger bruise sitting here.
What is this area here?
That might be from us when we shaved a little bit.
Okay.
We caught the skin a little bit, but they don't have the best technique.
So would these injuries, would you say these are separate injuries? How would you have those separate injuries incurred, in general terms? How would you have separate injuries incurred in a limited area like the top of the head.
Well, I felt that was multiple impacts.
Multiple impacts. Okay. Do each of these bruises on the face and the head, do they represent more than one impact?
Yes,
Does each bruise represent its own separate impact in a sense?
in a sense, yes.
Now, I think we're going to have the rest of your testimony and then come back to the internal injuries that are going to be shown here in just a few moments. Okay. Now, did you identify areas of trauma to the body other than the head?
Yes, I did.
And what part of the body other than the head did you identify injuries? Where did you identify injuries?
So when we started to do the examination, we make a wide incision on the chest and down through the abdomen and reflect the tissues to show the chest shield and then the abdominal cavity. Well, on the chest shield, there was some hemorrhage to the right side ribs here, 6 through 10, and it's to the outside of the ribs here, which is an unusual place for when CPR is done. Sometimes you could break a rib in CPR. A lot of times it's more frontal than all the way out lateral, and it's maybe sometimes on the backside. So that was kind of an unusual pattern. And usually with bad CPR, you see it on both sides where there's been too much pressure put on the chest because you're pressing on the chest and they'll break symmetrically. So when you see rib fractures in CPR, you see them coming down like here, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, somebody's really pressing hard. In infants, I don't generally see rib injuries. I mean, it's very rare that we see rib injuries. The other thing I noticed was that there was quite a bit of blood in the stomach. And when I looked at the liver, which sits right here, there's 2 major lobes, the right lobe and the left lobe. The right lobe was basically essentially crushed, and it caused bleeding into the abdominal cavity, but also caused bleeding into what we call the retroperitoneal space. There's tissues that lie in the back of the abdominal cavity, like the potential space there where organs lie, like the kidneys all lie in the retroperitoneum. So there could be potentially a bleeding into that retroperitoneal space. And this, to me, implied that this injury occurred pre-mortem or before death because the child had to have a blood pressure to be able to push that blood into those tissues. Also push the blood out into the abdominal cavity, what we call hematoperitoneum. The other strange thing was that the right adrenal gland was also torn up. That implied to me a heavy blow to this area, causing the rib injuries, the liver injury, and the adrenal gland injury, which is not I never see that in CPR or in bad CPR.
When injuries occur, if an injury does occur to the liver as a result of CPR, where on the liver, what part of the liver would you expect an injury to occur?
In the cases I've seen in children and in adults is, again, right lobe, left lobe. You usually see the tear that's closer to the midline where they come together. You'll see the tear between the 2 lobes. And you'll see a little bit of blood in the abdominal cavity, but you don't see the retroperitoneal hemorrhage.
Now, what kind of force would be necessary to cause a laceration of the liver like you described?
A car accident would be a very common thing to see.
So the same level of force that you might see from a car accident
That's correct.
would be that the amount of force required to cause that much of an injury?
Yes, sir.
What about the injury to the adrenal gland, the laceration of the adrenal gland? What type of force would be necessary to inflict that injury?
At the same level.
Would a single blow to the abdomen cause both of those injuries?
It's a possibility, yes, sir.
Now, with regard to blood pooling around the liver, was there a photograph that? Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm standing here looking for this piece of paper, and I didn't think to look that way. Thank you. Okay, so the blow to the liver, the injury to the liver, and the blood collected around it. Was there a photograph that was taken at the autopsy which shows the extent of that blood and shows generally where the laceration occurred to the liver?
Yes, so there were several pictures actually that we took when we first opened up. We lifted the liver up to show the injury to the liver and the retroperitoneal hemorrhage. We took the liver out. There were other pictures showing the retroperitoneum. I actually sliced the liver to show the extent of the damage to the right lobe of the liver.
State's Exhibit 33, which you've already seen, is that the photograph that shows is that one of the photographs that shows the extent of the injury to the liver and the extent of blood collected around the liver?
It shows the liver injury, the retroperitoneal hemorrhage, the bleeding into the back tissues, and also the rib injuries.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask, at this time, I'm going to, and I don't want to have to make several trips over here, but it's just easier to do it this way. At this time, I'm going to tender States 33 and ask Dr. Clark to step down to explain what is shown in that photograph. And right, and I assume the court has something to say.
We had a discussion about this outside of your presence. I have a rule that the doctor can testify about that, and it will be displayed to you. So it will be admitted over the defendant's objection. But I do want you to understand that these will the four pictures that I believe he will be testifying about depict the autopsy photos taken after the incision. So the four photos will depict the body after the incisions of the medical examiner, not as if the body appeared externally. And you should not allow the graphic nature of these photos to affect your ability to evaluate the evidence without emotion or prejudice against either party. They're graphic and don't allow the emotions of that to affect your judgment in this case. Okay? And they are photos that were taken after the incisions. All right, with that, Mr. Lamb, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Clark, there's with regard to each of these other photographs, but starting with one of the liver, is there anything that is shown in this photograph that you could actually see outside the body?
Yes.
So it's necessary to show the extent of those injuries internally. Is that?
They get an idea what happened.
Okay. All right. If you could step down, then please, and we will. At this time, I'm going to display State's Exhibit 33 to the jury, Your Honor, and have Dr. Clark explain the details of what he's testified to with regard to this injury.
Okay, so we have taken off the chest shield. Again, we take a saw and we cut down through the ribs here and take the shield off. And so what you're looking at here is, this is the stomach, intestinal tract, and here's the liver. You can actually see the gallbladder here. We lifted the liver up to show all these lacerations of the right liver lobe here. And then this is that retroperitoneal space I was talking about. See how the blood kind of oozes underneath the tissue back there. So that's why it's bleeding back there. And the adrenal gland actually lies right here. And that also has been injured. It doesn't show the adrenal gland in this picture, but actually shows the adrenal gland has actually been injured here. And then if you look over here, you see this hemorrhage around the ribs here, where there's been some pericostal or peri-rib hemorrhage. I did not see any rib fractures per se, because the infant's ribs are real flexible. Think of bamboo, just be real flexible, not really breaking that easy. But there were some kind of stress on here, probably from a blow or an impact that caused this hemorrhage around those ribs.
Yeah, this blood that is shown here in the center of this photograph, is this blood separated from the intestines, from the intestinal, the digestive tract in some way? I mean,
yeah, it is not bleeding into the intestinal tract. This is the transverse colon that comes across here. Again, small intestine, and you can see there's a hemorrhage around the intestine, but it didn't go into the intestine. There's no injury to the intestinal tract here.
So with this blood that's here, can it migrate over time into the intestinal tract?
Yes.
So in the body, it's not just a big empty area with a lot of blood that's sort of circulating everywhere, right? I mean, blood is contained within different cavities, within different vessels, veins, arteries, etc., within the body. Is that right?
Well, it's contained in all the blood vessels, the arteries and veins throughout the body.
All right. So that injury to the liver, I think you said that the injury to the liver and the adrenal gland may have been the result of a single blow.
That's a possibility.
What about the injury to the ribs in that same area?
Probably the same area. Yes, it could be associated with one major blow to this area here, or a couple of hard blows to the area.
And is there, in your opinion, is there anything that would occur during the normal administration of CPR, even the, I suppose, poor administration of CPR, that would cause that injury to the liver and the adrenal gland?
I've seen some bad CPR on dead individuals, both adults and children, where a parent or bystander, they really don't know what they're doing. They're too low, they mash on the upper abdomen instead of mashing on the chest, and causing injuries to the liver. But I've never seen the extent of a liver damage like that from bad CPR. Okay, and I told you that the right lobe was a mess, was torn up, and there was no split between the right and left lobe, which is what I see commonly. Okay, and then the bleeding into the tissues tells me that The child, when it was injured, had bleeding into those tissues. She must have blood pressure. It must have blood pressure at that time. Now, why do you do CPR? Because the heart isn't beating, you don't have blood pressure. So usually that blood just pools in the abdomen. You see the blood in the abdomen. And we did have that, but what concerned me was a retroperitoneal.
And I'm not going to show it again, but you demonstrated for the jury, showed where the stomach was. Is that correct?
That's right.
And did you examine the stomach?
Yes, sir.
Did you find any? What did you find when you examined the stomach?
It was a normal stomach, and it had, let me look at my notes here, about 15 cc's, a tablespoon worth of clear watery fluid, and there was some green mucus and what looked like food particulates, or bits of food. I couldn't identify the food.
What would cause the stomach to be, other than not eating, not having food in the body, what would cause the stomach to be empty at the time that you, or essentially empty at the time that you were examining?
Well, either it hadn't eaten for a while, or that's all I could say. Yes, sir.
What about nausea, vomiting?
Yeah, but vomiting could help clear out the stomach, but it doesn't clear it out completely.
So vomiting would clear the stomach, or
Yeah, it could. Yeah,
largely clear the stomach?
sure.
Is vomiting or nausea, is that an injury that, I'm sorry, is that a symptom that is sometimes associated with head injuries?
Yes, sir.
Why is that? Why is nausea or vomiting associated with head injuries?
Because it disrupts the central nervous system. You'll have a head injury, and your body goes into self-preservation mode, and causes that to happen as part of clearing out your stomach, so you won't aspirate it.
Did you see anything in this autopsy that reflected or showed an injury of any sort to the intestines, the bowels, the colon, or any other part of the digestive system during your examination?
No, sir. There was no other injuries except for that hemorrhage around the transverse colon.
If you were speculating, if someone was speculating as to whether or not this child may have had a diaper with bloody stool in it, that would have been from some time earlier, whether the morning of the injuries or the night before, if someone was speculating that there might be blood in the fecal matter, would you expect to find anything in an autopsy that might let you know whether or not there would have been blood in the fecal matter?
Well, it depends on what kind of blood you have there. If you have what may appear to be bright red blood, then you're thinking something going on with the anus or the rectum down lower. If you're thinking something like a gastric ulcer or duodenal ulcer where it's got time to go through the intestinal tract, it usually comes out very black and tarry looking. There's medications like Pepto-Bismol that can make your stool look black and tarry looking. There's red dyes and beets or candy that can make your blood look red. I'm not sure. I would have to test that material to see whether it is actually blood or not.
If there was blood in the stool, would you expect to see blood elsewhere in the GI tract?
If it's coming from the GI tract, yes, sir.
And in this case, did you?
No, sir.
There was no blood in
No,
the GI tract? Okay. All right. There was another injury to the head. Well, there are multiple injuries to the head that we haven't really discussed at this point. So let's take those now. And I will ask you, Dr. Park, to tell me which of these, I don't know which, it's 36 or 32, which one of those shows which side of the head?
This is left side, that's right side.
Okay, all right. So 36 is the right side of the head, and 32 is the left side of the head. And these are the post-incision photographs we discussed earlier, but I would tender 36 and 32 at this time.
They are admitted over objection.
All right, Dr. Park, if you could step down, please, and let's look at stage 36, which is the right side of the head. But before I turn this photograph around, I would like you to explain to the jury what they're going to be seeing and why it appears the way it does.
Okay, this is part of the head examination. We make an incision behind one ear, come to the top of the head, and go behind the other ear, We'll pull the scalp forward, and we'll pull the scalp back. And this is going to show you what we call the palmaria, the top and side of the head here. There's temporalis muscles here and here. They kind of bulge out. We take those down too. In this picture, we haven't taken them down yet. And so that's basically what you're going to see is the right side of the head with the scalp pull forward and the scalp pull back.
And so State's Exhibit 36, then I'm going to display it this time to the jury. Can you, when I turn around, could you identify for them the injuries that are shown in this photograph?
So again, this is the front part of the scalp here, and this is the forehead here. Here's the right temporalis muscle here, and you can see the scalp reflected here. You can see the right ear here. So remember those abrasions and all those bruises we saw? Well, it wound up being full thickness scalp contusions, and then injuring the galea, which is a thin membrane over the top of the skull or on the skull. It holds the muscles in place and stuff like that. You see hemorrhage here, and it looks much larger than for what we really saw up here. So there's been some impacts here. There's been some bleeding over time into these tissues here. And this, again, this brown thing here, that's that temporalis muscle. You bite down, you feel it bulge. Okay, so that hasn't been moved yet. And you see some the impacts here. Remember those bruises we saw on the right forehead of the head, right forehead? That's where those are coming in here too.
Now, the bleeding that you see here, does it reflect an acute or chronic injury?
It looks like an acute injury all about the same time. Again, before I forget, the back side here, you can see this is what the scalp is supposed to look like when you peel it back. This yellow area here, that's what it's supposed to look like. You can see different areas of heavier hemorrhage, kind of diffuse hemorrhage. And this back of the scalp, you can see it's all purple and thickened and swollen back in here.
And what would cause that to be thick and swollen and purple?
That's bleeding. It's been a tremendous impact to the back of the head.
State's Exhibit 32, which has been tendered and admitted. As I turn it around, you can tell the jury what they're seeing here with regard to that.
Okay, again, this is the front scalp being pulled forward. Here's the left ear, and then the back scalp being pulled this way. This is more normal looking here. So most of the hemorrhage is on the back right side. This left side is clear of any hemorrhage on the back side. And then remember those abrasions we saw on the left side here? We saw a fairly good size one here, a small one back here. This has caused the hemorrhage to the entire scalp and affected the again the galea and the subgaleal space in this left temporal area. You can see the muscle is right here.
The blood that is the hemorrhage here, where's that blood coming from?
That's due to impacts, tearing of the scalp, soft tissues, or tearing of the tissues.
Right. And then finally, there was an injury at the back of the head. Is that right? And so with respect to the injury at the back of the head, can you tell the jury what the nature of that injury was?
Again, it's a full thickness scalp hemorrhage. It's actually becoming a hematoma. Hemorrhage of tissues is a bruise, but when you start getting displacement of tissue, getting a goose egg, I think it's usually called, or a thickening, that's called a hematoma because it's actually displacing and dissecting the tissues out.
And just of all of these injuries that we have that you have described, which of these injuries is the most severe? Which was the one that would have caused the most concern?
The one to the back of the head.
And does the photograph that is I'm going to tender as State's Exhibit 29, does that photograph depict what does it depict in terms of the nature of the injury and what's the significance of the photograph before even displayed?
So this is where the scalp has been reflected back. We reflect it so that it actually shows the top of the neck here, and you can see this large bruise in the scalp itself and a large hematoma basically of the galea on the back of the head.
And how would that injury correlate to or associate with the fracture of the occipital bone?
Okay, the occipital bone is the bone that's in the back of your head. It's got some of a triangular shape like this. And there's a fracture line that goes from the occipital bone to the foramen magnum. Okay, that's part of the impact to the back of the head. Now, where these fingers are, those are the lambdoidal sutures where this occipital bone connects to the parietal bones. Again, the bone has various separate bones so that when the infant's going through the birth canal, it can collapse the head a little bit to allow it to come out, and then it re-expands. And those are called sutures, where the spaces between the bones. Well, the occipital bone is fractured, and then these lambdoidal sutures are also fractures called diastatic fracture, where they've been separated a little bit by force and cause hemorrhage along with it.
Can you tell when you do an examination like this, can you tell the difference between a lambdoidal suture that has been separated due to fracture from a lambdoidal suture that is simply not completely ossified and closed up?
Right, yeah, they are ossified at this point in time. The violence of a blow to the back of the head has actually been caused tearing and bleeding into the space, that potential space there.
And then the state's exhibit 29 demonstrate the extent of the hematoma and the bleeding in the back of the head.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, Tender States 29.
It's submitted over the previously stated.
And then again, before we turn that one around, can you tell them what is sort of the top of it versus the bottom of it? So
Right,
just
yeah, the
kind of
top part
compare.
is show the back of the skull, where you can see actually the bolt, you look at the photograph, it's got a 3D effect, it's actually bulging from the scalp itself. I mean, the bone itself, the gabia has got a hematoma, and then a large bruise on the back of the skull.
State's exhibit 29.
So again, this is the back of the head here, right side, left side, top. We have taken the scalp and we pull down just a little bit further, and you can see the extensiveness of the hemorrhage back here. Again, kind of bulging out, giving that hematoma look, and then this full thickness hemorrhage here on the backside. So you can see it starts on the backside and actually kind of comes over to the right. So that hemorrhage we saw here earlier is I believe part of this here.
All right. What would cause an injury of the extent that you have identified to the back of the head? What would cause that?
A violent impact to the back of the head.
If someone incurs an injury that to the extent that's manifested in the photographs that have been displayed to the jury, if someone incurs an injury to that extent, when would you expect there to be an onset of symptoms, and what symptoms would you expect there to be?
I would expect the symptoms would be coming, seconds to at most minutes. The child would get that kind of deer in the headlight look, maybe may not complain nausea because they don't usually know what that means, but start to vomit, stagger around, maybe even start to have a little bit of seizure activity, not kind of maybe drooling excessively, not protecting their airway at that point in time. They're not going to be eating or drinking. They're not going to be able to be social. They're not going to be able to move around on their own in terms of standing up and walking, all that good stuff.
So when you say you would expect those injuries or those symptoms to be manifested, maybe as soon as seconds, but certainly within minutes of the impact, is that right?
That's correct.
What's the longest time period that you would expect to see between the injury and the full onset of the symptoms?
These impacts,
Typically.
yeah, these injuries can be in a variety of ranges. So to me, with this impact, even that just single impact to the back of the head, this is one in seconds that this child's going to be having symptoms. The fact that we have brain injuries and hemorrhage into the brain itself and around the brain shows me how violent this impact was, so that to my mind, it's going to be seconds. You can have a lighter impact that could cause similar symptoms, and it could be up to an hour, but in this case, I think it's seconds.
Would these injuries, is there any way for injuries to sort of accumulate over time and then ultimately result in what happened to this child? I mean, is this any possibility this reflects cumulative injury?
I mean, I can't rule out some of the abrasions and bruises. Could he have fallen the day before, hit this side of the head, and this morning fell and hit this side of the head, and caused various other impacts. They're more than I would expect from a simple fall, from a standing fall for an infant like that, but not the one to the back of the head. That's something that would result in symptoms very quickly, in seconds.
So could it be the injury to the back of the head, just that single injury? Could it be that there's some impact that causes a little injury to the head, and then later another impact that causes a little injury of head, and it builds up to this? Or is this an all at once kind of injury?
The back of the head was an all at once type of injury.
Do you have an opinion as to whether this injury to the back of the head could have occurred due to a child falling off of a bed sometime hours before and sustaining this injury, but it not being manifested until the next day?
I find that very unlikely.
even if the injuries were going to be manifested immediately, is this the type of injury that you might associate with a fall from a bed?
Not normally, no, sir, unless there's special circumstances.
Are they the type of injuries that you would associate with a fall from 40 inches onto a hard surface?
No, sir.
Are they the type of injuries that you would associate with a fall from a chair where a child fell forward and hit the front of his head on the floor?
No, sir.
Are they the type of injuries that you might associate with a child rolling off of an air mattress that sits 8 or 10 inches off of the floor?
No, sir.
What is the distinction? What is the distinction between, find the word I had written down, between applied force or inflicted trauma and accidental trauma? What's the difference between those?
Well, an accidental trauma, generally, when children hit their head, they fall off a changing station or fall off a bed, they get a bruise, maybe a little bump. Generally, not associated with any skull fractures or any significant brain injury at all. They cry, of course, mom or dad are worried. There are times when a child may fall and get on a hard cement surface, let's say, maybe fall off the monkey bars or something like that, and could hit their head and get a skull fracture. But generally, it is a linear skull fracture that really doesn't cause any injury to the brain itself. That the head absorbs the forces, and it doesn't translate to the brain itself. When I see something like this to me appears to be inflicted, meaning the kid is either hit with something on the back of the head or picked up, small enough to be picked up and slammed against something, a hard surface, a chair, a top of a table, or something like that.
The occipital fracture, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, sir.
The occipital fracture. Is there anything unique about that bone which makes it harder to be fractured compared to other parts of the skull, for instance?
It's a little bit thicker bone than the temporalis bones here, but the location of the fracture is unusual in terms of something from an accidental fall. I've never seen one like that. A lot of times it's more from inflicted trauma.
If this part of the skull, the occipital area of the skull, does someone's shoulders or the crown of the head, anatomically from here down, does that provide any level of protection or minimize the risk of that particular bone being fractured?
Yeah, when you're talking about a fall from standing height or from a height and landing on your back like that, generally the forces are displaced over the head and the shoulders, so you don't get the direct impact to the back of the head.
So is it your opinion that there would be, I'll rephrase it all together. I stumbled my way through that one. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the force that caused the fracture of the occipital bone was a force that was focalized as opposed to broad across the back of the back of the body as a whole?
Yes, I agree with that.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, yeah. Hey, please, court. Good evening, Dr. Clark. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague.
Yes,
How
sir.
are you? And of course, I have some questions for you, and some general, then maybe more specific. But you've testified to a large extent about your autopsy, and of course, in your autopsy, your duty and your purpose is trying to determine injuries. What's the diagnosis and cause of injuries that occurred to the body that you're looking at? Correct.
Correct.
And at the same time, it's not really your focus or your job to try to determine who did it, but just simply what happened. Correct.
That's correct.
And of course, in an autopsy, you can't state what location the crime occurred unless somebody told you or something. The body doesn't tell you that, right?
That's correct.
And body doesn't tell you who did it either. You may get information from someone else that doesn't tell you that either.
That's correct.
And in this particular case, you got a child that was deceased and you were asked to do this autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
And just in visualizing, looking at the child, you could see some bruising and whatnot of, not extreme bruising, but around the head in places, some noticeable places on the child, correct?
That's correct.
But from the neck down in the abdomen area, you couldn't really see anything that was of note in that particular part of the body, correct?
That's correct.
And the same would hold true for the extremities of the arms and the legs. There was no bruising or anything on those areas, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume when you do autopsies, you've done them on small children in the past, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to assume again, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but some of those times it was because there was some type of abuse being alleged, correct?
That's correct.
And are there times when you see lots of bruising and things on the arms and legs where it seems that someone, the abuser, has been gripping or pulling on the child or things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't see any of that on this particular case.
No, I did not.
At the same time, you have described certain injuries that you thought that you did observe. And some of those, I believe, are around the cheek area, correct?
That's correct.
Now, those were sort of slight to moderate bruising or discoloration, correct?
They were just slight. Yes, sir.
So slight. It's
Yeah.
not something that in itself, by itself, would have alarmed you to any great degree, correct?
I come from a different perspective. As a forensic pathologist, I have to be suspicious or high alert anytime a child comes in. So they were minor, but as the case went on, it turned out to be something more going on.
Poor question by me, really, when I think about it. I mean, obviously, you're looking at anything you see, and you're first looking at it as if this may lead to something more, correct?
That's correct.
And so if you see a small injury, even though in itself it's small, you still investigate further to see if it leads somewhere else or comes to some conclusion that maybe it is something more,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
But those particular marks on the cheek, is it possible that someone could have grabbed the cheeks of that child, trying to see if it was okay, wake it up, doing like this, and leave marks similar to that on that child's face?
That's a possibility.
And so if Ms. Poague had testified or had stated to the authorities or anyone that that is what she did when she saw the child become unresponsive, it would make sense that possibly that's where those marks came from, correct?
That's a possibility.
Now, of course, there are other marks that maybe wouldn't be explained for that. Obviously, the injury to the back of the head is not something you can just explain by twisting your cheeks, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a significant injury, as you testified to,
Yes, sir.
correct? And you said that it took a great deal of force, correct?
That's correct.
Now, at the same time that you know it took a great deal of force, you don't know exactly what it was that caused that force, do you?
No, I did not.
I mean, you kind of know some things it probably was not. No one told you it was a car wreck, so you're pretty sure it wasn't caused by that, correct?
That's correct.
But if no one had told you what had happened to the child at all, you could have drawn that, might have put that in the equation at least, correct?
Right. I felt comfortable ruling out the potential for an accidental trauma that is more likely more abusive or inflicted trauma. But
And
that's
was
as far as I could go with it.
And was that based upon because you felt it was, as you have described, a violent nature? It was a violent nature of the injury that caused, that's
Yeah.
why you believe that?
There's a focal impact and also the other impacts and other injuries that were sustained.
And again, even if you believe that, you wouldn't know who did that, would you?
No, I would not.
And as you looked at it, sometimes if you believe there's been that type of focal injury or violent impact, you can look at the injury and draw a conclusion that some type of instrument was used to do that, correct?
That's a possibility.
In some places, it would be like you could say that looks like a baseball bat must have been used to do it, correct?
Yeah, certain ways look for certain patterns of injury. Yes, sir.
Or obviously something more brutal like a hammer or whatnot, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume that when you looked at these injuries, you didn't see any pattern or anything that made you believe that any type of instrument was used.
Not that I could see, no, sir.
And so that leaves you with, and you don't think it was caused by, again, something like a car wreck. But you said you discounted the accidental fall, and let me ask you a little bit about that. If it was a steep enough fall, high enough could it have caused that kind of injury?
Sure.
And I mean, no one's saying that the child fell from Mount Everest, but if it had a long, tall, hard fall, it could have caused significant injuries, correct?
In certain circumstances, I could see where an injury like that could occur.
And even if it didn't cause all of those injuries, isn't it true that a fall from a height of 40 inches onto a hard concrete floor could cause some injuries to a child?
Sure.
And in fact, I assume that, well, let me ask you a little bit about, I assume in your training, you've had lots of study, you've read lots of studies and gone to seminars and stuff that talk about injuries to children concerning head injuries, correct?
That's correct.
And would I be correct in stating that one of the leading causes of death in children accidentally under the age of 2 or 3 is falls?
Can be, yes, sir.
And in some of those falls, they can be actually from not all that high of a level, sometimes only 30, 40 inches, that type of thing, correct?
Right. But again, there's certain circumstances which would allow for that to happen.
I understand there's certain circumstances, but it is potentially possible at times, correct?
Yes, sir. Possible.
And the type of injuries that a child suffers in that type of situation many times will be a head injury that leads to death, correct?
That can be, yes, sir.
And sometimes when they have that type of death, it will be a fall that no one recognizes the severity of right then, and maybe in 12 hours or half a day or a day, the child unexpectedly dies in some cases, correct?
In some cases, yes, sir.
And that's because of that injury is not significant enough looking from the outside, you can't always see it, but internally there's a real injury, correct?
Could be, yes, sir.
And in this case, the injury on the back of the neck or head, I should say, you couldn't really see it as much as you felt it, correct? Initially.
On the external? Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
externally. I understand you did some things that told you a lot more later, but the external part, you just looking back there, you felt it and said, oh, there's a problem, correct?
That's correct.
But if you had just been looking at that child and not know it was injured, you might not tell from your eyesight that there was anything that happened to the back of his head, correct?
No, yes, sir.
And you've given some timelines on when you believe that this occurred, but you can't be definitive about how long a period of time it took from the injury until onset of death, can you?
No, sir. Seconds to minutes.
And you can't really say about some of these injuries that they all did not. You said, well, let me take that back. There's several injuries on the child, correct?
That's correct.
And so it's possible that some injuries occurred to the child previous to the one that led to the child's death, correct?
That's a possibility, yes, sir.
And in abuse, I assume you've autopsied lots of abuse cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And many of those abuse cases, there's a situation where the child has had injuries, old injuries, several of those before it finally leads up to a real bad injury.
Yes, some of those cases have that, yes, sir.
You've seen that in the past,
Yes,
correct? And so it is possible, is it not, that some of those injuries happened a day before, half a day before, or even a couple of days before the one that led to the death of the child, correct?
That's correct.
And you wouldn't have any idea who or what caused that, would you?
No, sir.
And some of the marks that you had on the child, other than the ones on the cheek, the one that's, I think there's a mark over the eye and a couple of other little bruises, those type injuries could occur to a child simply by rough playing, doing what kids do sometimes, bumping into things and all that stuff, correct?
That's a possibility.
I mean, that's not an earmark on any of those. It just said, oh, that's caused by a particular thing. It's just an injury that draws your attention, correct?
That's correct.
But the two that drew you most attention, of course, were the liver and the skull injury, correct?
Correct.
Now, on the skull injury, I know you talked a little bit about sutures a little bit ago, correct?
That's correct.
And I've asked some other people about it, didn't know as much about sutures as I think maybe you will, but am I right? There's like 5 different areas of sutures on the skull.
Well, yes, sir.
And those sutures are, as you described, they're sort of malleable when the child is young, able to stretch, and especially in the birth canal, but even after for a while before they solidify and make a solid structure, correct?
Correct.
And some of those sutures take a little longer than others to be fully developed, correct?
That's correct.
And is there one of those sections of sutures that normally take as long as 5 years to fully develop?
Well, all sutures are developed, and they're connected with a fibrous membrane, but they're always gonna have a little bit of give to them. Yeah.
Do they even remain to give when you become an adult?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. No,
That's
sir.
where I'm getting at.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought we were still talking about infants.
I'm not asking it right. I'm not a doctor, so I may be butchering that a little bit, but it's got some give in it to begin with as they're young.
Right. Right.
And it begins to get more and more solidified to eventually there's no stretching to it. It's solid.
Correct.
But a child of a year and a half does have some portions of the skull that still have that malleability to it.
That's correct.
And I believe that at least one of those areas in the back of the head take a little longer to develop than some of the areas as far as becoming rigid. Am I correct on that?
I'm not sure about that. I can't answer that question.
You just know there's some time period before they get solid.
That's correct.
And so if you have a situation in which that skull is still somewhat malleable, has some play in it, which we know the kid was young enough to have some of that, doesn't that make it a little more likely for injury to occur to the skull and to the brain of a child in that situation as compared to one that's already solidified?
This is a violent impact that has actually caused a bone fracture.
Mhm.
So if the kid had, let's say, several years older, had been more solidified, I would expect that there probably would not have been lambdoidal stretching and fracturing, but there may have been a much more severe skull fracture because that plate actually is going to give a little bit to absorb, almost like a shock absorber, to absorb that impact, but still wound up with a fracture line.
Well,
So I don't think it puts that at any higher risk.
isn't it true that young children under the age of 3 have a higher risk of death from skull fractures, injury, than people older than that?
I'm not sure I know that answer to that.
If you don't know, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I
If you
don't
tell me
know.
you do not know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you asked some questions about if the child had a blood in its diaper from a previous diaper before this injury that led to its death. So you remember you asked some questions about that, correct?
That's correct. Mhm.
Now, if you did have blood in the fecal matter, at times, couldn't that be an indication that an injury has occurred to the person that caused blood to be in the area and then be in the fecal matter?
In this case, no, because I did not see any blood in the rectum, stomach, small bowel. But in your case, in a general case, yes, it's possible.
So generally, it could show, so somebody got injured earlier, that would be possible to cause fecal matter to have blood in, correct?
That's correct.
And I've asked this to some other people that testify, but there is a test to be able to determine whether or not there's blood in fecal matter.
That's correct.
Pretty easy test. I mean, it's not some complicated test. It's rarely done. It's done on a frequent basis.
That's correct.
And it's just something you send to a lab and they can come back and tell you whether or not it's blood in the fecal or not.
Yeah,
Right?
they have home tests too. It's called Hemocult. You put the feces on a piece of filter paper, put a chemical on it, and it'll change color to show there's blood in there.
We can do that if we got a sample to test, correct?
That's correct.
Now, what about human vomit? Would we be able to test it to determine whether or not it came from a human being? If not, you don't
vomit,
know.
I don't know. I never thought about that. I don't think I could answer that question. Unless you're going to do DNA and find human DNA in the vomit, I guess.
Probably could from the saliva mixed in with it,
Oh,
correct?
yeah.
Now, you said when you tested that the stomach was close to empty, correct?
That's correct.
And if the stomach had been, I don't know, half full, more or less full, and the person been vomiting, you'd still expect to find some residual amount of stuff in the stomach, correct?
And the 15 cc's could be the residual amount.
Now, in your study, in your keeping your credentials as a pathologist and forensic science, do you go to certain continuing education courses?
Yes, sir.
Required to do so?
Yes, sir.
You keep that up to date, I assume, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? In addition, do you read journals, which I would call treatises and that type of things that talk about medical conditions in your particular field?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any familiarity at all with a lady named Mary E. Case?
Yes.
You know who she is?
Yes, sir.
St. Louis medical forensic examiner, correct?
Correct.
And would I be fair to state that she's fairly well known in the forensic science pathology field?
That's correct.
And do you have respect for her work?
Yes, sir.
Aware of her work?
Yes, sir.
And being aware of her work, are you aware of the publication called Brain Pathology?
Yes, sir.
Do you read it from time to time to get information from it?
I have taken at least 2 seminars with her.
With Miss Case?
Dr. Case, yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Case, I shouldn't call it that, you're right. And she's had a pretty distinguished career, has she not?
Yes, sir.
And so if she has some opinions about accidental traumatic head injury in infants and young children, you would at least give it some credit, I guess you'd say.
Sure.
You might still have your own opinion, of course, right?
That's correct.
But you would listen to it. Well, she published an article in Brain Pathology in the year 2008. And before I go any further, Your Honor, let me hand this to. And she says in one portion of the treatise that she's published that about 1 to 3% of shortfalls in young children cause a skull fracture.
Correct.
Yes?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Now it says further that approximately less than 1% cause an epidural hemorrhage, but even more rarely a subdural hemorrhage. And if these hemorrhages enlarge sufficiently to become a mass lesion, death may result from increased intracranial pressure.
Correct.
Would you agree with that? I'm sorry, that's on the third, let me see, 1, 2, 3, the 4th page. Now with that, she was just citing some general propositions about injuries with falls, but then says a divergent view is presented in a paper by Dr. Amaya, proposing that in fact contact injury may distribute injury widely throughout the brain of a young child. And then she goes into some particular research. But what interests me most about it, if you finally go to a table that she included. See, it looks like this.
Okay.
She talks about how, just in a general sense, sometimes injuries to children can occur that are surprising in nature of what occurs in the result. But she describes a 21-year-old male who fell out of bed, says he cried after the fall. He was able to be comforted. He vomited, but then put back to bed, and he was found dead in the bed the next morning. And the findings were that the left temporal subdural hemorrhage, a left temporal lineal fracture, a large epidural hemorrhage over the left lateral temporal convexity was what occurred.
Okay.
Now, would you agree with me that's probably not the typical thing that would happen from someone falling out of bed?
And I would like to know what surface he fell on to know how he got a fracture. But he's also fracturing the thinnest bone in the skull, the temporal bone.
But nevertheless, if you knew that information, the heart of the surface would make it more likely, I guess, correct?
Well, yeah, also the fact that there's a bulge of some sort, let's say that's some kind of, I don't know, something hard on the floor that's around it that could cause the impact to be more focal.
Mhm.
Sure.
Okay. Well, she also talks about a 4-month-old male who fell out of an adult bed and struck the edge of a bedside table.
Okay.
And in that one, he was taken to the hospital, had a CT scan, was read as normal, would not eat or sleep well, survived for 2 days, taken to a pediatrician and died on the way to the office. Had a right forehead contusion, fracture of the right frontal bone and right orbital plate, epidural hemorrhage over the right anterior cranial fossa. Does that sound like something that could occur? Not saying in your case, but just in general.
Yes, in general. Yes, sir. Special circumstances I was telling you about.
And she then talked about a 7-year-old female who fell off a tree stump about 3 feet high, that'd be 36 inches, and hit the back of the head. Complained of a headache, vomited several times over the next 12 hours, and was found dead the next morning. Had a right frontal subgaleal hemorrhage, a fracture of the right frontal bone extending to the coronal suture posteriorly, an epidural hemorrhage over the left frontal, small contusions of the left superior and middle temporal gyri. Now,
I'm going to object to the continued portion of counsel reading this article into the record. Basically, I mean, first of all, I think it's hearsay. The use of a journal article is properly allowed sometimes for the purpose of impeaching a witness. You know, you can impeach a witness with facts from a learned treatise, but to simply read it and say, well, don't you agree that this, that in this case that this child somewhere in St. Louis had this injury and died. I mean, he's literally, when I thought the first example or two, I thought it was being used for impeachment. Now I see that he's simply being read into the record, and so I object to it as being hearsay.
Gamble, what's your response?
our response is, actually, Georgia law requires exactly what I'm doing in order to question an expert about a treatise, and that is first, you must establish that the expert that is on the stand is familiar with the person or the literature that's being published to such an extent that they believe that it's verifiable and reliable, and that if you can do so where they believe that it has some bearing on their profession and the expert opinion that's being offered is reliable to them, that you ask them and question about that, and they acknowledge that, which of course the doctor has done in stating he's even been to a couple of seminars in this case. But then in addition to that, once that's been established, you have a right to question them for particular excerpts from the literature, and you're not allowed to introduce the treatise or the document that you're talking about into evidence to go out with a jury.
But you're letting them see case examples, and then you're asking them what is the question about the case examples, if those sound reasonable or what?
No. I mean, I'm telling you, the expert may disclose. You first have to say.
No, I'm talking about the questions you asked him about. I guess maybe let's take a pause, let him read what it is you're going to ask him about, and then you can ask him the questions about it.
I can do that. That's not the way it read for me as far as saying how it should be done.
Well, I've seen it where you show it to the expert and he reads it. All right. I'm gonna let's take a 10-minute recess, or maybe 15 minutes, and then we'll reconvene.
Used for impeachment. Basically, the way you impeach someone, I mean, you can use a journal article, a treatise, whatever, for the purpose of impeaching a witness. But you say, your opinion is this, yes or no? Yes, that's my opinion. And this treatise says that opinion is wrong in some way. I mean, and in other words, it's some contradictory information or whatever that is, that's used to try to establish that the expert has made some error of judgment, that he's made some error in his assumptions or something of that nature. Simply saying, do you agree that that this child in St. Louis had this kind of a fracture? Yep, apparently he did. I mean, that's not impeaching of his testimony in any way. It doesn't disprove the truth of anything the doctor's testified to, which is what impeachment is to try to disprove the truth of his testimony.
What's your response to the objection? I mean, I understand how you can use a treatise to cross-examine a witness about his opinion.
Yeah.
But you're using more of like case examples, other cases. So what
I think that I'm allowed to bring that forth to him by statute and by case law, that I'm allowed to ask him questions once he's established that he believes that's a reliable source. And in this case, to establish that although he has said that it's unlikely that certain things could have occurred, certain injuries could have occurred from a fall or this, that, or the other, that this particular study shows some examples.
so
of
the
in fact,
conviction
that did occur.
is that an injury from a fall a head injury from a fall can cause a
Significant injury to a small child.
Okay.
Significant enough to cause death. These are examples where it did.
okay.
That is why.
Well, I want you to share this literature with him. We'll take about 10 minutes and then we'll come back and
Yes.
I'll let you reconvene your examination, but I don't want it to be just you reading something to him and then, I mean, he should be able to look at it. All right. So do you have an extra copy of that?
Yes, I'm actually just marking where you can find it.
Okay. We'll come back in, I'll come back at 4:10. It's 13 minutes.
Some questions about this particular brain pathology article by Dr. Mary E. Case called Accidental Traumatic Head Injury in Infants and Young Children. And you now have a copy of that article, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And I had pointed you when I handed it to you a particular page that I had marked through with highlights on it, correct?
Right.
And if you could, and I think you already are, turn to that page.
Yes, sir.
And that page is page 6 of 12 on the document. And I believe I've already asked you questions or at least read you and then asked you what you thought about the death of the 4-month-old male that fell off the adult bed and the 7-year-old female who fell off the tree stump, correct?
Yes, sir.
And well, maybe let me ask you this. I'm not sure. I may have reading that on that page. What is this? It's a table it appears to be that says case number, case history, age, sex, how action occurred, and findings, correct?
Correct.
And these are examples that Dr. Case has put in her article to show when someone died accidentally from a fall in a manner that it was kind of be surprising that the injury was that severe given the nature of the fall and the height of the fall, correct?
Correct.
And admittedly, she says within the article, this is not the norm, correct?
Correct.
But it does happen sometime, right?
Yes, sir, specifically to epidural hemorrhages.
Well, let's get to that in a moment, but on item number 1, what does it say happened there? I didn't read that one to you, I don't think, did I? Tell me if I did, I may be wrong. Okay, if that's been read into the record, then skip down to number 3. I don't believe I read that one to you.
Cried after, oh, you want to read it?
Yes, just tell me what it says about that particular little case study,
Cried
number
after
3.
fall, able to be comforted, vomited, then put back to bed, found dead in bed in the morning.
How old was the child?
21 months,
And was male or female?
male.
And says it fell out of bed.
That's correct.
And then what was the injury?
Left temporal subgaleal hemorrhage, left temporal linear fracture, large epidural hemorrhage over left lateral temporal parietal convexity.
And that led to the death of that child being found dead in the bed the next morning, correct?
Yes, sir, that's epidural hemorrhage.
Okay. Number 4, what does it say about that?
Found on ground with no return bite, combative, became somnolent in the emergency room. CT scan showed fracture of right temporal, became,
It stops there. doesn't
it
it?
stops there, yeah.
How old was the
10
child?
years, male, riding bike and fell off, not wearing a helmet. Right temporal scalp contusion, fracture of right temporal skull, epidural hemorrhage over right parietal area, or skull parietal lung.
So I understand that it shows some times when someone fell from small areas and it caused their death, but was in an area of the skull different than this one, correct?
Correct.
But nevertheless, it does give examples of that happening, correct?
In cases of epidural hemorrhages, yes, sir.
I believe it's all the questions I have for right now, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Again, Mr. Lamb, reread.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Case, page 9 of her article, the last sentence of the first paragraph, the first partial paragraph there, the last sentence of that paragraph says what, Doctor?
The most common cause of subdural hemorrhage in the younger age group is abusive head trauma injury.
The most common cause of subdural hemorrhage is abusive head injury.
That is absolutely correct.
And Epidural hemorrhages are hemorrhages that occur where in relation to, you have the skull, you have what's the layer immediately above, like you said there's a thin fibrous layer of the skull. What is that?
That's called the galea.
The galea. Okay. And then above the galea, what's the next level?
Well, that's gonna be where your scalp comes in.
Okay. Okay. And that's where the scalp, I mean, what are the layers of the scalp?
Okay, the scalp has skin, and then it's got a subcutaneous fat, and it's got fibrous tissue, which adheres to the galea. And the galea adheres to the calvarium or the bone. Beneath the bone is the dura mater. Okay, it's a fibrous line inside the calvarium. A epidural hemorrhage is between the dura and the bone. These are together. Again, remember the retroperitoneal space I talked about? You got to have pressure to push it there. An epidural hematoma causes those to separate. The reason why an epidural hemorrhage has a delayed death is because it takes longer for it to form a mass to cause injury to the brain. And epidural hemorrhages are associated with skull fractures, which we have in this case, but my epidural hemorrhages are tiny. I also have diffuse subarachnoid, subdural hemorrhages on the brain, which is associated with inertial trauma to the brain. This is where you got your skull, you got your dura mater, and then you got a potential space called subarachnoid or subdural space, and then the brain. Well, the brain has been impacted and injured, causing it to kind of slosh back and forth, causing tearing of the subdural bridging veins, which causes a subdural. This is different from an epidural hemorrhage. All these cases that are cited on this document are associated with death due to an epidural hemorrhage. This infant has epidural, small, large subdural, and subarachnoid hemorrhages, which is also an indicator of brain trauma.
In addition, where there are skull fractures associated with the injuries that are referenced in Dr. Case's article, the fractures are what kind of fractures typically that are associated with that?
Well, I think they said linear.
Right, like they're referred to it in several places as simple linear fractures. Is that right?
Right.
And in fact, at the very beginning of the article on the first page, it says that in 2 to 3% of falls, a simple linear skull fracture, and the majority of these are uneventful in neurological deficit or something is blocked out here. And about 1% of the fractures, epidural or subdural hemorrhage occurs. Okay, now that's from simple linear fractures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What kind of a fracture was involved in this case?
Well, it was a linear irregular fracture, but it wasn't a common unit. It wasn't broken into pieces. So it is a linear fracture, but it's through the occipital bone. It extends down to the frame and neck.
It's a longer. I think you identified it as a full thickness fracture that extended along a pretty far along the through that bone. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And with that type of a fracture and the associated trauma to the brain itself, which you've just described from forces, but basically the brain being slammed against the inside of the skull. Is that a way of simplifying that?
Exactly.
Okay. And so you have those things combined. Would you expect there to be, well, a delayed reaction or delayed complications resulting in death, hours or days later?
Not in this situation. No, sir. Not in this case. I've had epidural. I was an emergency room doctor for a while, and I had epidural hemorrhage on a kid who fell off a wall. He was perfectly fine for about 2 hours. We did a CT scan, saw that he did have an epidural, and he went right to neurosurgery. So the epidural hemorrhages are salvageable in a lot of the cases, but you got to be high index of suspicion that they're there.
It was one of the sections I had marked in here, and now I can't find where I marked. Things were that there was a reference to falls of less than 6 feet are typically not associated with significant brain injury. Is that right?
That's correct.
And of course, 40 inches is substantially less than 6 feet, right?
Correct.
And do any of these injuries that are referenced in Dr. Case's article, do any of these injuries involve a fracture of the occipital bone?
Not that I saw.
And what is the difference? What is the distinguishing factor? I mean, other than location and shape, what is the distinguishing feature of the occipital bone as compared to like the right frontal bone and the right orbital plate?
Well, the temporal parietal bones tend to be a little bit thinner, a little bit thinner. The frontal bone and the occipital bone are both a little bit on the thicker side.
And because the occipital bone is thicker, does that require typically, would that require more force to cause a fracture to that bone?
More focal force to that area.
More focalized and more forceful?
Yes.
Okay. So more focalized and more forceful injury would be required. Okay. In the case before you, not in order to thank for this. In the case before you, do you have an opinion as to why this child died?
I felt it was due to abusive head trauma.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was any significant time difference or time gap between the infliction of the trauma and the onset of symptoms and ultimately death?
And again, in my opinion, seconds to minutes after the trauma was occurred.
Thank you.
Recross.
Dr. Clark, did you know the reference was made in the treatise I was reading you from Dr. Case, in which there was a reference to Dr. Omaya? Are you familiar with Dr. Omaya at all?
Yes, sir. I've known him for about over the years. The problem is that you did not finish that. You said a divergent view is presented in a paper by Dr. Omaya et al., proposing in fact that contact injury may distribute injury widely throughout the brain of a young child. However, this is not the view supported by the literature noted earlier that looked at hundreds of cases of shortfalls and found that the great majority produced no loss of consciousness nor neurological deficit.
Yes, it did say that. Then it gave examples when that was not the case, correct?
And the cases that you presented to me are epidural hemorrhages, and that's not what we have here. We're comparing apples and oranges.
That's all the questions I have, John.
All right. I just went to be excused.
Yes.
Yes, John.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank
You can excuse me, appreciate it. Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness. We'll get Dr. Trying to get out. Sir. Thank you, Dr. Clark. All right, Mr. Lamb.
I'm sorry for the brief delay here. I am at a point where there are. I know it's 4:30. It's not 5 o'clock yet, and I understand that. But I would ask the court to consider let's ending for the day, because I have some decisions that I need to make about additional witnesses that I'm not in a position to make at this moment. I mean, I will call a witness and proceed if I must, but I
Well, I'd like to. Do you have a witness that you don't anticipate will be very lengthy?
yes, sir. I do.
If you need 5 minutes or something of that nature, that's
If
fine.
I could have 5 minutes to decide.
I'd like to have another witness
call
today.
next.
I'd hate to leave early, this early. So I'm gonna let you step in the jury room literally for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and hear at least one more witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state is what we'll call Paris Permort.
Paris what?
Permort.
Permort.
Paris Permort. Permort. Stephen, I need 3 exhibit stickers.
All right, Ms. Porter, if you'll face Mr. Lamb and receive the oath, please.
Yeah, you need to just put the next 3 numbers on it in the card. Raise your right hand. Oh, yeah, that's a good state for the truth. So help you God. Have a seat. Ms. Permort, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to tell you that you need to speak up. Okay, because this lady is trying to take down everything that you say. And more important to me, all of these folks need to hear everything you say. Okay, so I need you to speak up so that everyone can hear. All right. And make sure that you answer audibly, yes, no, that sort of thing, as opposed to nodding or shaking
Yes, sir.
your head. All right.
Pull it close to that microphone if you want. There you go.
What is your name?
Perry Permore.
And Ms. Pearl, where are you from?
I'm from Griffin, Georgia.
Where do you live now? I mean, I'm sorry, do you live somewhere? Do you have another place that you stay here in
Yes,
this
sir.
area?
I got to college at Georgia Southwestern State University, so I live in Americus.
And when did you start school at Georgia Southwestern?
August 11th, 2023.
When you started school at Southwestern, were you involved in or affiliated with a particular program there? The Jimmy Carter?
I was not.
Oh, you weren't in the Jimmy Carter?
I was
program.
not.
Okay. What dormitory did you live in?
I live in Oaks too.
And Oaks 2, the rooms there, the rooms there are basically like little suites, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When you go into the room, there's like an open area, a small open area with a sink and a bathroom door, and then are there separate bedrooms?
Yes, sir.
Which room? I mean, which suite did you live in at Oaks?
I lived in R159.
And did you have a roommate, suite mate? Did you have a suite mate?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who was that?
Trinity Poague.
Was that the first time you'd ever met Trinity Poague
When we moved in?
when you moved in?
No, sir.
When did you previously met Trinity Poague? How did you know her?
We met through a Facebook group for freshmen coming to Georgia Southwestern State University and decided to become roommates. And then she came and met me for the first time in May of 2023 when she came to my high school graduation.
So she came to Griffin for your high school graduation in May?
Yes, sir.
And then did you see her at other times over the summer?
I did. In summer, I believe it was June or July, we had a family vacation. She came on for a couple of days.
How did y'all decide, how did you go about, or how did you end up being roommates?
The Facebook group from the freshman incoming class.
So was it a circumstance where where people could indicate roommate preferences, and if the university could honor those, they would?
Yes.
So y'all both indicated a preference to share the room?
Yes, sir. There was, we decided that I think we reached out to each other on maybe an Instagram DM or a Facebook DM, decided that we would room together, and then had to go through a portal on GSW and choose each other.
After you moved in to the suite at Oaks 2 with Ms. Poague, did you have occasion to meet someone else who was associated with her or involved in a relationship with her?
I did.
Who was that?
Jay Williams.
Jay Williams?
Yes.
And who was Jay Williams as it related to, as you understood it, who was Jay Williams as he related to Trinity Poague?
He was her boyfriend.
How did you come to meet Jay Williams?
I believe the first time I met with him was when he was at our dorm. Trinity brought him to our dorm.
He was at your dorm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you remember when that was? You don't have to give me the exact dates, but approximately?
Approximately August 2020.
August of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Did you at some point, well, I could ask you a different question first. Through your friendship with Trinity Poague, did you, were you made privy to information concerning her relationship with Mr. Williams?
As if he had a child? As in that he had a child?
No, as in like, did she tell you about things involved in their relationship?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her relationship with
Yes.
him? And if you were going to describe their relationship as it was portrayed to you by Ms. Poague,
Yes.
and as you may have observed over time, if you were going to describe their relationship and summarize it in say 4 or 5 words, 2 or 3 words, how would you summarize their relationship?
Very rocky.
Did she at times complain to you about her relationship or about Mr. Williams or things he had done or that sort of thing?
Yes, I would say that she complained about the relationship, but not necessarily about specific things he would do.
Was there a particular complicating factor in their relationship that you were aware of?
That he had a child.
He had a child?
Yes,
Did you ever meet the child?
I did.
What was his name?
JD Jackson Drew.
How did you meet the child?
I believe the same circumstances of him bringing the child to the dorm.
When he brought the child to the dorm?
Yes.
How many times, if you recall, how many times or approximately how many times do you think that he may have brought the child to the dorm?
I would say around 5, approximately.
And when he brought the child to the dorm, was it each of those 5 times, was there anything unique about those visits in terms of the length of those visits? Were they overnight, or were they just
Yes.
for the day, or what?
Usually they were overnight.
Were there times, any time or other times that you're aware of when he brought JD to the dorm and left JD with Ms. Poague for any period of time?
Not that I can recall right this second. Not that I can recall right this second.
So if JD was there, was he typically there?
Usually, from my knowledge.
Jay Williams?
Yes.
What did you think of JD?
I love JD.
Did you get to spend any time with him when he was there at the dorm?
Yes.
How did he act? What was his demeanor as a child?
He was very fun to be around, I thought. He was learning to walk around that time, so we would be in the bathroom common area walking, or I would put him down and ask him to walk with me.
And that was in like August, the earlier part of the time that he was here. He was here visiting. Okay. Did Ms. Poague know that you had a positive relationship, I guess, with the child?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what her complaints were as it related to the child in terms of her relationship? What was it that caused the complication in the relationship with the child being there?
Her not feeling like she could love JD as if it was her own kid.
Did she ever express to you any interest in having children of her own with anyone, or particularly with Jay Williams?
Not that I can specifically recall.
She just had difficulties with the fact that he had a child with someone else.
Yes.
Do you recall at some point you interviewed with someone from the GBI?
I did.
And then after that interview with the GBI, I'm sorry, during that interview with the GBI, did you provide them with some screenshots of text messages and so forth out of your phone?
I did. Yes, sir.
Subsequently to that, did they ask you for permission to download your phone?
Yes, sir.
Basically, to copy the contents of
It-
it. Did you authorize them to do that?
I did.
And are you aware that as part of the analysis of your phone, that there were text messages between you and Ms. Poague that were extracted and preserved from the phone?
Yes, sir.
And have you, some of those text messages, well, you've met with me, is that right?
I have.
And some of those text messages, we actually, we discussed, I asked you some questions about some of them, is that right?
Yes.
When you saw those text messages, were you able to determine of your own memory, or by looking back in your phone again, were you able to determine that the messages in the format that I showed them to you,
Yes.
that they were accurate, that they were the same messages that were actually in your phone or had been in your phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you remember, even if you don't remember the details of each message, did you remember the context of the various messages?
Yes.
Okay. So these are from the phone extraction. Okay, these are not the screenshots. These are from the phone extraction. And these are messages that start. They start. Let's see. The first one is August 17th, 2023, and they go up through Then they move forward, and there's more on the 17th, and then up to the 22nd.
August?
Yes.
Is that the one you gave me before?
No, the ones I mean before, the ones that from January.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
You got a copy of that? Where's that copy?
well, other than the drive, I can get a separate copy of this. But I'll let you. These are the messages that this is the section I'm going to put in now, which is they start back here on the 17th at 10:30 and then move forward to here. Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked, what I am now marking as State's Exhibit 37. And it consists of 4 pages. For the record, Your Honor, it consists of 4 pages, and it shows text messages by and between Ms. Permort and Ms. Poague during the time period from August 17th, 2023 at 10:30 p.m. up through, there's a message from August 22 of 2023 as well. And you don't have them in that format. T, I'll let you use it right here. Hold on. Here you go. I'm going to hand you a copy of my working copy here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you State's Exhibit 37, which consists of 4 pages. It covers the time period that I mentioned just a moment ago. And then you look at these, and if you recall, they begin here and go backwards from the back to the front. Okay. So you might want to read them that way. Could you just take a look and glance at those and tell me if you recall seeing those or recall those messages being in your phone and knowing that they're in your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And who are those? Your Honor, this time I'm going to tender State's Exhibit 37.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you flip to the last page 114.
Okay.
And the first message, the message that starts this exchange between the two of you, is it August 17th, 2023 at 10:30:51. And it's the message that on that form is the very one at the bottom. Okay. So the first message is from who to who?
The first message is from Trinity to me.
Okay. And what does that message say?
It asks if you were up, says you up.
Right. And then you responded a few seconds later and said what?
Yes.
Okay. And then after you responded and said you were up, Ms. Poague sent another message. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the message that's at the top of page 114 of that printout.
Yes.
What does that message say?
It says, why do I feel anger towards JD? Like earlier when we were in bed and JD kept touching Jay's face, I almost cried.
Your response to that, which came again just a few seconds later, and this is at the bottom of page 113. Your response to that was what?
What do you mean? Like you feel anger towards JD? Question mark.
And then her reply to you a minute later, what was what?
Like, I don't know, not jealousy, but like I want to love him, but instead of loving, I just feel like angry, like want to punch him. LMFAO, OMG, that sounds so bad.
What does LMFAO stand for?
Do you want me to say that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but yes, can you tell?
It stands for
Most people probably know what it stands for, but I'd like for it to be in the record.
it stands for laugh my fucking ass.
And OMG is,
Oh my God.
IDK is,
I don't know.
and WYM.
What do you mean?
Okay. All right. So then after that message to you from Ms. Poague, was there another message that came short, just a few seconds later from her?
Yes.
And what does that message say?
Ever since he's gotten here, Jay has not touched me.
And then at the bottom of page 112, the next message, which is at 10:34 and 48 seconds, again, is from her to you. Is that right?
It is.
And what does it say?
He's currently on the floor.
Now,
in the context of these messages, in the context of other conversations that you'd had with Ms. Poague, do you know who she's talking about and what she's talking about when she says he's currently on the floor?
I believe she's talking about Jay.
And would be on the floor where?
Of the dorm room, I would assume.
Would it be like on the floor or on something else? Was there an air mattress in there?
I'm unsure about this time.
Okay, you don't know if there was an air mattress at that time.
I do not.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. In any event, you responded to her message at 10:35 that night on August 17th. And what did you say?
I said, I think he's just trying to take care of JD and make sure he has space and everything he needs. I don't think he's trying to come off as not wanting to touch you or be with you. But that's his baby, you know.
And then she replied to that about a minute later and said what?
Maybe it's just because he had a kid with someone else, and I'm just starting to realize that I can't be with someone who doesn't have my kid.
And then your reply to that was what?
I can understand where it may be hard to raise a kid who's not yours.
Subsequent to that, a few days later, on August 22, was there another message from her to you that appeared to be a forwarded message that, like, she sent you a message that she had sent to someone else?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to read read it yourself briefly, the message that's there in the center of that page. The one that starts, I've told you.
Okay.
Do you remember getting that message or a message to that effect from her?
Yes.
And what was the context of that message? Like, who is she talking to in that message?
Jay.
But she sent you what?
I believe a screenshot, or probably just forwarded the message to me.
Forwarded the message. Okay. Had y'all been to, did you know what this was when you got it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what was the message that she forwarded to you that she had sent to Jay earlier in that week or that day?
Read it aloud.
Please.
I've told you from the beginning that I would always try to love JD is the same as mine. But since me and you have gotten serious, every time I see him, I just get angry at the world, and I just have a gut feeling of anger. I don't know what it is. Maybe because I'm so young, and I know if I am committed to you, then I'm committed to him. You're 24 and I'm 18, and I know that the age difference isn't much, but you have a kid and you have more responsibilities than just spoiling me. I don't want to be your second baby mama. I want it to be your first, but that won't ever happen, and I don't think that I can continue to be in a relationship with you and have that in the back of my mind.
Over time, from that point in August forward, did you ever have conversations with her in which they weren't recorded in messages, but where y'all talked about this particular issue?
Yes.
And what did she express to you as to how she felt about the child, and the child as it related to her relationship with Mr. Williams?
I would say around the same things of she didn't know if she could love him like her own kid, that she would get angry at him when he was there.
Did she ever express her anger and to you? Did she ever express her anger in a way related to how she felt about the child?
She would say such things as, I would want to run him over with my car.
She told you that she wished she could just run him over with her car?
She did.
In November of 2023,
there's some more messages and I guess I'm just announcing this for the record. These messages, Your Honor, that I'm about to ask her about, or I'm going to show her this exhibit. The exhibit will consist of 5 pages. And it's messages that began on November 9th, 2023 at approximately 10:30 p.m. And then proceeded from there same day to like 10:40 p.m. So it's about 10 minutes worth of messages. And it's going to be marked with State's Exhibit 38. I'll show it to Mr. Gamble, and I'll show it to the witness. So, they go in reverse, but
We're back here.
yeah, yes, sir. I'll show you these, and I just told you what the dates were.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 38, and if you would look at, start back here, reading forward, and just tell me if you recognize the messages that are in there. Do you recognize those messages we talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. The first message in that series of messages, the one that is at the very end of the page, or the end of those pages, that's time-stamped November 9th. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't think I tendered the exhibit. Tender States 38.
Do you have any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
The first message in that series of messages, it's got a timestamp of November 9th, 2023, 10:33:58 p.m. And it is from Ms. Poague to you. Do you see that on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you read that message to the jury, please?
It's okay, LOL. I'm just going to sleep in your room. I can't do JD crying that much. Hopefully he's in a better mood in the morning.
Do you know what she was referring to about wanting to sleep in your room and hoping that he'd be in a better mood tomorrow?
As in what was happening then?
Right. Is in what was happening at that time during that time?
Give me just a second. I don't recall exactly what this situation is.
Was Mr. Williams and the child, were they in Americus at the
Yes,
dorm
yes.
during that time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then after she sends that message, what's the next message that she sends to you?
I promise not to touch anything, LOL.
Okay. And then your reply to that was what?
Yes, yes.
What was that last thing you said?
I promise to not touch anything, LOL.
And then your reply to that message was what?
You're fine.
And then you sent another message just a few minutes, just a minute or two later, on that night at 10:34:36. And what did your message to her say?
Is he still crying?
Talking about who?
JD.
Did he cry? A lot?
I would say yes.
When he was at the dorm, could other people hear him crying from time to time, or do you know?
I have no idea. I was right next to her, so I could hear.
You could hear him through your wall.
Yeah.
And You ever been around other kids? Little
Yeah.
kids that age?
Yes, sir.
And it just in comparison to whatever it is that you would consider to be sort of a average, be quite more or less than most children you knew.
I would say about the same. I didn't really think any more or less.
What made him cry, generally?
I'm really unsure.
I mean, hungry, sleepy,
Yeah,
tired?
normal things like he wanted to eat or he was tired.
Did you, at any time in there when you saw the child, did you have a sense from either his behavior or his appearance as to whether or not the child was possibly the victim of some kind of abuse?
No.
Did you ever notice anything that would appear to be an unusual amount of bruising or scratches, marks on his face, on his body, or anything like that?
No.
All right. So you asked, is he still crying? And then her response at 10:35 and 21 was what?
No, not right now. But Jay is trying to tell me what to do, and it's pissing me off because it's like you don't even go to sleep with your own kid. If he's sitting up, he's not going to go to sleep.
Okay. And who's she referring to as if he's sitting up, then he's not going to go to sleep?
I'm unsure. I believe JD.
I'm sorry?
I believe JD.
Okay. Okay. I'm talking about JD is the one that's not going to go to sleep.
Yes.
All right. And then she sends another message right after that. And what does that message say?
And then I'm trying to take a shower and I had to bathe him and I just sat him down and let him cry because I'm not about to baby him.
Not about to baby him. And who was she referring to then?
JD.
That she wasn't going to baby the baby?
Yes.
Your response that came just a moment later, about 3 minutes later, that's shown at the bottom of the page 58 there, in the ones you have in your hand. What was your response?
Trinity, you just let him cry.
Okay, and her reply to that was what?
Yep.
And then what did she say after that message that said yep?
I was trying to bathe him and he didn't like the water hitting his face.
What was your question? At your response to that? Did you ask a question essentially?
I asked after that, I said, did you sit him right in the line of the shower head?
And she said what?
No, I was turned to my back to the water and he was sitting in front of your stuff. The water wasn't even getting in him that much.
The water wasn't even getting in him that much?
Yes.
Okay. And then you replied what?
I said, oh, what the heck, JD?
Okay. And then she sends another message at 10:42 to you. What does that message say?
He's just tired. Maybe he will be good for you, but as soon as I get back, I'm taking his ass home.
Which says maybe he'll be good for you. Who's she referring to?
Me.
You?
Yes.
Do you know if this was some point at which you were planning to or had agreed to watch him for some period of time while
I
they
believe
were
I must-
together or something?
Yes, I believe I must have agreed to watch him the next day.
You'd agreed to watch him the next day?
I'm gathering that, yes.
Okay. All right. And after she says, I'm taking his ass home, she sends another message in that series. And that's, well, two more. The one just above that. What does it say?
I'm done. I can't do it, Paris.
And then the one after that.
I'm not ready.
I need to put this up there in just a second. All right. Show these to Mr. Gamble.
You coming back, so I can know you coming back.
Right.
Okay,
It
I
goes
got you.
all the way to the last message that day at the hospital. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the last one I got.
Mhm.
Okay, Mr. Moore, I'm gonna hand you a exhibit, as part of State's Exhibit 39, 1, 2, 3, 7 pages. Do you, look at those and tell me if you recognize what's shown on those 7 pages?
Yes,
What is that? We have there.
that is a text thread between me and Trinity.
I'm sorry,
That is a text thread between me and Trinity.
a text thread between you and Trinity?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's something different about that text thread and the way it's displayed and the ones that we were just going through?
These are screenshots off my phone.
And who took those screenshots?
I did.
And when do those, what time period do those messages cover, if you know?
January 13th and January 14th.
January 13th and 14th?
Yes, sir.
Donna, I'm gonna tender, State's Exhibit, 39 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so leave it without objection. Ladies and gentlemen, she will be our last witness today, but I do want to finish up.
Let's go with this thing. Well, I don't guess I have a choice. Judge, I'm sorry, just a second, I gotta reconnect this. It will stay this way. What is the? I did tender them, right?
Yes, sir.
What is the date, the date and time of the first message that's shown in that exhibit?
January 13th, 9:28 p.m.
And well, I haven't had this much trouble with the display on it until now. I apologize, and give me just a moment, I'll have it back operating. At this time, I'm going to display it up here. At least in here. So the first message that she sent, who sent the first message?
Trinity,
And what time is that message?
9:28 p.m.
What did the message say?
Are you coming back in the morning? Somehow I got stuck with JD.
Are you coming back in the morning? Somehow I got stuck with JD.
Yes, sir.
Where were you when she asked you, are you coming back in the morning?
Yes, I was at work. I worked at Magnolia Manor. I was a certified nursing assistant.
Okay. What do you do at Magnolia Manor?
I was a certified nursing assistant, so I take care of elderly.
What shift were you working then?
night shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
So when she sent this message at 9:28, she said, somehow I got stuck with JD. And then what was your response to that?
Yeah, I'm coming back. How'd that happen?
And then she says what?
He made me feel bad because it's already late and JD is being so fussy. So he asked if they could stay.
And you asked what?
What are y'all going to do about tonight?
Her response was what?
No clue. I guess I'll probably sleep on the air mattress in the sink area. I can't do being around JD anymore. He hates me and I hate him.
Now, when she says, I'll probably sleep on the air mattress in the sink area, you know what she's referring to then?
I was under the impression that she would be the air mattress into when you first walk into the dorms. It was a common area with 2 seats on the right, and then our rooms broke out with different doors.
Okay. All right. And so when she sends the message that says, I can't do being around JD. He hates me and I hate him. Did you reply to that?
I said, is he sleeping with JD in your bed?
And her response?
Probably.
And then there are several messages that you sent at that point. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, what are those?
Trin, that's so messed up. Make him get on the air mattress with his child. That's not your kid and y'all aren't together.
All right. And then if you go to the next page after you said, and y'all aren't together, what does the message say?
I know. I told him after tonight he better not contact me.
And then you sent another message that says what?
Well, you can sleep in my bed if Jay and him are in your room, but I want to come see my child.
Okay. Now, what do you mean by that? I want to come see my child.
I love JD, so I wanted to come see him on my lunch break.
And what did she say?
You want me to stop by your work and let you see him?
And your response was what?
No, I can come on my break. Are y'all at the dorms?
And then what did she say?
No, I went to Albany to go to Sephora. I'm on the way back.
And you said, let me know when you get back, right?
Yes.
And then that was a good time for it to go out. Then there's another message right after that that says, we're at the dorms, right?
Yes.
What time is that message? The one that says we're at the dorms?
9:59.
All right. When she said she was back, what did you say?
Okay, I'm coming. It's me and Caitlin because I got on a break a little earlier.
Okay. And what time was that?
10 o'clock and 10:05.
10 o'clock. And what?
The second message is at 10:05.
10:05. Okay. Do you know what time you got to the dorm? Well, let me back. Did you go to the dorm?
I did.
Do you know what time you got there?
Around 10:30.
So sometime between this message and 10:30?
Yes.
How long were you there?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Did you see Miss Poague?
I did.
Did you see JD?
I did.
Did you see Jay Williams?
I did.
What were they doing? What was their status at that time? I mean, in terms of what were they up? Were they asleep? Were they?
They were awake. They were awake. They were in Trinity's room.
All three of them were in Trinity's room?
Yes.
Okay. Did they appear to be in the midst of any kind of a fight or anything? Any kind of an argument or anything?
No, I believe Trinity was changing JD's diaper.
Okay. So at that point, did you know, or did she say anything about what the sleeping arrangements might be for later that night?
Not that I can recall in there.
Okay. So if it's not in the text, you don't recall
No, sir.
may have been said at that point, right? Okay, so you were there at 10 or left somewhere a few minutes later, around 10:30. Oh, I know what I was going to ask that I skipped. What was JD's condition when you saw him?
He was normal. Perfectly fine.
Did he appear normal?
Yes.
Did he act normal?
Yes.
What is normal for him at that time? What was normal for him in terms of like his demeanor and so forth?
If he wasn't crying, he was usually just kind of straight faced. He never really changed his expression. I actually picked him up at the time and held him on my hip and was trying to tickle him, make him laugh.
Did you get a good look at him?
Yeah.
Did he appear to be hurt or injured in any way?
Not that I could tell.
Did you see any bruises or marks on his face?
Not that I could tell, no.
Do you think you would have, if you had seen something like that, do you think it would have stood out to you?
I believe so.
Did he appear to feel okay when you saw him? I mean, did he appear to be in any kind of pain, like he was hurting or anything?
I don't recall him being in any pain.
Now you said that Ms. Poague was changing his diaper, or when you got there, she was changing his diaper as you got there?
I believe so, yes.
Did she make any comments about anything being wrong with him, about him being sick or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
Did anybody tell you that he was sick or had been sick or wasn't feeling well or anything else like that?
Not that I remember, no.
All right. So you left, and then when did you next hear from Ms. Poague?
At 11:46 p.m.
And that was the same night, right? January 13th?
Yes.
All right. And what was the message that you got from her at that time?
Is it okay if I watch TV in your room?
And you responded with what?
Yeah.
She said, thank you. And you said,
Are you okay?
right. And then what was her message after that when you said, are you okay?
She responded with, yes, I'm okay. I just need a break, like mental break. JD isn't asleep and Jay is knocked out all over the bed and I didn't want to play the TV. I'm sorry, LOL. I didn't mean to seem like a bitch earlier.
Okay. All right. Now she's telling you that she's okay, but she needs a mental break because JD won't go to sleep and Jay is asleep on her bed.
Yes.
Okay. So did you tell her it was okay for her to watch TV in your room or whatever she wanted to do there?
I did.
Right. And then what did you say? Your response was,
No, you're okay. LOL. Wake Jay up and get him to help JD go to sleep.
okay. And then what did she say when you said, tell him to get up and help JD go to sleep?
She said I did, and he just put him beside me and let him roll off the bed.
And let him roll off the bed?
Yes.
Right. And then your response was?
What? In all caps.
And she said what?
Yep. He's okay.
She said, he's okay.
Yes.
Now, did anything else get said to you about JD rolling off of a bed, falling off of a bed, or anything else about whatever his sleeping arrangements were that night?
No.
So the next time is it the next time you hear from her, that next text message that came at 12:41 p.m. the next day? Is that the next time you heard from her that you know of?
No, the morning I got off of work, I came back to the dorms about 7:15 p.m. a.m. Sorry, 7:15 a.m. And I was leaving to go to work or to go to Griffin to see my dad at church. We briefly passed in the common area of our bathroom, but it was just I love you. I'm going to Griffin. And then this was the text message I left on her. Okay. All right. So when you saw her there, when you got home from work at 7:15 or whatever that morning, and you saw her in the common area of your room, were you able to learn then from talking to her, or were you able to see by observation later whether she had slept in your room the night before? It didn't look like anyone had slept in my room, no. Did she say anything about having slept in your room? No. All right. So then at 12:41 p.m. on January 14th, she texted you and she said what? I need you to call me. Jay just took JD to the hospital. Right. And you basically replied, yeah, I'll call. Is everything okay? What happened, right? Yes. Right. And then at what time did she send the next message to you? 1:06 p.m.
Okay, and what does the message say at 1:06 p.m.?
There's cops everywhere. I have no clue. He was watching TV, and when I picked him up, he was just so weak, but he was breathing. They don't think he will make it. They don't think he will make it. Was at later at 1:47.
Okay, all right, so the message at 1:46?
1:47, yes. The original, the big,
Yeah, the one before, this is there's cops everywhere.
that was 1:06.
1:06, okay. She says, I have no clue. He was watching TV, and when I picked him up, he was so weak, but he was breathing. Did you have any idea what she was talking about in terms of him being weak or her having to pick him up or anything like that?
No, sir.
She then sends a message that says they don't think he will make it. Okay, was there any conversation that took place either before these messages or in between these messages or whatever that you can recall in which she gave you any outline or understanding or explanation for whatever had happened
There
up
was
to that point?
there was a brief phone call. I believe it was during this time. Something along the lines of he had a skull fracture, but the medical doctors were coming back in to talk a little bit more, and then she hung up. It was very, very brief.
Okay, so sometime before that 1:46 message, she told you something about he had a skull fracture, but then she had to hang up because the doctors were coming in.
Yes, I believe so.
All right, and then your next communication with her was that message about cops, everything, he was so weak, etc. Was that the next communication between y'all?
I believe between that message and the 1:47 that they don't think he will make it was the call.
Okay, all right. So it would have been a very brief phone call then, if that's the case, right? All right, and then your response was what?
Trinity, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
And she said,
I don't know what to do.
right, and then you asked her a question. What did you say?
Did they say what happened or why they think that?
Okay, and what did she tell you?
He hit his head at some point. I don't know. They won't give us each information.
Think she may instead of meaning to say each, that might be a typo, that it was supposed to be something else.
Maybe much.
Much. They won't give us, he hit his head at some point. I don't know. They won't give us much information, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ask a question about last night. What's your question to her?
Didn't he fall off the bed last night?
And when you said, didn't he fall off the bed? What was her reply?
I don't know. I was asleep.
How did you respond at that point?
I said, Trinity, I don't even have the right words to say. Just know I'm praying so hard for you and Jay. I love y'all and Jetty so much. I'm so sorry I'm not there.
And then there's some messages from her, several in a row. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what do those messages say?
My mom is coming up here. Apparently, they plan on taking me down to the station. Later, an hour later, she says he has a skull fracture. Apparently, all of his friends and his sister think I did it.
Okay, stop there. What time is that message?
3:42 p.m.
All right. And then after that, she sends another message that says what?
My parents are on the way.
And then?
I didn't do it, Paris. I would never lay my hands on any kids.
Okay. And then after she says, I didn't do it, I wouldn't lay my hands on the kids. Okay. What's her message after that?
I'm not around him more than 5 minutes by myself.
You said, Trinity, I know that. You asked her if her parents know everything now.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What were you referring to when you said, do your parents know everything now?
I was referring to her and Jay's relationship.
Okay. To your knowledge, were her parents aware of her relationship with Mr. Williams?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Had she told you at any point that she was keeping it a secret,
Yes.
or at least for now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you say, do your parents know everything now? And she says what?
Yes. I don't even care. I'm freaking the fuck out.
Right. And then what did you say?
Everything is going to be okay.
Her response to that was what?
No, it's not. They will charge me because I'm the girlfriend. I would never hurt him.
And you said what?
I know that. Everyone will be able to see that.
And then
her response when you said, I know that, everyone will be able to see that. And I'll wait for it to pop back up. Maybe it will. Well, maybe it won't. What was her, there it is. What was her response at the bottom there?
How the fuck do you get a skull fracture?
Okay. And then you sent her, and I'm going to flip to the next page because it's easier to read on the next page, but you send her a message after she says, how do you get a skull fracture? Okay. And she sends you back, or you send her a message. What does that message say?
You texted me last night and told me he fell. That had to be it.
Okay. So this was the second time in this conversation that you made reference to the fact that she had said something about him falling the night before.
Yes.
Right. And when you sent that message, what was her response?
But that was only off the air mattress, and the air mattress wasn't that far from the ground. I can't text about it. I don't know what's going to happen to me.
You said what?
I said, I'll call you in just a minute to check on you.
And her reply was what?
I babysit all the time and nothing like this has ever happened.
Did you know if you've had any other communications or messages with her since that message that day?
Not with her.
The comments that she had made about, I'd like to punch him in the face, or I wish I could run over him with my car. In fairness, I mean, did you take those? Did you interpret those yourself as a threat of some sort?
That she would act upon?
Yeah.
No, not that I thought she would actually.
Thought she was just talking,
Yes.
venting. What's the phrase? Venting. She was venting.
Yes.
I need just a minute, Your Honor. How did Ms. Poague act around the child when Mr. Williams was there?
Very indifferent, in my opinion, just depending upon if their relationship was going good that day or not.
Okay. Was there any point at which you perceived her as acting, I guess I would say, openly hostile towards the child? Or not?
Not very openly. I wouldn't say very openly.
Not openly hostile. Okay. What do you mean by that? Not openly hostile?
I mean, maybe in the privacy of the dorm room, but not in a bigger situation.
Okay. Did you ever observe any physical violence directed at that child by her or by Mr. Williams?
Not that I can recall.
Did in November of 2023?
Let's cut that off.
Yes. Sir. In November of 2023, did you hear anything from her about an incident involving her hitting the child with a dresser drawer, or pulling a dresser drawer and hitting, or a cabinet drawer or something and hitting the child in the head with it?
Not that I recall.
Okay. She didn't say anything to you about that having happened?
Not that I remember.
Did she ever say anything to you about some incident or possible incident about the child hitting the wall in December of 2023?
Not that I recall, no.
In all the times that you saw the child, whether in her immediate presence or not, did you ever see the child at a time that the child appeared to be in some kind of physical distress?
No,
Did you ever see the child in any time in which he appeared to be injured in any way?
no, sir.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please court. Mr. Fairmont, I'm Lee Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Very good. Just have not a whole lot of questions. I know it's getting late in the day, but I do have a few. First, may I approach the
Yes, sir.
witness? I don't have a copy of those first two. These two, he just showed it to me. I mean, I do have them on some computer hard drive perhaps, but not a hard copy of them. If I understand things correctly, you met Trinity sometime before y'all began school in college in August at Georgia Southwestern, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, y'all met well enough that you went different places together and became friends before you became roommates in your suite, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even to the extent one time you came and had helped her with a pageant that she was dealing with,
I did.
correct? And she went to things with you,
She did.
correct? And then y'all decided because of the friendship you struck up from Facebook and then being around each other to room together at Georgia Southwestern.
Yes.
And as I understand, y'all was rooming the whole time from August until this incident in January 14th, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that you believe that Mr. Williams came to see her with the child, or sometimes, maybe as many as 5, correct?
Yes.
But you also were asked how many times did he spend the night, or when he came, did he usually spend the night? Did he spend the night with her each time? And you said usually.
Mhm.
Of those 5 times that he came with the child, was there some of those times he did not spend the night but just visited and went back home with the child?
Not that I remember.
So are you saying then the 5 times you recall would be 5 times that he came and spent the night with the child?
Yes.
Now, in addition to spending the night with the child on 5 times from, I assume, August until January,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
He spent the night a whole lot more than that with her, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And it wouldn't be uncommon for him to spend the night on weekdays with her, correct?
Yes.
A couple of times a week usually?
Yes.
That didn't bother you?
No.
It's okay with you?
Yeah.
And he spent the weekends almost every weekend, correct?
Yes.
And so that would be at least somewhere 3 or 4 times every week he was spending the night with her in her room and you were in your room in the same area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the same time, were you working night shift most of the time?
Yes.
I mean, while you were in school, did you work the night shift?
Yes, sir.
What, Monday through Thursday or Friday? What did you do?
My schedule was kind of irregular. Maybe I might work 2 days out of a week, 2 night shifts out of the week.
Okay. So you were gone sometime at night, but you'd be there a good bit of the time, correct?
Yes.
So were you around them a good bit in their relationship?
Towards the latter part, no. Me and Ms. Poague went separate sororities, different friend groups. So even when I was not at work, I wasn't always in the dorm.
Okay. Now, you testified about some early August conversations you had on the phone on text messages in which y'all were discussing the child and her being uncertain about having a child in a relationship and that type of thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were aware at that time the relationship was fairly new between her and Mr. Williams, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you knew they started dating maybe sometime in June, right?
Yes.
And here we are in August, so it's only a couple of months, right?
Yes.
And were you with her or did you friends with her when she first met JD?
I'm not sure.
You don't know exactly when she met.
I don't.
But anyway, you do know they started dating about June though, right?
Yes.
And you've already described it, I think, as you've already said it, but to some extent, this was a pretty volatile relationship, correct?
Yes.
It was up and down, break up, make up all the time, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that it was sort of an immature relationship?
Yes.
And you had expressed to her at times that you felt like it would make more sense for her maybe just to break up with Jay, correct?
Yes.
Because you saw the situation as the way it was going, that didn't make a lot of sense, right?
Yes.
And I think you let me see if I can, you read some of this. It's going to take me a second, John, to figure out from where it came from. But you read part of the text that came from the early August, correct?
Yes.
One thing I recall that she had said to you about being in your room, I promised to not touch anything. You remember that?
Yes.
She meant your stuff, right?
Yes.
She wasn't talking about I promised not to touch JD. She's talking about I promised not to mess with your room, right?
Yes.
Mhm. At one time, let me ask you if you recall this being in a text message. She said to you, "No, not right now, but Jay is trying to tell me what to do, and it's pissing me off because it's like he don't even get with his own kid. If he's sitting up, he's not going to sleep." You remember that being read to you?
Yes.
And she meant by that the child is up and wanting daddy to be with him, but daddy's already asleep, correct?
Yes.
And it was fairly common for her to be left in care of JD during the times that JD came and spent the night at the dorm room, wasn't it?
I would say they shared that responsibility.
Did you see her often bathe the child?
They usually did it together. From when I was-
Did she often change the child's diaper?
Yes.
Did she carry the child around sometime when they went places?
Yes.
Now, you remember when there was a text message in which she had sent you a screenshot where she had said some things to him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to understand what this text is. Well, I'm not sure if I'm finding it right now. We're not taking too much time, but when that text message was sent of the screenshot where she had sent to Jay, and she had said basically that she didn't think she could do this and she didn't want to be with him and the child, and it's better off if they maybe go their separate way, that type of thing. You recall that?
Yes.
You didn't read the reply to it, but the reply from you was that you agreed and thought that was a good idea, didn't you?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. So, I mean, you were recognizing that time period in August that maybe the best thing for them to do is to break up
Yes.
because of all that back and forth and the questions about having a child, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you could understand to a degree, an 18-year-old girl just going to school, in nursing school, would want to have her own life and her own start, correct?
Yep.
I mean, you're kind of in the same position,
Right.
right? Doesn't mean you couldn't take over somebody else's child, but at the same time, that's another factor in a relationship, correct?
Yes.
And even on the day that the texts were sent about being at the hospital, you were clear when you replied to her messages that you loved her and JD and Jay, correct?
Yes.
And when she said she didn't do it, you replied several times and said, "I know you would never do anything like that," correct?
Yes.
That's what you believed, at least at that time, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you weren't just saying that to appease her, were you?
No.
Okay. Now, you said also that the child cried a good bit, but maybe not more than others. But would it be fair to state that the child could be somewhat fussy at times?
Yes.
And you've been around some small childs where they can especially be fussy when it's bedtime, correct?
Yes.
Fight and sleep and that type of thing.
Sure.
And this child being brought into y'all's dorm room was a place where he didn't have really much to play with or anything, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the sleeping arrangements, are you aware of whether or not the child from time to time slept in the regular bed with either Jay or with Jay and Trinity?
I assumed that was what was happening.
You
Yes.
think that's what was happening?
Yes.
You were aware of that, right?
Yes.
So it wouldn't surprise you if they were on the regular bed, not the air mattress, sleeping together, correct?
Yes.
Now, is your bed like Trinity's that sits way up off the ground?
It was.
So it's higher than normal, right?
It was.
Would you agree with me that you would not want a child to fall off of that bed?
Objection, Your Honor. Whether,
I was
whatever
not-
her
I
opinion
was
is
not-
about that's irrelevant.
Would you agree with me that y'all have very hard concrete floors?
Yes,
If you fell and struck that, it would hurt you, right?
yes.
Would it be fair to state that even though Trinity talked about the child being something that she maybe not be ready for in a relationship, she also complained about from time to time Mr. Williams being too controlling?
Not that I can recall right this second.
Do you recall her ever talking to you about him wanting all of her social media password accounts?
I knew about her wanting his,
You never
or
heard of it?
both be going it both ways. Yes,
You knew they both wanted each other?
yes.
Did he get angry with her from time to time when she was out and about in college, where she went to some event or things like that when he was not around?
Not that I really remember right this second.
You don't recall him getting angry one time when you and she were off somewhere and he didn't like it because she was not responding on the phone?
Not that I can recall right this second.
You may not be aware of that.
Not right now, no.
Now, you said one thing that JD was learning to walk when you first saw him, correct?
Yes, well, in the later.
The latter
months,
part.
yes,
So you met him, I don't know if you met him, but sometime in August you met him.
yes,
And then as we get on toward November, maybe, he's starting to walk.
yes.
And like most toddlers, when they're starting to walk, did he have these bumps and bruises where he'd stumble and all that kind of thing?
Not that I observed.
Did you ever observe him stumble and fall?
Yeah,
Because he's trying to learn how to walk, right?
yes.
Now, you know, you initially had a text message there at the very end of the text threads. That was the January 13th and 14th text thread that began on the night of the 13th. You recall being at, you got in your hand there, right?
Yes,
And that was where Trinity told you that initially the child had fallen off the bed, but was okay, correct?
yes,
Now, later, she told you it fell off the bed, but it was apparently from
the air
the
mattress.
blow up air mattress, correct?
Yes.
Do you know any reason why if she had caused harm to the child, that she would try to minimize the fall and say it was from an air mattress rather than the high bed?
I didn't know.
Have you ever talked to her about that?
No.
I believe that's all the questions I have, yeah.
All right, you agree to Rick?
I don't think so.
All right, may this witness be excused?
None, Your Honor. She may be excused.
All right,
Yes, yeah, I'm about to say
thank you, ma'am. You can be, you're free. Go ahead. All right, that'll conclude matters for today. I would like for us to again start at 9 o'clock in the morning. I really appreciate everybody's diligence and getting here right on time. We haven't had to wait. And everybody's, I've noticed, and people are paying attention, really, really involved in it. And so I really appreciate that. That's important. Keep up the good work and also keep up with my instructions and please don't look at any internet or TV or anything like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that is the end of day 2. So we are into day 3. I guess I should have put a little survey out here because I did this kind of like live, but not live. It was pre-recorded, live, but not live, right? So I put this out as a no fluff version. But my question to you guys is, do y'all want to go into day 3 or y'all want to call it quits for today? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to move on to day 3. No, I'm still here. Remember, it was pre-recorded. Okay, you want to go on to day 3? Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me get it pulled up for us. In the meantime, let's listen to some tunes. No, I was here. I was just here. I had pre-recorded it. I'll cut that part out. For the no fluff versions for everybody. Okay, let's listen to some of our tunes that we got while I'm doing this, getting us set up. Okay. So this is day 3 in the morning. So let's go through and let's see who they got on the witness stand today. I know that we already have heard from yeah, he came over here earlier. Yeah, he'll probably be back. No, you should hear me. Oh, he dissed us, busy. I don't think he dissed. Y'all think he left and he come back? Maybe he couldn't come back. Maybe he'd be back a little later. All right, well, let's go into day 3 and we'll determine how long we want to stay and listen to day 3. If not, whatever we don't cover tonight with right now with day 3, I will go ahead and I will whatever we don't cover now, I will make as a premiere, if that makes sense for us in the morning. Okay. All right, guys, here we go.
We all did, I would have learned today, that I did subpoena a couple people that were, or told them either one did not be here till 11 or 1, depending on who they were. And
Okay.
so just be on the lookout for a witness potentially, maybe won't come forward.
Did you hear that, Brandon?
I did not. I had a couple people that told not to be here till 11 or 1 o'clock, depending on who they were. One I did get cleaned tonight, just be okay. But then they show up, just be aware of waiting tonight. Well, I know somebody stopped me. Yeah, please does not come in.
All right. All right, and the jury's here. Are you ready, Mr. Lamb?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury.
so.
All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Yes, sir. The state calls Lieutenant Timothy Allen. Lieutenant Allen, if you'll just pause when you get to the witness stand and look towards me, please. Raise your right hand. Swear the evidence you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, sir. What's your name?
Timothy Allen.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the American Police Department.
What's your position there?
I'm a patrol lieutenant.
Do you now, or have you in the past also worked a side job, as it were, at another location in Americus?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
I'm my side job is Phoebe Sumter Medical Center.
Okay. And what do you do at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center?
I'm a security.
How long you been with the police force?
I've been with the city for about 20 years.
Okay. And how long have you been with Phoebe Sumter?
Phoebe Sumter, I've been with them for about 4 years.
How much do you work over there?
How much do I work?
Uh-huh. How many hours a week typically?
Maybe 18 a week.
18 a week. Okay. Okay. So, did you were you working at Phoebe Sumter on January 14th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And that afternoon,
Let's make sure all the phones are off, please.
sometime shortly after lunchtime, do you recall seeing a white Mustang pull into the parking lot and up towards where the emergency room entrance is?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What happened when you saw that car pull up? Tell me first where you were.
I was sitting in the security booth.
And where's the security room?
It's as soon as you pull up, it's right there in the front near the entrance to the emergency room.
Near the main entrance to the hospital, or the front entrance to the hospital, or the emergency room entrance on the side?
The emergency room on the side.
Okay. And so you're in the security booth and you saw the car pull in. Where did the car pull up to?
The car pulled up. What we noticed was the car pulled in the wrong way. So that brought some attention. And once the car pulled the wrong way, I noticed that a black male exited the vehicle.
Where did the car stop? Did it stop?
It stopped right there at the emergency room entrance.
There's like a portico, like
Yes.
it covers like a brick portico where you can sort of pull up underneath it to load or unload passengers. Is that?
Well, you can, you can pull in, but it's nothing covering it until you get out of the vehicle.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so he pulled in that area up next to the emergency room. He got out. So it's a black male got out, and what did you see when the black male got out of the car?
The male was holding a infant baby.
And what did you see him do?
He got out. He rushed inside the ER, made contact with the hostess desk. At that point, I don't know what he advised them because I was paying attention to his mannerism. So at that point, I knew it had to be something serious. So by the time I walked out the security booth door and walked down to the ambulance bay entrance, by that time, Mr. William was brought back with the infant child, and they had the infant child inside one of the rooms working on it.
Okay. All right. There's a couple things there that you covered that I want to go back to be very clear about. So when you saw him come into the front, you were still or through the ER door, you were still in the security booth, right?
Yes.
And you saw him come in with the baby. And did you see what he did with the baby?
No, so not at that time.
Not at that time. Okay. And you said he stopped at the did you say the hostess desk? What's the hostess desk?
The hostess, when you come in, you talk to them, you tell them the reason why you're visiting the ER.
So it's just sort of pre-check-in. I mean,
Yes.
It's like the first person you can talk to when you come in the door.
Yes.
So where did he go from the hostess desk? Could you see?
immediately, I believe the hostess got up and scanned the badge to let him through the back. Once they went through the doors, the hostess got the attention of the nurses and doctors that was back there in the ER, and that's when they started tending to the baby.
Okay, so what did you do? You said that something about going through the ambulance entrance. Tell me about how you did that.
So I exited out the security booth, and that led to outside. Walked a short distance down to the ambulance bay and entered the ER through those doors.
When you went through those doors from the ambulance side, did you see Julian Williams?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, so and back a moment ago, you said you saw a car pull up with a black male. Did you know it was Julian Williams at the time, or did you just learn later that that's what his name was?
I learned later that was.
Okay, you didn't know him when he first came up.
No.
So you came into the ambulance door, and where was he when you came to the ambulance door and saw him?
He was standing at the trauma room where they was working on the baby.
Okay, was he in the room with the people who were working on the baby, or was he in sort of that common area right outside the room?
He was in that common area, but real close to the door.
Okay, so he was near the door where they were, but he wasn't in there with them.
Right.
And what did you do?
At that time, briefly, I went inside the room to take a look at the child to see exactly what was going on. One of the nurses pointed out a couple of injuries to the baby face. At that time, I made contact with Mr. Williams and kind of pulled him away from the ER and walked him out the ambulance bay.
Now, when you say you pulled him away from the ER, you don't mean that in any physical sense.
No, we walked out.
He walked out.
Yeah.
I mean, he
I
voluntarily went with you.
Yes.
You asked him to go with you. And,
Yes.
yeah, and why would you walk from there outside?
Because at that time, because of what was going on with the baby and what they was doing with the baby, didn't want him to. He was already emotional. Didn't want him to continue to be getting even more emotional, noticing what they was doing with the baby. And plus, I had to find out what was going on and why the baby was brought to the ER.
Now, you said a few moments ago that you had watched him as he came up, that you were watching his the way he was acting, his mannerisms or whatever. I think you said that is how you knew that it was something serious.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe about his behavior or his demeanor or his attitude, whatever? What did you observe about him that caused you to reach that conclusion?
Well, when you brought the baby and he had the baby over his shoulder, the baby wasn't moving. It appeared that the baby didn't have any life to him. Once I made contact with him in the ER, he was emotional to the point where it appeared that his life had been drained out of him.
Was that one of the reasons that you felt like it might be better to get him away from from the immediate area where they were tending to the child?
Right.
So you asked him to walk outside with you. Where did y'all walk to?
We walked out the ambulance bay and stood in the ambulance bay area.
And you asked him what had happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did he tell you whatever it was that happened? Did he tell you where it had happened?
Not at that
where
time.
he was?
Not at that time.
Okay. All right. So he told you, what did he tell you about what had happened?
He stated that the baby had failed. And at that point, that's pretty much all he had said.
Okay. Now, do you recall when we met before? Did he tell you where he was when the baby fell?
No, sir, not at that time.
Not at that time. He just said the baby had fallen.
Had fallen.
And what did he do? I mean, after he told you that, what did you do?
At that point, because of the nature that I observed the baby, and I radioed to the on-duty shift supervisor and advised them that I had a situation at the hospital that was dealing with the infant baby.
So you radioed to the on-shift supervisor where?
APD,
America's PD. Okay, radioed the APD. All right. And why did you call APD?
Because at the time I was believed that the whatever was going on with the baby had happened somewhere in the city.
Okay. Once you called APD, did you continue talking to Mr. Williams? Was he still standing there with you?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything further about what had happened while y'all were standing there?
Yeah, so he further advised that that the baby had fallen out of chair based off of what his girlfriend told him.
Okay, so he said his girlfriend told him the baby had fallen out of a chair.
Yes.
Did he tell you where he was when the baby fell out of the chair?
Not at that time.
I mean, did you ask him at any point, like where were you there? Did you see it? Where were you? Did you ask him that?
Not at that time.
Was there anything about his physical appearance that was notable to you in any way?
For his clothes wise, it appeared that he had 2 large stains on the right side of on his right shoulder.
Did you find out did you know what those were? Did you recognize them or learn from him what was all over his shoulder?
Yes, I later found out that it was vomit from the baby.
So was there any point when you were talking to him that the girlfriend came up and started talking to you, joined you?
Well, while we was outside, the nursing staff came out and advised that at the time that we was believed was they advised that the baby mom had showed up.
Okay, so the nurse came out and said the baby's told y'all that it was the baby's mother,
Yes.
which of course is not true, but
Not true, right.
but that's what they thought at the time.
Yes.
And did she come out to talk to you?
Well, me and Mr. Williams went back on the inside, and we stood not by the trauma room, but more close to the nurses station desk.
And who was there with
At the time, it was me, Mr. Williams, and Miss Trinity.
Okay. When you were standing there near the nurse's desk, did y'all continue having any conversation about what had happened?
Yes, at that time I asked Miss Trinity what had happened.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She said that the baby was sitting on a chair, like she described it like a lower beanbag chair. The baby was sitting on a chair eating some chips and drinking a juice. She turned away from the child. She heard something with appeared to have fallen, turned around, went and picked the baby up and attended to the baby.
Okay. Did she say anything to you then, or did Mr. Williams say anything to you at that point about where he was when the fall had happened?
At that point, that's when I found out that the baby was at GSW.
Okay. Okay. So someone was telling you where he was, and that's when they explained that the baby was at GSW?
No, I didn't find out till after we walked back out the ambulance bay that Mr. Williams was not there at the dorm room with Miss Trinity and the baby.
Okay, so you didn't know at that point. You didn't know that he wasn't there when the baby supposedly fell out of the chair. Do you recall Mr. Williams saying that
No, I object to lead the question.
Look, Your Honor, I'm trying to bring to.
Well, I didn't hear the complete.
I'll tell you what. I'll just start back over. I'll rephrase the question. Did anyone say anything to you during that time when you were standing, either whether you were right there or outside? Did anyone say anything to you about how Mr. Williams learned about the fall?
Yes.
Learned about the baby falling?
Well, at that point, Lieutenant English and Sergeant Webb had arrived.
Okay.
I had already called Chief Lewis and was advising him of the incident that they had a incident involving an infant baby.
Now, why would you call Chief Lewis?
Chief Lewis because he's the chief of GSW campus police.
So when you found out that this had happened or something had happened on the GSW campus, you called Chief Lewis?
Yes.
Right. You said English and Webb arrived. Who were that?
That's Lieutenant English and Sergeant Webb. They was the supervisors on duty at the time.
From the American Police Department.
Yes.
Now, were you wearing a body cam of any sort?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Okay. Why weren't you wearing a body cam when you were working it that day?
It's not common for me to wear it. For one, being in the ER, I don't want to run the camera due to any HIPAA violation.
You can't, you're not supposed to be recording stuff, but just generally in the ER, people coming and going, right?
Right.
Okay. And did you do a report of any sort yourself about these conversations?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did anyone describe for you a call or calls being made from Ms. Poague to Mr. Williams after the baby had supposedly fallen?
Any calls between the two?
Right.
No, sir.
Okay. You don't recall anybody talking about who had called who?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh, are you talking about with the condition of the baby, or what had happened with the baby, or?
Right. I'm talking about like after the baby supposedly had fallen, did anyone tell you about phone calls between the two of them?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
From whom did you learn anything about the phone calls?
From Mr. Williams.
Okay. And what did Mr. Williams tell you?
Mr. Williams stated that he left the campus to go to Walmart and get some diapers and to pick up some pizza. He advised just about the time that he got back on campus, he got a call from his girlfriend stating that something was wrong with the baby.
Got a call that something was wrong with the baby. And then it picked up from there what you described to us earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Hold on 1 second, please. Nothing further this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, may it please court. Good morning, Lieutenant Allen. I'm P. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague. You doing okay today?
I'm good.
Good. I just have a few questions for you. You were on duty there at the ER, and that's a place that you're familiar with from having worked there for a while, correct?
Yes.
And in this particular case, you see a young man come in with a child in distress, so you obviously followed up and tried to find out what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Now, when he first came in with the child in distress, you described a scene where the child is very quickly handed off to be taken into the ER room, correct?
Correct.
And they began, I assume, to work on the child right then, right? Now, there was a nurse present at that time.
There were several.
Can you tell me, do you recall who was present?
I can't.
Was there any doctor present at that time?
I believe Dr. Buzzin.
Did he come in with the nurse?
I think he was already there.
Okay. So you're watching that and you took Mr. Williams away because of the situation and wanting to talk to him, correct?
Yes.
And the thing that he told you is the child he's the first person to tell you anything about what might have happened. He said the child had fallen, correct?
Yes.
Now, later on, he had told you about a telephone call from his girlfriend that had informed him the child something was wrong, so he needed to come back, correct?
Yes.
That's the scene you described where he was in the parking lot or very near the dorm when he got called, correct?
He was somewhere in that area.
And she calls him, but he said at that time, he said that the only thing he told you about the telephone call, I think you had said that something is wrong with the baby.
Yes.
He did not tell you that she told him anything about what caused the harm to the baby then, did he?
Not at that time.
And then when he got there, he just simply told you the child had fallen, correct?
Yes.
And when he told you that at that time, Miss Poague, who was misidentified as the baby mama, but was actually his girlfriend, was not present at the hospital yet, was she?
Not at that time.
So he couldn't have been talking to her there at the hospital about anything. He came right ahead and she arrived later, didn't she?
She did.
Now, this was a fairly serious matter, was it not?
It was.
And in your training, I suppose you've been taught that normally you would make a report instant report to try to detail things when it's of serious nature that might involve criminal matters, correct?
Well, if I was on duty, I was on Phoebe Sumter. I was on duty at Phoebe Sumter, but not necessarily in my duty capacity with the APD. So in that sense, I wouldn't do a incident report. But if I was on duty, my actual duty with APD, yes.
So when you're working just security at Phoebe, your duty to make a report and all is not the same as when you're with the American Police Department. Is that
Right.
it? That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any ready?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Okay, well, this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lamb?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant. You're
Yes, sir.
first. There you go. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
State calls Mathis Wright. Reverend Wright, go step towards that witness chair up there, the witness booth, and pause, please, and look back towards me.
Reverend Wright, if you'll receive the oath from Mr.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat, sir. What is your name?
Mathis Wright.
And it's Reverend Wright, is it?
Well, yes,
Mr. Wright, Reverend Wright.
Well, I am a Reverend.
Okay.
Reverend Wright.
And Reverend Wright, at a point in the past, you have also you served as a deputy coroner. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when was that you were a deputy coroner?
Between January 1st of 2020 through December 31st of 2024.
And why did you leave that role as deputy coroner?
Because the coroner, the new coroner, that was an election, and the new coroner that won did not retain me as a deputy.
So there was I mean, that's essentially a political position in a way, right? I mean, it's a political. The coroner is an elected position, and deputies are folks who are appointed by whoever the elected coroner is.
That's correct.
And they are free, aren't they, to choose whoever they choose to be their deputies if they have deputies even.
That's correct.
Okay. So who was the coroner that had appointed you as a deputy?
Mr. Clifford Walton.
Okay. And then when Coroner Walton went out of office at the end of December of 24, that's when you left office as well.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. In January of 2024, specifically January 14th of 2024, did you have occasion to address a matter involving the death of a young child by the name of Romeo or J.D. Angelus?
I did.
How did you first become involved in this?
I received a call from the hospital staff that I was needed at the emergency room at Phoebe Sumter in Americas.
When you went to the emergency, do you know what time you went to the emergency room? I'll ask it that way. Do you approximately what time you went?
I'm not really sure exactly what time it was that I actually arrived there, but I don't recall exactly what time.
Okay. In any event, did you go promptly or shortly after you received the call?
Yes, usually we are instructed to try to, from the time we get the call, to try to be at that destination between 30 minutes to an hour.
So you were there within an hour at least?
Yes, within an hour of the time I got the call.
When you went to the hospital, can you tell me what you did when you first got there? Who did you see? Who did you talk to?
Well, when I own hospitals, when I arrive, when it's a situation like that, when it's someone that have died and the and a law enforcement agent is involved there because they were at the scene. If it's a death where they are not involved, then I speak to the hospital staff first. But if there's a law official there that's involved in the case, I speak to that officer that's in charge first.
And do you recall who you spoke with when you got there?
Yes, Officer Allen.
Did you get any preliminary information from Allen?
Yeah, that be the purpose, is to ask him what we got, what does he perceive that we have.
Did you subsequently talk to anyone else about what had happened?
I did. After I left Officer Allen, I got one of the nurses to show me which room the baby was in.
I went in and took a preliminary look and examination of the baby just to see what kind of condition that I could see visually that was wrong with the child. And from that point, I went to the father.
Where was the father at at the hospital?
He was in one of the I'm going to say one of the side rooms there that they have outside of the ER, or family room is what they call it.
Okay. Did you talk to the father there?
I did.
Did you talk to anyone else?
In that room, it was just the father and I think that it was the father and the aunt. And I didn't really talk to the aunt that much. The information I found out about her was she was the one that see about the baby during the day on a regular occasion. I asked the father about what had happened.
Okay. And when you asked him about what had happened, what did he tell you had happened?
He said that he had arrived sometime the night before, that he had left to go get pizza, and when he left, the baby was doing fine. And when he returned, the baby was in distress, having problems breathing, and he didn't know what had occurred or happened. And that he had brought the baby out to the emergency room.
Did you talk to anyone else about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
From there, I went to the other family room where the defendant was, and I talked with her. And in the room, her parents was with her, and I asked her about what had happened during the time, and she said that that the baby was eating potato chips, and that the baby had became distressed and had fallen out of the chair that the baby was in.
Okay.
And then from the earlier conversation, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. So she said that the baby was in a chair eating chips.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the baby, you said, became distressed and fell. What did she tell you about the fall? And
Well,
what did she mean became distressed? What did she describe to you?
well, she really didn't actually describe it exactly what were the circumstances around it, and at that point I didn't really press her to give me any more details about the actual fall.
Okay. So when she told you the baby fell out of the chair, what did she say happened, or what did she do at that point once the baby fell?
Well, from the indications was that she really, from the way it was described, it happened really close together, or almost simultaneously. Like when that happened, the father came back almost at the same time. That may have occurred, that she didn't really have much time to actually do much.
So this happened, and then the father who'd gone for pizza or whatever came back sometime shortly after.
That's
the
correct.
fall. Okay. Did you prepare any notes or a report or a memorandum or anything describing what you did, what you observed, who you talked to, and so forth?
I did.
Okay. And as soon as I reach in here and pick up, I thought I had a clean copy over there with me, but I don't. I got to get one. Here it is, right here. Get a sticker. I'm going to show you, Reverend Wright, 2 pages that I had marked as Exhibit 40. Do you recognize those 2 pages that I'm handing to you?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are those?
The one that's in my left hand are my written notes that I did while I was right there at the scene. The one that's in my right hand is the face sheet that I got from the emergency room. And then I added some additional handwritten notes on this document that I have in my right hand after I got back to the office.
Okay. Now, with regard to these notes, let me ask you, do you recall what Julian Williams, the father, what he told you about how he learned of the fall or how he learned what had happened?
The dad said that when he came in, that the baby was in distress, and that the girlfriend had told him that the child had been eating some chips.
Did he tell you how he learned that the child had fallen?
Yes, that the girlfriend had told him that the baby fell.
What he told you that she had told him, was that any different in any material way from what she told you had happened?
Yes, because if you look at my handwritten notes, it's like in two sections.
Okay, I'll hand it back up to you and let you. Your Honor, I'm going to tender Section 40, although I will say at this time that I don't believe that ultimately that it would go out with the jury or the continuing witness, but I'm going to tender it so that the witness can refer to it as he's testifying.
Do you have any objection?
Under those conditions, Your Honor, no.
So it'll be tendered, but it will not, because it's a continuing, it's a statement, it won't go out with the jury. Is that
I
correct?
think that's the rule, Your Honor.
All right. I just want to make sure y'all both agree with that.
Yes, sir.
So it'll be tendered into evidence, but this is a document that will not go out with the jury.
Okay, so I gave you notes. So what are you referring to now when you said that if you look at your notes, you could tell me?
In the first part, it starts out by saying history, like in the first paragraph. That's when I did the summary of what Officer Allen said, the father said, and what my initial statement with the girlfriend. And so
the sections you have that says history, you said it's based on what Alan said, what the father said, and what the girlfriend said.
correct.
So sort of so it's kind of a combination, like
Right,
an
it's
overview
sort
of
of
everybody.
Yes, a summary of what I had been told.
Okay, all right. And then you have, go on from there. You have some separate notes to what effect?
Correct. And based on what I had been told, I had a second time when it says girlfriend statement. And I had checked the baby and I had asked the hospital staff, and no one had seen any evidence of chips being eaten. I asked the EMS guy about did they find any chips at the scene, and they said no. So when I asked the girlfriend about there was no chips found with the child or in the child's mouth, then she gave me a different story that that something to the fact that the child wasn't eating chips, but the child had fallen. And she also had said, because I put it right here, that that the child was not eating or drinking anything. So I went back to Alan and said that I got a conflicting statement about what happened.
Right. And did the girlfriend tell you that she was the one who had told Mr. Williams about the fall?
Correct.
Okay. So she told you that she had told him. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did anyone indicate to you how long he may have been gone, or how long it was before he got back from the time of the fall, or anything to that effect?
Yes, it was said 5 to 10 minutes from the time he had left to go get pizza to the time that he had came back. And that was what, and the dad said, William said, 10 to 15 minutes that he was gone.
So one of them said that he was gone, was gone for 5 or 10 minutes, or had been gone for 5 or 10 minutes when the
Right.
fall happened.
Yes. And that the fall had happened between that time.
Okay. So she said that he had been gone for 5 to 10 minutes when the fall occurred.
Correct.
Did you take any steps after receiving information from both of them and the officer and the folks at the hospital as well? Did you take any steps with regard to the disposition of the child's body?
Yes, our office took possession of the child's body. I notified the crime lab in Macon, Georgia about and gave them a summary of what my report was. And if you notice on my handwritten notes, the cause of death at that time was unknown, because just visually looking, you could see the bruises and the swelling some on the body, but you couldn't really determine what was the cause of death. So we set up for an autopsy to be done, and then after that, that's when the cause of death was determined.
Is that customary for someone from the coroner's office to make that decision about whether or not an autopsy is performed and make those arrangements about an autopsy being performed?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Reverend Wright, good morning. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague. Are you doing okay today?
Yes, sir, Mr. Gamble.
Thank you. I've got a few questions for you, Reverend Wright, concerning the autopsy, et cetera. Not the autopsy, but the coroner's report, I'm sorry. And you've already testified that you came and got a call because as your duties as the assistant coroner, if the coroner wasn't available, then you'd fill in for him, correct?
Well, not exactly in those words.
How did it work then?
The way it works is that we take a month or a week or a shift. Like my boss would say, I need you to work this week, so that we all would kind of have some off time, that we wouldn't be on call all the time. So this incident happened to occur on one of the weeks I was assigned to work.
Okay, I got you. You're on call like a police officer being called. You're filling in a particular position in time, and that was your time to be. If anything came in, you were the one to handle it.
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of coming as a coroner, you're the first one to come to try to make a determination about first if the individual is indeed dead, correct?
Correct.
And then, if possible, give a cause of death. Because sometimes it's a routine matter where you come that someone's an elderly person that died or whatnot, and you can make some evaluations based upon what you're told by the hospital staff or the family or something of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
And then when you have situations like this where it's a little more detailed, sometimes you still can make some determination, and other times you're not able to make that determination on your own, correct?
That's correct.
And this was one of those times where you couldn't tell yourself exactly what the cause was, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you did, though, still try to take in some information, determine what's going on, and you made, I guess you made a report of some sort. Is this the normal way you make coroner's reports?
Well, yes, it's my way of doing it. Someone else may do it a little different from the way that I would do it, but I normally start out with the history. They try to find out what has happened before the event occurred, and then do that. Then I will go and do like the follow-up, like it says, where I would take a statement and then I'll mark it statement. So each one will follow something similar to this, but they may, depending on the circumstance, I may change it somewhat, but basically it's what I have seen and determined at the scene.
But what I'm asking specifically, maybe a little bit more directly, the first page of your report is a Phoebe Sumter Medical Center face sheet that you've kind of written out some information about addresses and things like that, correct?
Yes.
And I mean, that's not a coroner's report sheet or stationery or anything that's on. It's actually from something you just grabbed from Phoebe Sumter and scribbled on, correct?
Well, no, we get this all the time. If we go to the hospital, we're going to ask for this, because sometimes the addresses are wrong, people names are wrong. And if you notice, I put different names, different addresses, because sometimes the people that's involved are not the people that we have to contact to get certain clearance on. In other words, like the girlfriend wasn't the mother, so I needed to find the mother. And if you notice, the notes on this sheet is to find out who the mother was and where she lived, what her phone number was.
Now, the second page of this document is a handwritten report, correct?
Correct?
Is that normally how you would do it, just a handwritten report on a notebook paper?
Yes, this is pretty much the standard that I would do, but like I said, could change depending on the situation.
What is the exhibit number on this? 40. Can we pull up, we got to do another copy of that. Can you pull that up on the screen so I can ask questions about
Yes, sir.
that?
Let's take a brief recess so we can get that going.
Okay.
It's early and I have to have a comfort break. All right. So we're going to take about 5 or 10 minutes if anybody needs to step in to the restroom. That way they'll go ahead and get the computer going before we get back. Sorry, brother. Yes, sir. Good. Do you need to use the restroom?
Yes, sir. I can just use
Yes,
one
you
time.
can step right out there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, I saw a couple of y'all were about as eager for that break as I was. I want to make sure that you, and it's morning times, especially when you get a little gray in your hair, you need to get to the restroom. But I don't want you to sit there and be uncomfortable. If you need a break, you raise your hand. We'll take a break at any time you want to. Okay, Mr. Gamble.
Thank you, Reverend Wright, I'm not going to ask you questions really about this first thing that's showing on the screen, but that's the face sheet that we went over a minute ago, what we were talking about, the first sheet of your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the one that you just get some details about and make sure the phone numbers and if the people are wrongly identified and stuff, you try to make corrections, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
You could move to that second page, please. Of course, second page now, that's more or less your coroner report concerning this particular event, correct?
Correct.
And you've been trained before you became the assistant coroner. You had to go to some classes and whatnot to be certified as coroner, didn't you?
Correct.
And they taught you a lot of things about what to do as a coroner, but one thing they taught you was to make a report that contained all important details, correct?
Correct.
So as much as possible, when you're taking down information, you want to make sure if it's something you feel like may have bearing on this situation, you'll try to put it in the written report, correct?
Correct.
And I understand you're not going to put every single detail of what time you left and when you were there and all that, but the major details are going to be in there, right?
Correct.
And I'm looking at this report on the first paragraph, and you have a heading that says history. If you see that at the first paragraph.
Correct.
And very quickly out there, it tells first that the girlfriend called dad and said child was acting funny. You see that?
Correct.
And then you said dad said child had fell face down. You see that?
Correct.
So that was important information to put in the report because at least the initial report from dad was a child fell face down, correct?
Correct.
And then you go on down and it says, I can't tell you exactly what this word is, so I'm not sure what you're saying. Oh, I think it says bruising face and head, correct?
Correct.
Was that what you observed?
That's what I observed.
Okay. And then it says mother said child was eating chips, correct?
Yep.
But no evidence of chip you put, correct?
Correct.
And then you talk about the child being dressed, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
Now, nowhere in that paragraph did you say anything about the mother telling you anything about how the child fell, correct?
Correct.
And I mean, that's an important detail, is it not?
Well, for my job, I am there not to determine who did what. I am there to determine what caused the death. And every little detail, like you said, I don't actually write it down like someone like taking what's being said today. When I'm asking questions, I will listen to what's being said, then I make notes. And my earlier testimony was the first part is a summary of what I had been told. So in this paragraph here is a summary of what 3 people told me. And all I'm doing is getting information to give to the crime lab about what I've been told, what I see, and then that's it. It's not to determine whether she did it, he did it, or anyone did it. I just know that I got a dead child. This is what I'm told, and this is what I see.
But you would agree with me, things like a fall can help you determine what caused an injury, correct?
Well, once I knew it was a fall, like I say, I ain't trying to determine who did it or caused the fall. I'm just trying to determine at that point to tell the crime lab that the baby had a fall. We don't even discuss whether the mother did it or the daddy did it or who did it. I just have to let them know that a fall has occurred. So when they do the autopsy, that's what they start their investigation from.
So whether or not the fall about the mother being saying that's in the written report or not, you still claim that that Trinity told you that. How did you say? She said she claimed the child fell out of the chair. But before that, you said the child was in distress and fell out of the chair. Correct?
Yep, that's what she said.
And that sounds like a child that's got something already going on and then slumps over and falls out of the chair. Correct?
Correct.
So what she's describing was not, a child fell out of the chair and then all of a sudden is having problems.
Objection, Your Honor, that's the question, is argument, not a question.
Well, I'll let him finish the question, but you can't ask him what she meant.
I withdraw the question. Okay. Now, going on down, you do note that you talked to the girlfriend and she told you, a lady you called girlfriend being Trinity, correct?
Correct.
And you say down in that part of it that she tells you that the child was not eating the night before and was not really eating that morning either, correct?
Correct.
And when someone says that their child is sitting eating chips and drinking, it could mean that they've got the food prepared for them to do that, but they weren't actually doing much eating, correct?
No, that's not what I was told. Because if you go back to my first paragraph, I specifically wrote, mother said child was eating chips. And then if the information that I was retaining, I wouldn't have never probably went back to her a second time. And that's when I asked the question and said to her, but there was no evidence of chips.
Of course, the child was thrown up, had it not?
Well, I didn't go to the scene at the where the incident occurred. I only saw what I saw at the ER, and there was no sign of vomiting. And I did ask the EMS, was there any sign of anything they saw? And it was basically no.
So with your testimony, you saw no sign of vomiting from any place in any place that you looked at concerning this case, correct?
That's correct.
Not that you looked at all the places, but the places you were at, the ER room, you did not see it, correct?
Correct.
You did not see it when you were talking to Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct. Because he wasn't in the ER room with me.
You didn't see it any other way on the floor or anything, correct?
No.
Now, this report, if you could pull it on up where it moves up a little bit on the screen, please. That's good. No, back right there. When I'm looking at the report, it ends up by saying, but right was most noticeable, talking about of some bruising and whatnot.
Right.
Then you have ... there. That indicates to me that there's some more to this report. Is it?
No, that was just my ... that when I'm talking to the crime lab, I may have said something to them when they ask questions, because when you call them, they're going to ask you a series of questions as well. So in that ... was probably stuff that they were asking me when I was looking at the sheet reporting the death to answer some of the questions that they probably had.
Now, after you did your this coroner's report, isn't it true that you were interviewed by WTVM television station?
I don't recall. And the reason is that I got interviewed a lot, but I don't recall this one per se.
Is there any possibility that you told them that looking at trauma, some of it appeared to be, I'm going to say, past history as well as new? Did you tell the TV station that?
I don't recall saying that because I had no evidence to say past, because I was only looking at what I saw there. When I did my own examination, I did look to see if I saw any old bruising. And that was while I had asked the questions earlier about who seen about the child. And but I didn't see any bruising that looked that it was old. So they may have misquoted or misunderstood what I said, but I didn't see any old bruising.
So you don't believe you said that? You don't believe you said that?
No, I don't believe I said it.
That's all the question I have right now. All right. Any redirect?
No, sir.
All right.
No, thank you.
May Reverend Mathis be excused.
Yeah, I would ask, he's under my subpoena as well, that he remain, he may have to be recalled.
All right. If you Reverend Mathis, if you'll remain in the witness room in case you're recalled, and don't discuss your testimony with anybody because you're under the rules of sequestration.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Agent Samantha Fort.
All right, Agent Ford.
Swear the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. I sent it. Will you check with Mom? sorry, because I moved so much stuff around over here, and I was looking for some documents that I was waiting for somebody to bring me from across the street, but I will go without them for the moment. All right. What's your name?
Samantha Ford.
Where are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation out of the Americus office here in Sumter County, Georgia,
And how long have you been employed by the GBI?
for 9 years.
As a special agent, what's your job in a general sense, your generalized job duties?
Investigate crime, anything from theft all the way up to murder.
How does the GBI get involved in an investigation, at least typically?
Typically, we're a request agency. So chief of police, sheriff's office, district attorney's office, somebody like that request us to help with a crime. In this particular case, I got requested by the Georgia Southwestern University campus police.
And when you were requested to become involved in this, when was that?
January 14th, 2024, approximately 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
As part of your investigation, did you at some point obtain information? Did you obtain information from various telephones, various cell phones?
Yes, I did.
And whose phones did you seize or obtain by request?
I obtained 2 separate phones from Julian Williams. I obtained a cellular phone from Trinity Poague, and I also gained access and consent to get Paris Permort's phone.
So the phone that you seized from Trinity Poague, or that you got from Trinity Poague, how did you get it?
During the interview that I conducted with Ms. Poague on the January 14th, we were discussing some videos during my interview that she was showing me in her phone. And at that point, I realized there was evidence in her phone, so I seized it.
And then did you subsequently get a search warrant to permit you to, or permit the GBI to access the contents of the phone?
Yes, I did.
And after you got the search warrant for the phone, did someone in fact access the phone?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, how do you do that?
So we have a device, it's a digital extraction device. And what it does is essentially makes a copy of all the information in the phone at that time and just makes an entire copy of it. And it doesn't do anything to the device other than copying the information. And so it stores it in a unreadable format, basically. And then you have to create a reader report or like a PDF report or something to be able to access the information inside the phone, kind of make it easier for you to follow along and read and find information.
Did you, when you accessed the defendant's phone, Ms. Poague's phone, were you able to extract any text messages or instant messages that had been sent between Ms. Poague and Mr. Williams?
Yes, I was.
Speaking, is Trinity Poague in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Okay, can you kind of identify for us where she is and which individual she is in the courtroom?
Yeah, she's sitting at the defense table. She's the middle female in the olive green shirt.
Okay. And you know her not only from result of this investigation, but I mean, you have met with her personally and questioned her or interviewed her, filled out an arrest report, went through that whole process, the arrest process, et cetera, with her. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So, and this is the same person you got the phone from?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. All right. So when you access those messages from Ms. Poague to Mr. Williams, one of those messages, well, let me ask you, I'll do it this way. What state's 41? What is that document?
These are messages that were pulled out of, I believe it was Instagram, possibly Facebook. There were a couple of similar social media accounts that had similar names, and off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly which one, but these are messages that are not text messages from cell phone number to cell phone number, but in another format on social media. But this is one from Trinity to Julian, or Jay.
All right.
On
what's the date and time of it?
December 17th, 2023, and it is, let's see. I'm looking at the time difference. The only reason I'm looking at the time difference is because it's in UTC time. May I explain that real quick?
Yeah, I'll just ask you to do that in a moment anyway. So that's fine. You can go ahead and do that now.
So UTC time is coordinated universal time. It is the time that is whatever time it is at 0 degrees longitude, like the prime meridian, and it establishes a time for the entire world. And then like Eastern Standard Time would be -5 hours from that. So you would just subtract 5 off of what UTC time is to get the time, what it is right now. Like March to November, when the time changes, it would be -4, if that makes sense.
All right, so UTC time, why do these different reports, these various data sources, like computers, phones, et cetera, why do they use UTC time? Do you know?
Well, it's a standard time because it's not, this device that we use, this program is not only here in Georgia, it's worldwide. So that's their standard to put it in UTC time, because crime doesn't only happen in Georgia, it happens everywhere, and phones change times and all of that. So it keeps it standardized, and then you can change it to whatever time zone you're in, just to make it easier for you.
Right, so you subtract some hours for Eastern Standard Time, you add some hours for time in Asia or other places.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So you were trying to do the math and subtract 5 from that
Yes, sir.
timestamp.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me now what time that message was sent?
It looks to be around 11:24 p.m.
Okay.
So that would put it on the 10th, December the
and
10th.
December the 10th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what does that message say?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Jay, I don't know if I can do this anymore. This weekend was a struggle for me and I don't know what to do. I love you so much, but letting JD hit the wall and see the damage it did really hurt me. And it just lets me know that I don't have JD's best interest at heart. You should not be with a girl that doesn't love your son. I keep trying and trying, but nothing changes. Every time I see him, I cry. I cry because he looks like you, just like you. And a part of me wishes he wasn't yours. I cry because I realize that you and someone else share something so sweet, and that's love for him. I don't know what to do, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Like when you called the face expression you gave me. I cannot be around him anymore. I'm sorry. I don't know where that leaves us, but I know that you will never make a decision. I want a family of my own, Jay. Every time I see him, I just want to cry. Seeing him happy and how he is with you at your house and how he is with me, he hates me, Jay. He cries nonstop with me.
All right. Now, I want to ask you to look at a different exhibit. This is from the group main messages, which also were extracted from the phone. And then this is to show you State's Exhibit 42. And I'd like for you to tell the jury if you can identify this. And if you need to see I pulled one sheet out of a packet. If you need to see the whole packet in order to identify it, I can address it. Did I tender 41, Your Honor? I thought I did. But didn't, I would tender State's 41.
Any objection to 41?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Give me that packet. Do you know what that's from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that that you're holding?
These are some messages that I pulled out of Ms. Poague's phone when I extracted the data. So when we do investigations, I'm just a piece of the investigation. You heard from crime scene earlier. I had my supervisor who was out on scene helping me do some interviews. He had done some witness interviews for me and given me information from some of the other witnesses on the hall that there was a group me message that involved several of the other students that were on the same hall as Ms. Poague. And I had pulled these messages out of the group me message between some of them.
But these were messages that were on Ms. Poague's phone.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That had been sent and in some instances received in the group me text group.
Yes,
right?
sir, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So the message that, I'm sorry, so the sheet that you're holding, State's Exhibit 42, is that true and accurate printout of what's included, or at least that portion of what's included in the phone?
Yes, it is.
All right. We tender State's 42.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, submitted without objection.
There's a message on there. Let me think which one. It's the third one on that page. Okay. What's the date and time of that message?
December 10th, 2023. Let's see, that's midnight. Probably about 10:36 p.m. Well, so we back it up. So it's December 9th at about 10:36 p.m.
And that message is to a group of girls on the
in the residence hall where she lives. Is that right?
Yes, sir, based on my understanding of reading the entire thread.
Okay. And what does that message say?
This one says, y'all, I'm sorry if you hear this baby cry. He doesn't feel good, so everything he does, he cries about it. I promise I ain't killing him.
And that message was on December the 9th, which was the night before the message saying, I'm sorry for letting him hit the wall and doing the damage it did or whatever.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. When you were examining Ms. Poague's phone or examining the data that was extracted from Ms. Poague's phone, did you extract some data regarding some internet searches, web searches that were performed on the phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when were the web searches that you were looking at, were there any from January 14th, 2024?
Yes, sir, there were several.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what time were the web searches in question?
I don't remember at this moment without referring back to some things on exactly when they started, but in a general sense.
Well, if you need to look at your report or your notes, you can do so if you have those.
Yes, I do. So I remember there were some that while we were still at the hospital. So just kind of a recap, I got called about 2 a.m. I don't live here in Sumter County, so it takes me a little bit of time to get over here. We were at the hospital for quite a while, and then we moved from the hospital over to America's Police Department here in town. So there were some at the hospital, and then there were some.
What time were they?
I've got some between 2:30 and 4, and then several more around 7 p.m.
Okay.
But there were also some. Yeah, there were several around 2:30 p.m.
Okay, 2:30 p.m. on January 14th. Okay, all right. What were the web searches? What were the search terms that or search phrases that Ms. Poague typed into her phone during? We're talking at this moment, about the 2:30 to 4 o'clock time frame. What were the messages that she typed in?
How do you get a brain bleed? And can a depressed skull fracture go unnoticed? And then there were also some searches on how to deactivate Facebook. And then there were a couple of other searches related to infant brain bleeds.
And those occurred when you say searches related to infant brain bleed, was infant brain bleed the search term?
I don't remember if that was exactly what it was, but I also noted that there were some that consisted of phrases, what causes infant brain damage and subarachnoid hemorrhages.
Right. And then you said there were some other web searches, Google searches that occurred later that same day?
Yes, sir. There were some when I know to her to be Trinity to be at the hospital, but there were some that I know that she was sitting at the police department waiting on me to be interviewed.
So the 2:30 to 4 o'clock messages, those were, or not messages, but searches, those were where? Where was she when those were done?
She was at the hospital.
Okay. And then the messages or the searches at 7 p.m., where were those done?
At the America's Police Department.
Okay. And what terms did those searches include?
The ones around 7, they were searching for images and information about skull fractures.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Agent Fort, you were the, I guess, for lack of a better term, you're the lead investigator for this particular case, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so you would be the one in charge of trying to make sure that a thorough and correct investigation was done, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And of course, when you first got called in, you knew that there was a child that had some severe injuries that led to the death, correct?
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that the last 2 people that you knew were in close proximity to the child would have been Trinity Poague and the father, Julian Williams, correct?
That's correct.
So naturally, in an investigation, when you first start, the way you start off, most time, I think, is the people most in close proximity that might be able to explain what happened or might even be possible suspects, correct?
Generally, yes, sir.
And in addition to those two people, as you got to doing your investigation, you were able to discover as well that although Julian Williams had the child was actually living with he and his sister, Ashante Burke, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so you also knew that, and in the investigation, if you went a little further, you were able to determine that she really cared for the child more so than Mr. Williams, correct?
I don't really think that's correct, but I think that she did have some significant time caring for the child.
And they lived in Cockwood, Georgia, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
And but you did know that Mr. Williams, by interviewing him and whatnot, you were aware that Mr. Williams spent a great deal of time over here at Georgia Southwestern, spending the night with Trinity Poague, correct?
That's correct.
And so each night he would be with Miss Poague would be a night, for the most part, that he was not with the child, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, sir. If he was here, he couldn't be there. So I
Well,
can't
I
tell you.
understand sometimes he took the child with him and they spent the night, but that wasn't all that often, correct?
I mean, I just have what they've told me. I don't know exact time frames. I know that there were several times when JD has accompanied Mr. Williams here.
Yes. But other than those times, the rest he was by himself, and that would mean that Miss Burr was left in charge, correct?
I can't tell you exactly where he was and who had him, but from what I've been told, she has been a primary caregiver. Yes.
Now, and then in investigating, you began by you interviewed Mr. Williams and Miss Poague, correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
And they were together when you first saw them at the hospital, correct?
I believe that's right.
I mean, I don't know if they were right side by side, but they were in the proximity of the hospital at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir. They were both at the hospital.
Now, when you interviewed them to begin with, did you put them in the same room and interview them then?
No, sir.
Why not?
That's not common practice for anybody to interview. When I interview people, I do my best not to interview them together, at least initially. So I try to get independent statements from people.
And be fair to state that the reason behind that is you want to hear what one person says and then the other and see if they match up.
Yes, sir. You want to get independent statements.
And if you put them in the room together, they tend to feed off each other and maybe you can't get a straight story, correct?
It's possible.
Depends on, I mean, sometimes they may be diametrically opposed and blame each other, but sometimes they may be together and conjure up a story together if you're asking with them there together, correct?
It's possible.
And would I be correct that GBI protocol basically would tell you that when you have that type of situation, you don't want both of them in the same room being interviewed, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say GBI protocol. I think it's law enforcement in general. I mean, I want to do a thorough investigation. I want independent information, interview them separately.
And so that's what your training as a law enforcement officer has taught you, correct?
And common sense, sir.
And common sense. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good. So you interview Mr. Williams at first, correct? Not necessarily he was the first one interviewed, but you interviewed him. You interviewed, I'm not trying to get a timeline of which one first, but let me just go to your first interview with Mr. Williams, okay?
Okay.
Because I believe it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you had more than one interview with Mr. Williams, correct?
That's correct.
And your first interview, you talked to Mr. Williams about what happened. At that time, he told you that Trinity had called him on the phone, and he gathered from the phone call that there was distress with the child of some sort. She could just hear JD, or something of that nature. And he came back to the dorm room and immediately saw that the child had.
Restate your question. You're asking her what?
Asking about what Mr. Williams said. He's already testified, and he's present. He testified again, you know.
Whether he's testified or not, it doesn't make that out of court statement not hearsay. I mean, if he wants to impeach Mr. Williams, there's a way of doing it. This isn't it.
Okay. Before we get into all the statements, I want to address that and something else with both of you. So I'm going to let the jury step into the jury. All right. Are you planning to ask her a series of questions about what the defendant told her in an interview?
Yes.
Okay.
About what the defendant told her or what?
I mean, what
Not the defendant.
the
Williams?
we're going to get to the defendant. That's why I wanted to go ahead and get the jury up. But about what Mr. Williams said. All right. So, I mean, that is a hearsay statement. There would have to be some sort of an exception because it is a statement made by someone other than on the witness stand if it's asserted for the truth of the matter. So what exception would you be operating under?
As my understanding, the witness is present to testify, and the witness can be called to testify. That's the reason the hearsay exception exists, because you can't cross-examine a hearsay statement. You have no way to dispute it. But in this case, he's available to be able to testify and has testified.
Okay, but I don't think that's one of the exceptions. Now, like an impeachment or an inconsistent statement, I know those would be exceptions. And there are exceptions for when the witness is available to testify and when the witness is not available to testify. This under the, Georgia got away from the, more or less has adopted the federal rules of evidence. So for any of these statements that you ask of what the defendant, not what the defendant, what Mr. Williams said, it has to be under one of those exceptions, if I'm not mistaken. One of which would be if you asked him a question and, said, did you say this? And he denied saying that, then I think it would be a prior inconsistent statement. But otherwise, I think you've got to find one of the other exceptions. Am I wrong about that?
In my opinion, yes, Your Honor, but if that's the ruling, I accept it. I'll move forward to something else.
Okay. Now, the other question I wanted to ask you, well, I do think, I'm going to just be clear. 801C of the evidence code, 24-801C, dealing with hearsay. Hearsay means a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Doesn't matter whether he's here or not. And then there are a series of exceptions. I can't remember if that's 802 or 803 or what, but that deal with when the declarant is available. So it has to be under one of those exceptions if you ask her about any of the statements made by the witness, I think.
Under 24-803, Your Honor, those are the exceptions for when the availability of the declarant is immaterial.
Okay, and 801D is the one, a prior statement by a witness, if it's inconsistent, is admissible, or impeachment. So I do think it has to be, under one of those exceptions if you're going to ask a series of questions about what he may have said. Now, we had this pretrial discussion about any statements that the defendant made to Officer Fort, and at this point, those statements have not been put into evidence. So, and I think the rule is unless she's going to testify, you can't ask her about those statements. But
Yes.
I thought you were on that page, but I wanted to make sure before it came up in front of the jury. Okay, so I'm going to flip to 803. All right, and that is the following shall not be excluded by hearsay, even though the declarant is available as a witness, and then it has a series of those. So those are the ones that we would have to be operating on if you asked her about anything that this defendant said. Okay, well, let's bring back in. Wait, you need to. All right. Hey, well, I guess wait just a second. All right, bring it in. All right, Mr. Gamble.
Thank you. Agent Ford, I'm going to ask you some about the interview. I'm not going to ask about particulars about what was said in the interview, but I do want to ask you about the interview. You interviewed Mr. Williams on more than one occasion, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did that all in the same day, or was there one day you did an interview and then met with him at a later time as well?
I interviewed him on the 14th, and then I want to say it was still the 14th, but it was really late, like going into the 15th. So I can't, without looking at the exact time, I know it was later that evening and it possibly ended into the following day. And then I met with him, I don't remember if it was a week or 10 days after the incident happened. I met with him again.
They had three, it may have been the same day for two of the interviews and then another one on a different day for 3 times.
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And of course, you talked to Ms. Trinity Poague a few times as well, correct?
That's correct.
A couple of times that day at the hospital, and then there was another time a little later with her as well, right?
I mean, what do you mean by talk?
Well, interview. Maybe the last time it wasn't really an interview.
The first time wasn't an interview. Later at the police department, yes, sir, there was an interview. There was a second interview at the police department, and that was it.
Okay, so let me get a little bit of feel for the investigation. I know that once you had done interviews with both parties, you went to the dorm, and I believe, or you or some of your agents tried to talk with as many of the people that were at the dorm as you could to see any knowledge they might have, correct?
One of my supervisor was at the dorm, yes, sir, and Agent Gibson.
And some of those interviews occurred with one or the other of them?
Some people on the hall, yes, sir.
And in addition to that, as you already stated, you got the phones from both parties, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to Ms. Poague's roommate as well, Ms. Permont, correct?
I wasn't the initial interviewer, but I did do my own interview with her, yes, sir.
So you did your own interview, and there was someone else that talked to her as well, correct?
Yeah, it was a follow-up interview.
And of course, you had your medical examiner to give you some information about the injuries and that type of thing, correct?
Yes, sir. I attended the autopsy.
And of course, we've already had the crime scene specialist that's testified about going to the scene and trying to collect evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And of course, you heard him testify already, but there's no evidence that he collected from that scene that you consider to be particularly useful in trying to make a decision one way or another about this case, correct?
Define useful.
Well, was anything that he did introduce to try to prove or disprove who did this?
Well, he took some photographs, so we didn't actually have to introduce what he collected, but the receipt that shows he was at Walmart.
So you did get a little bit that kind of confirmed or where he was at near the time, correct?
Well, based on what the medical examiner testified to and what he told me back then, he wasn't present.
And you did get some video of them coming in and out of the dorm area within that time period, correct?
Yes, sir. There was some video.
And you were aware from an investigation that the child came with Mr. Williams to the Americas area, but actually met Ms. Poague in Albany the Saturday night before this occurred on Sunday, correct?
That's correct.
And initially, the meeting was somewhere in Albany at Chipotle, and then they went to a couple of places, and you actually got some video from that to be able to kind of prove that they did indeed go there to eat, correct?
That's correct.
So that part of what was told was true, correct?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
And then they came back to the place where Trinity lived at the Oaks around 10 o'clock, give or take a few minutes. And you know that because you had the video of them coming in for the night, correct?
That's correct.
And you also know that it was a little bit of time after that before anyone went to sleep. And at least there's been testimony that apparently Mr. Williams was the first person to go to sleep, correct?
I don't know exactly when everybody went to sleep, but at some period or another, he did go to sleep, yes.
And so the time window of when Miss Poague was around the child at any time where you could consider it to be alone would have been after 10 o'clock on Saturday night until Sunday at 12 around 12 when the child was taken to the hospital, correct?
You're saying that she was only around him by herself between those hours?
Yes. Well, I mean, I understand Mr. Williams was there in the room, but he might have been asleep.
I mean, I wasn't present. Based on some statements that have been made to me, yes, she was with him at some point after 10 p.m. and had access and was around him all the way up until they left the dorm room 12:35-ish on Sunday p.m.
So you had 10 o'clock at night, that's 2 hours and 12, about 14 hours worth of time, give or take 30 minutes, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Now, you were investigating this particular incident at the time that you got there fairly quickly, I believe. You began to determine that you thought it involved some type of child abuse, correct?
The information provided to me was consistent with that, yes.
And so because of that, you needed to do an investigation to try to determine the who, what, where, and why involving that, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And in trying to make that determination, one thing that can be important in child abuse cases, a lot of times that child abuse kind of leads up to bad things happening at the end. But before that, there's a child that may be getting abused before an incident happens that leads to their death, correct?
I've seen it kind of both ways.
Right. I mean, it's not always that way. Sometimes it's a one-time thing, correct?
That's correct.
But you do know that sometimes there's a lead up, which means that you would want to try to check some background to see if that's possible, correct?
Sometimes, if special circumstances.
Well, this particular case, your own medical examiner and at least some of your doctor reports seem to indicate that they not believe all the injuries happened at the same exact time, correct?
I believe he said it's possible they occurred at different times.
Well, I mean, he said some things, I believe, didn't he, that he thought could not have happened at the same time.
I mean, are you saying at the same event? Are you saying on the same day? I don't think I'm quite understanding what you mean.
Well, in questioning him, he had said some things he thought it could have happened only in an hour or so, that, only an hour window. And some he believed may have a window as much as 24 hours or 36 hours, that type thing concerning certain injuries he saw. You recall that type of testimony?
I recall them saying they could have happened at the same time, but because you can't age bruises like that, it could have been more, but they also could have been at the same time.
Well, with those injuries, isn't it important to try to determine the history of that child to some extent to be able to determine if the child was subject to any kind of abuse in the past?
I believe I did that, sir.
Well, I mean, you did determine, one, you got all the medical records for when the child had gone to the doctor, correct?
I did.
And those records, what did they tell you?
That he didn't have anything wrong with him. He had had some checkups, and I didn't see anything that alerted that he had anything wrong with him. But again, I'm not a medical doctor, so I can't make specific determinations about that.
You didn't see anything wrong with the fact you hadn't been to the doctor at all in almost a year?
I don't remember the time frame on that.
Your Honor, it's irrelevant, first of all, whether she observed, whether she knew that or not. And it's also irrelevant whether she thought it mattered.
It's not irrelevant, Your Honor. I'm entitled to a thorough and sifting cross-examination to determine whether or not this investigation was properly performed in Panama.
I'll allow that question.
Thank you. You do not think that was an important issue?
I'm not going to say it's not important, but based on the immediate injuries to the child and the severity of the injuries at the time, and based on what we know is the cause of death of the child, that didn't matter. That wasn't important.
Well, you interviewed both of those parties, but did you ever go to the home where the child lived?
No, I did not.
So if you sit here today, if I wanted you to, you don't even really know the physical structure of where that child was residing before this happened, correct?
That's correct.
And you have not interviewed anyone that is connected, let's say, to Mr. Williams as far as any of his friends have.
His friends,
Yes.
no, family, not friends.
You didn't, but I'll get fabulous say, but friends, you didn't try to find anybody you consider close to him and interview them to determine if they knew anything about his relationship with the child, did you?
That's correct.
You didn't go to his job site and meet any people he worked with to ask them about it, did you?
No, I did not.
You did not ask any of the neighbors about what they may have observed around that household in the past, did you?
No, I didn't.
And the only other person, family members you interviewed was the Shonda Burr that sometimes keeps the child, correct?
Well, she's one of the primary caregivers, so she was crucial to interview. So yes, we interviewed.
She was crucial to interview. You asked her something about whether she was the caretaker for the child and that type of thing, correct?
Another agency said yes.
You were trying to find out background about it, but other than interviewing Ms. Burr, you didn't determine, nobody tried to determine whether or not she was dating anybody, did you?
I'm sorry.
Ms. Burr?
Trying to
Yes.
determine if what?
She was dating anybody.
No, sir. Her relationship status was not of concern to this investigation.
Well, if she had a boyfriend or someone she was involved with that potentially could abuse a child, wouldn't that be important to know?
Objection. It's irrelevant. There's no evidence of prior abuse. And the cause of death in this case, the undisputed testimony by every physician in this case is that this child died as a result of an injury that he had incurred within an hour.
All right, what's your response to this?
Well, that is not the entire testimony from any of those experts. Those experts went back as far as 48 hours from some of the injuries they said could be, and that leaves in the time frame in which she could not have been the person responsible for. And if it turns out that there were injuries that occurred on a Friday or a Thursday, they could not have been her.
All right, I'm going to allow the questions. The jury will make a determination of what is or is not pertinent.
Thank you. Alan. You didn't, and you don't consider that to be important of what type of person she might be dating as far as exposing the child.
No, sir.
Didn't feel like that was important to know.
Based on the videos and the pictures and the evidence that we have on January the 13th, 2024, the child didn't have any injuries. And then we go into the 14th, and all of a sudden he's got catastrophic injuries where he's dying, and he is taken to the hospital where he ultimately is deceased. Now, we've got videos of JD where he was fine the night before. So no, sir, I did not think that anything that happened with Ms. Burr's relationship status prior to the time when we know the injuries were sustained had anything to do with his death.
Now, when you did your first interview with Mr. Williams, you stated you did a second follow-up, correct?
Correct.
And then even a third one later on, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was a reason you did a follow-up was because you didn't believe that everything he was telling you exactly matched up with what you were investigating, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The agent's subjective beliefs, one way or the other, or motives for conducting an interview are not relevant at all. I mean, whether she conducted an interview or, she can testify if she did or she didn't. But
I think that question asked her to give a judgment on the truthfulness of another witness. I'm not going to allow that question.
Well, when you got the second interview and the third interview, in one of those interviews when he came back, not the first one, but the follow-up ones, he came to be interviewed. He was with his sister had brought him to the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he came in to be interviewed by you because you were trying to follow up to make sure that your investigation was proper and had looked at everything before making decisions, correct?
Generally speaking.
And so you bring him in, and in that interview, at some point, you begin to interview him, and you're not satisfied with exactly what he's saying. So you brought Miss Burr into the interview room and interviewed them together, didn't you?
I don't believe it was like that. Ms. Burr had a video on her phone that I knew of, and I brought her into the interview so that we could get the video and ask him if that was the video he was talking about. That's what I remember.
But you were asking questions about that video, times that it occurred, when it was downloaded, when it got sent, all that type of stuff, correct?
I did ask that, I believe, yes.
And that was with both of them present, correct?
We had already referenced it in prior interviews, though.
And there had been some discrepancies you were trying to hash through, correct?
Without listening to it again, if you pointed to something specific, I might could, but I don't recall that.
You will acknowledge that you're violating the rule you just told me about not having two people being interviewed at the same time, correct?
No, sir, that's not true at all.
Not true.
No, what you're saying about violating rules, I'd already gotten their independent statements.
Mm-hmm.
This was to follow up and get the video with them together. So that's not the same thing.
So is your testimony on the oath today that the only purpose that you had for those two meeting together was just so you could see that video?
Her purpose in conducting an interview is irrelevant.
I'll overrule that. I'll let her answer that question.
I can't give you exactly what I was thinking at that time 2 years ago, but anytime I have somebody to interview, I'm going to ask some follow-up questions, but I do remember specifically that video was important.
Now, you do acknowledge that the picture that we've shown earlier of the diaper that showed the diaper that Dr. Busman testified he believed had blood in it, that diaper was not available for the defense to be able to test anything from it, correct?
Correct.
And you would acknowledge that was a piece of evidence that was involved in at least and recovered from the area where the supposed crime scene occurred, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily call it evidence. It was in there with a lot of other trash. All the other trash wasn't evidence either. It's just a piece of the story.
But a piece of the story that if it could be tested, could have determined whether or not blood was in the fecal matter, correct?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we've established that you can do a test for it. However, there wasn't any blood in it.
But your expert technician that testified, he didn't believe there was any blood in it, correct?
And that's correct. I believe him.
Over Dr. Busman.
Yes, sir, I do. I've worked 9 years with Agent Gibson. We've worked numerous homicides together. He is trained by some of the best people. If he tells me there was no blood in the diaper, there was no blood in the diaper.
So no need to ever have a test for blood, then, is it?
He is a bloodstain pattern analysis expert. He's looked at more blood than I can ever imagine to. If he knew there was blood in it or saw anything to be blood in it, he would have tested it. And he has a kit on him that he could do on scene if he saw blood.
I mean, he can just eyeball it. He doesn't need a test, right?
It appeared to be a dirty diaper that
It definitely
is
did prove
routine.
that. The truth of the matter is that you'd already made a rush to judgment on who was going to be responsible for this. So trying to keep the diaper didn't really matter because you'd already made a decision that Trinity was the one responsible. There was no need to do an investigation any further.
That's untrue.
So that's not the reason why you didn't follow up over in Cockwood and try to find out anything about backgrounds or anything of that nature, correct?
I wouldn't say I didn't follow up and do anything on backgrounds. I did conduct some background information.
Did you run a criminal background check on Mr. Williams?
I did.
Is that part of the case file?
It is not. We don't typically always put criminal histories in there because not everybody who has access to it is certified under GCIC.
But criminal defendant is allowed to receive all of your investigatory file of any information that involves this case, correct? Correct.
If he wants to go down this road, I think it's something that should be taken up outside the presence of the jury.
I would have a motion on that.
All right. Is that your last question?
Yes, for the moment,
I don't
John.
even know if
We'll get back to that. Do you have any redirect, Mr. Lamb?
no redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we'll let the jury step out for just a second. I'll tell you what, wait right there. Chet, are you back? Chet, are you back? Some of the jurors want to go downstairs, but I want a bailiff to go with them if they do. Okay. All right, so y'all can step in. We'll take a 15-minute recess. You can step down.
Yeah, I do have it sped up. Y'all, you let me know if y'all want me to speed it up more, but yeah, I got to sped up. Here, let's get past this break.
Assistant Coroner Wright testified, and I'd asked him about if he had made any interview with WTVM TV station, and particularly did he make a certain statement.
Okay.
Which he said that he did answer that he interviewed with some stations. I don't know if he couldn't remember whether he did with them, and I don't even know if he was saying he couldn't remember if he did interview with some people about this and just can't remember if it's WTVM or if he just meant I interviewed sometime with TV and I don't remember which one.
Right.
Regardless,
Right.
that was sort of his response. But he said he did not say anything. The big basic gist of it was that the interview indicated, he said there was prior injury and there was recent injury.
Okay.
He said he would not have said that. I have the recording that I believe is from WTVM in which he gave the interview. I want to play that for him and ask him if he can authenticate, is that him and was that his interview? If so, then I would present that.
Okay.
But I certainly don't know that he'll say that it is. I think that it sounds like his voice and it portrays that way, but I recognize what has to be shown in order to probably get it in.
Okay.
But I just didn't want to put him up there and do that. I was thinking it might make more sense to put him up before the jury.
In case there's an objection to authenticity.
Well, I think there's going to be some of that. I mean, there may be other objections other than just whether or not he can authenticate yet. But if he, I mean, let's say he came up and said, I can't authenticate it. The problem with that is, to a degree, I've played the video for him.
Yeah.
And it would be my advantage to do this, but I played it and it would
In
show
front
what
of
he
the jury.
said.
That's what I'm
They gonna
saying.
hear it.
Yeah.
I would have objected if you just
Well,
played, but I promise.
that. You didn't get out. And I'm not trying to sneak it through there.
Right.
That's why I say it needs to be.
All right. Well, let's have a proffer of that testimony, and then if there's an objection to the testimony, we'll take that outside the presence of the jury. If there's not, then we'll bring it in and do it in front of the jury. Is that what you're suggesting?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
I am.
All right. So let's bring in Reverend Mathis Wright.
That's right.
We're not bringing the jury yet. Trevor, I've got these signed now. Step up. Okay. Reverend Wright, you're being recalled to the stand outside the presence of the jury first, and then we may bring the jury in, but I'll remind you that you're still under oath. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Reverend Wright, you recall when I questioned you earlier, I'd asked you about whether or not you had interviewed with WTVM television about this case.
Yes, I do.
And you, I think, replied in some sense that you had done some interviews for press, but you didn't know who and what or when, right?
Correct.
I have a video, I have an audio here that does have video with it as well, but I just want to play an audio for you and ask you if you can authenticate or determine, is this your voice being recorded in an interview with a newscaster?
Yes.
I think you also need to have him listen to it and confirm that it is accurate. I mean, that is in fact what he's.
Well, I will ask him that. I mean, I think I need to get to the point of whether or not he recognizes it.
Sure.
Okay. Can you play it on the system?
That plays audio, right?
I think so.
It's from the videos that you guys.
Get it plugged in for a minute here.
Yeah, they came up in front of him. Just take it and plug it up. It's not plugged in.
It's over there, it's not.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. What?
Okay. No, I'm sorry. Okay.
It had been plugged in.
Yeah. Well, you know, that was- Can you play this audio?
Well, do we need to turn the TV on? Okay.
Looking at Trummer, some of it appeared to be, I'm going to say, past history as well as new. So that's why you do the autopsy to determine, was it now or was it something that's been kind of going on for a while?
And that voice that you just heard, is that you?
That's me, and I did say that.
And you recall giving an interview to WTVM from that refresh recollection?
Correct.
Now, I saw at the first screen, it said there was an interview with the coroner, and it, I believe, had your coroner's name up there.
Right, that was his name instead of my name, but that was me.
It was you being interviewed. They just were mistaken calling you the coroner and had the wrong name.
Correct.
So now that I've refreshed your memory, you did at least initially after having done the coroner's work, grant an interview to WTVM in which you stated what we just heard.
Correct.
That is what I wish to present.
All right. Is there any objection to that testimony?
What? I think he think what he testified to before was that he didn't remember making the statement, which isn't an impeachable statement, really. You know, you could refresh his recollection, which he would have done now. And I think that what he needs to do first is just ask him, you know, did you make a statement to WTVM in which you said that there was some appearances of past and
All right, let me just look.
whatever, and
Let me look at my notes for just a second.
okay. And that's the reason.
Okay, my notes indicate that he said that he didn't remember seeing, does not remember saying that he saw past or old bruising or injury, does not remember the interview, and then he says, I did not see old injury. Okay, so
I think that is impeachable proof. To be able to show that clearly he had indicated earlier that it was.
I guess if he made the statement that I didn't have the notes.
that's not a transcript. That's
Yes, sir. But I suppose if I will concede that if he made the statement, I did not see any past injury,
Okay.
that is an impeachable statement, provided it's relevant. You know, I still contend that it's not relevant in this case because there's no evidence to suggest that any prior injury caused or contributed to the child's death. But
Well, I'm going to allow the testimony. I mean, I know that issue is going to be argued, whether there's any evidence to indicate any
Sure,
connection. So
And yeah, I tend to more or less introduce it as I just did.
I think what the way you did that was acceptable, and so I'm going to allow you to do that in front of the jury. All right, you can bring in the jury. All right, hope y'all had a good lunch. Are you ready to proceed? All right, Mr. Gamble, while you were out, you recalled, or while the jury was not here, you recalled Reverend Mathis. So I allow you to question him now.
for the record, Your Honor, I think I rested in the presence of the jury. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then it's okay. So so he's
Well-
calling him as his witness, in other words, at this point.
He is.
Okay.
The state has rested. The defense, we obviously talked about this before you got in here. The defense is going to call a witness, or maybe more, I don't know, but he's going to recall Reverend Mathis as his witness. So I'll allow the defendant to proceed at this time.
Thank you. Reverend Mathis, again, you're testifying, and you were testifying earlier about your duties as an assistant coroner in this case. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you recall I'd asked you some questions, and one question I'd asked was whether or not you had been interviewed by WTVM television station about this case. And I believe at that time your answer was somewhere along the lines of you had gotten many interviews with television and news and stuff, and you didn't know whether you had or not.
Correct.
Is that a fair rendition of what you said?
Yes.
And then I asked, though, about whether or not you had said that there were prior injuries to the child as well, old injuries versus new injuries. And in some way or another, I think you had said that you did not believe there were any old injuries.
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you now if this recording that I'm about to play for you refreshes your memory, and also if you first recognize the voice on this video as I play it as being yours, okay?
Correct.
And we've already looked at this one time, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so if you would just please.
In that cover, some of it appeared to be, I'm going to say, past history as well as new. So that's why you do the autopsy to determine, was it now or was it something that's been going on for a while?
Now, that appears to be a voice of someone saying that. Was that you?
That was me.
You recognize now, you recall having given that interview?
I do.
And in giving that interview, I see on the screen, it says on the phone, Clifford Walton. Who is Clifford Walton?
He was the coroner and I was the deputy coroner.
So they're interviewing you, but in their reporting, they were in error in listing him as the person that's talking right then,
Correct,
because it was you.
correct.
And so does that refresh your memory that at least on that day, you said there was prior injury as well as new injury?
Objection, Your Honor, that mischaracterizes what he said. He said that there appeared, that some of it appeared to be past history. Then he did not, I don't think he used the word injury.
Okay,
Mischaracterizes it.
not trying to mischaracterize it. You stand by, you did make that statement that just was played.
I said that when I did my examination, it did appear when I examined the baby myself that there could have been some old injury.
And that newscast seems to say, it says published January 23rd, 2024. So does that seem like an accurate time period for when it was given?
Probably was, if that's what it says.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness. Your Honor.
All right, any cross-examination?
Just briefly,
All right.
Reverend Wright, did I want to make sure my notes right? You said that when you examined that some of it, it looked like there could be some past history or some old injury. One of those phrases, is that right?
Correct.
And you said, and so that's the reason we do an autopsy, right?
Correct.
And the reason you do an autopsy is to make a determination as to let somebody who is ultimately scientifically trained and experienced and qualified in making those judgments to have a chance to examine the body in detail and make those determinations based on that examination and that information. Is that right?
That is correct.
And certainly you would defer in your opinions in every way to the coroner, wouldn't you, as to whether or not there's old injuries?
Correct.
I mean, you wouldn't challenge his conclusions, would you?
Oh, no. What happens with that is when the report came back, it solidified that there was no old injuries.
And in fact, it solidified that the cause of death was blunt trauma and the manner of death was homicide. Is that correct?
Correct. It was trauma to the head, the neck, and the torso.
So, the medical examiner, what the autopsy was on. We're talking about the autopsy results.
Right. This
Yes,
is the report that comes back to me after I had did my personal evaluation.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May Reverend Wright be excused?
Maybe.
All right, thank you, Reverend. You're free to stay or go. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. It's the exhibit that he was using.
So y'all watch that cord.
Yes, I know. It's gonna get it. We don't watch it. I know this.
I looked real quickly as I was walking.
I was looking at it. Still on the phone. Your Honor, I would call Julian Williams to the stand.
Julian Williams. Mr. Williams, I remind you, you're still under oath, sir.
Mr. Williams, I know we've asked some questions of you earlier, but I want to follow up with a couple of things now to ask you, particularly about whether or not you were interviewed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation at any time during this process.
Correct.
And how many times were you interviewed?
2 to 3.
And when you say 2 or 3, I realize that you could have had an interview that got broken up into parts. So it's either 1 or 2, and then you could have had one on another day.
Correct.
How many different days did you get interviewed?
2.
And when did you have with only 3 interviews in 2 days, when did you have the 2 days, 2 worth of interviews? Which day was that?
January 14th.
So the day of this event, you got interviewed twice?
Correct.
And in that interview, was there a big space in time between the first and second?
Possibly.
And I don't know the amount of time, and you may not either, but was it more than an hour?
I don't recall.
It was just some period in between the 2?
Correct.
And then the third interview, how long removed was it from January 14th? Do you recall?
Maybe a week.
Now, that third interview, was anyone else with you during part of that interview?
Yes.
Who would that have been?
My sister.
And was she interviewed with you present with her?
It wasn't an interview. She was showing all me evidence.
Okay. So, and I'll ask you about that in a minute, but did she come in the room where you were being interviewed at some time?
Correct.
And during the time that she came in the room, were you still present?
Yes.
And was the GBI agent, was it Agent Ford that was there?
Correct.
Was she the person that interviewed you on each occasion?
Correct.
And on this third occasion, she was asking you questions without your sister present.
Correct.
And then your sister came in at some point.
Correct.
Was she asking your sister some questions then?
Yes, not with me in there.
You were there as well?
I said not with me in there.
So you left when she started asking her questions?
Yes.
Now, the first interview that you had with Agent Ford, at any time did she ask you if you knew what happened to the child to cause the injuries as you were going to the hospital?
Repeat it.
Did she ask you if you knew what caused the injuries to your child as you were leaving the dorm going to the hospital?
She asked me what the injury was.
Okay. She asked you the injury was, and what did you tell her?
I told her what the doctor told me.
Did she ask you if you knew how the injury occurred?
Yes, I gave her supposedly what happened.
What did you tell her in that first interview as far as why you thought it occurred?
He's supposed to fell off the chair.
And you told her that?
Yes.
Well, tell me exactly what you told her. Now. How did you tell her that?
I said he fell off the chair. I was not present.
And you're sure that was on the first interview?
Correct.
Okay. Now you had a second interview on the same day.
Correct.
And on that particular time, did she inquire again as to if you could tell her what you thought had happened?
Correct.
And did you tell her that time what happened?
Told her the same thing.
Same thing being the child fell off the chair?
Correct.
And you're sure that you did that as well?
Yes.
Just one moment. Jim. That's all the questions I have right now.
All right. Any cross?
Yes, sir. I do. So, Mr. Williams, I want to make sure I've got this timeline down. At approximately 11:55 a.m. on Sunday, January 24th, 2024. I'm sorry, January 14th, 2024. You left the dorm, is that right?
Correct.
And where were you going when you left the dorm?
Walmart and Pizza Hut. Walmart and Pizza Hut.
And you checked out at Walmart, paid the bill, and checked out at Walmart at 12:14 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You walked back in the door at the dormitory carrying the pizza and the Walmart bags at, I want to be exact. Give me 1 second to find that report again. There it is. You walk back in the door of the dormitory at 10 seconds after 12:30. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then when you left the dormitory at 11:55, was there anything wrong with your son that you saw?
No, sir.
Did you smash his head in and bust his liver up, things like that,
No,
before
sir.
you left?
No, sir.
So he seemed to you to be fine.
Correct.
He was in the sort of same condition that you'd expect him to be. He was sitting up watching TV. Right?
Correct.
Well, what was he watching?
Kateri.
Is that something that he's watched before? You know, like that he recognizes, he
Correct.
knows that's his show.
Correct.
And so then you get back at 12:30 and you come back to the door. And when you come back to the door and you get to your room, to Ms. Poague's room, what condition was your son in then?
He was in distress.
Okay. Now, what do you mean he was in distress?
When I walked in the room, she was holding him and he was limp.
And what did you do?
I grabbed him and took off running.
Okay. And you went back through that door coming out of the dormitory at 12:31. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
You rushed to the hospital where you arrived at about 12:36. Does that sound right?
Correct.
You learned while you were at the hospital that your child had sustained a massive trauma to his head, didn't you?
Correct.
You learned while you were at the hospital that his liver was badly injured,
Correct.
didn't you? At 4:18 p.m. on Sunday, what did they told you JD died, didn't they?
Correct.
So now, two hours later, Agent Fort has you down at the police department, right?
Correct.
And at 6:25, she starts interviewing you. Does that
Correct.
sound right?
Yes, sir.
And if that interview didn't conclude until 8:11 p.m. In other words, that it was an hour and 44 minutes or hour and 46 minutes long.
Okay.
That sound about right?
Yes, sir.
So basically, you have a 2-hour break. You have 2 hours. You see your son, and then you have a 2-hour break, and then you find out your son is dead, and then you have a 2-hour break, and then the GBI sits you down for 2 hours to ask you questions.
Correct.
Then she told you not to leave, right?
Correct.
Then at 10:54, okay, so almost it's now almost 11 o'clock.
Correct.
Your son has only been deceased at this point for 7 hours. And you spent 2 hours already talking to him. They take you back in for another interview, right?
Correct.
And that goes until 12:25 a.m.
Correct.
That's a long day. I don't have any further questions.
Any other direct?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step back down. You can call your next witness.
I'll call Agent Fort back to the stand, Your Honor, and request permission to cross-examine as an adverse party.
All right, Agent Ford, if you return to the stand, please. Watch out.
Agent Ford, I want to ask you some questions now where I began a little bit earlier about you interviewing Mr. Williams and specifically about some of those interviews. The first interview that you had with Mr. Williams, as you just heard, the questions being asked was about a little after 6 o'clock on the day of the event, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in interviewing him in that interview, he did not tell you at any time what he believed was the reason why the child got injured, did he?
I don't know exactly what he said as far as like time frame between the first and second interview.
Do you have your notes from that? You make notes for the interview, do you not?
I have a summary of the summarization of the interview. Yes.
Yes, I have. It's called Exhibit 12 and it has pages 1 through 8. Do you have that with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you step down and get those interview notes for each one of the interviews?
I have it up here with me.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, the first interview, if you could turn to page 6 of that interview.
Okay.
And if you could read me the last 2 paragraphs of that, am I correct that in that you're giving a rendition sort of about what happened and he doesn't tell you anything about a fall or anything of that nature?
I might have had them out of order. Give me just a minute.
Okay.
All right. You said page 6?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the paragraph starts with, please?
Well, getting to really, I guess there's 3 paragraphs, but there's one, the bottom 3 paragraphs, 2 are just 1-line paragraphs, but the bigger paragraph before the 2 lines that finish up that page, do you see where it starts? Williams left the dorm?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you see as well where it says Williams recalled the time being 12:29? Williams was not able to immediately answer and Poague called again. He's talking about the telephone call where she's telling about the child being in distress. Williams could hear Poague saying JD multiple times.
Yes,
Williams,
sir.
you see all that?
Yes, sir.
Williams went inside the dorm room and asked what happened. Poague responded, I don't know. And the next comment is the next sentence. It says Williams grabbed Romeo and drove Romeo to the hospital in Williams' car. And the next one says Williams had nothing further to provide at this time. That paragraph seems to indicate he didn't tell you anything about what caused the injury, did he?
Not in that paragraph, no, sir.
How about in the whole interview?
I'd have to go back. you'll have to forgive me. It's been 2 years. I don't remember exactly what he said, every word in the first interview and the second interview. It's just a accumulation of all the interviews. I'd have to review it.
I'm gonna come back to the first one in a minute then. But if you could go to the second interview in that same night, that I believe was the one that ended up ending about 12:25 in the morning.
Okay, give me just a second, please.
Yes.
Okay, I've located it.
And it's a 4-page summary that you did for that particular date of January 14th, beginning 10:54, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you would turn to page 4 of that exhibit, please.
Okay.
And on the first full paragraph, if you could read for the jury, what's the very first line in the first real paragraph in that particular page? What does it say?
The interviews, the summaries print out a little bit different. So
Okay.
if you'll just tell me what it starts
Sorry,
with.
it starts, Williams did not know how.
Okay, I'm with you.
If you could read that for the jury, please.
Williams did not know how Romeo, JD, could have been injured. Williams denied causing any physical harm to Romeo, which is JD.
Mhm.
Agent Fort provided contact information for William in case Williams needs to contact Agent Fort for any reason.
So that paragraph establishes, at least in that second interview, that same night when this occurred, that he said he did not know how the injury occurred, correct?
No, yes, sir, that's what it says.
Now, you just heard him say he told you about how it happened, that he told you it was caused by a fall. If that had been told to you, would you have put it in this interview summary?
I would like to say yes, that I might have, but the summary is just a summary. So it's not going to be a transcription of it. I can't say that I would have put everything in there,
Well,
but
you-
I would like to think that I would.
I mean, that's an important piece of information. If someone's claiming a fall cause, that you'd want to notate that, would you not?
Theoretically, generally speaking, yes.
Now, going back to the first interview, and I'm going to ask you if you'll please just thumb through it and look through it. If you can tell me in any place in that first interview where you believe that he told you anything about what occurred that caused this injury to happen.
Okay.
If he says anything about a fall or claims it's something else, if you would, I understand you hadn't had a chance to look at it till I put you back up here, but take time and do that, and then I'll ask you a question, okay?
Okay. I don't, I've completed reading that.
And you didn't see anything where he said anything about child falling, did you?
I didn't see that in my summary, but again, it's a summarization. That doesn't mean it wasn't said in the audio.
So you're saying there's some possibility that he might have said it to you, but you just didn't find it important enough to put in either one of your summary investigatory notes?
I'm not saying that it wasn't important enough for me to put in there. I'm just telling you, I don't know if it's in the audio or not. It's not mentioned in the summary.
So that part we do know. You've got 2 sets of notes concerning the interviews, and neither one mentions him saying anything about a fall, correct?
I haven't fully reviewed the other one yet.
Well, you saw the ending where it said he said he didn't know anything about how he got injured, correct?
There was that paragraph, yes.
Yes. Now, the third interview, do you have notes from it or anything with it?
I should, yes, sir.
Now, that interview, you recall, he just testified that, yes, his sister did come into the room with him he was being questioned and she came in the room while you were there, correct?
Yes.
And then he stated that he was not interviewed, or he stepped out of the room while she was in there. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you have a recording of that particular interview, do you not?
I don't remember if it was just audio recorded or video recorded.
I can represent to you. I've got it over here that can be played and may happen, but you have no reason to believe that it's possible that you had the audio and video.
It was
correct?
either audio or video recorded.
Yeah. And if I tell you that I believe that interview was 59 minutes and 17 seconds, would you agree that that sounds about the length of time it took for that particular time?
I mean, I have no reason to disagree. I'd have to look it up.
Would you disagree with me that 39 minutes and 53 seconds of that video showed both Ashante and Jay in the room with you while you were at least conversing with them?
I don't remember how long they were both in there together.
I'd ask for permission to show the entire video. And ask this agent if she can authenticate it and then play it for the jury.
Well,
Your Honor, I don't think that is the correct approach to, I mean.
I don't know if you can play the whole audio, but I mean, if you have video, I guess.
Without video.
Okay, so you want to show the video to demonstrate that the sister was in the room.
What I would like to do, Your Honor, with it is to play it and start it with the period when Ashante shows up into the room, because the rest is not anything I'm really questioning about. And it will show a time period for when that occurred, and then be able to show from there forth who is in the room for the remainder of the period.
I think you're allowed to do that. I don't think you can play the audio because you have to call the witnesses if there's going to be a testimony. But I would suggest periodically moving it up, or maybe show the beginning and the end point or something of that nature.
I think, Your Honor, if she says that she doesn't remember, that the correct approach to that would be to allow her to refresh her memory. And that's not something you would do by playing it in front of the jury. Now, we could all sit in here and he can let her look at it on a computer, but I don't think that I mean, if the point is that he, wants the jury to see this going on, I mean, he has to, like, for instance, if it were a statement, you would not say, here, to refresh your memory, read this statement aloud to the.
If y'all don't tell me what the hell is this on his head, y'all know it's getting late. Y'all know it's getting late, and I want to know what is this? Oh, can y'all see my cursor? Oh my gosh, y'all better tell me what this is. Is this a part and a little swoop? Oh my! Like I've been. What the fuck? What is this on his head? Oh my! Oh my goodness! Oh, is this what you was talking about, Brooklyn, or was you talking about the other guy? Because she had to be talking about him. Oh, I didn't pay no attention when she first said it because the other guy was up there, and oh my goodness! Oh my! Oh goodness! I'm gonna leave him alone. I'm gonna leave that man alone. I didn't know Brooklyn had, that was who she was talking about this guy Toupee. I don't know. I'm like, well, die. He got the pushback cul-de-sac with a swoop and a bang. All right. Okay. I was thinking to myself, and y'all have to tell me, like, in all honesty, like, when we be looking at these trials, like, I be feeling bad sometimes. 'Cause I'm like, well, wait a minute. We discussed the trial, but I think half of the time we don't do shit but talk about people. Either we talk about the defendant and how stupid they are, or something that I said we don't really be doing that with the trial. We just get on here to talk about people and they shit. Yeah, he tired of this stuff. Now I think this right here, I wonder if this is the sister. She looked like the brother, or the brother looked like her, one or the other. But yeah, we ain't doing nothing but sitting up here talking shit about people all day and all day. I don't think I learned nothing about these trials. You can see it now.
You would say,
let him go ahead and talk. Oh gosh, if his hair start moving, I'm done.
this statement to yourself, and having read this statement, does it now refresh your memory? So you can give Agent Ford an opportunity to review the video, and then you can ask her, having now reviewed it, does it refresh your memory? Instead of playing it in front of the president, in the presence of the jury.
We'll let her refresh her memory outside the presence of the jury then.
Thank you.
I'll let you step into the jury room, please, for hopefully not more than 10 minutes.
I still want to start with the whole thing. Move to it.
Grab that door. All right, let's see if somebody can call up the video.
Start one of it before you go, just stop it right there if you would. Agent Ford, as you see on the screen right now, you can see that there's a video that appears to show you and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
Does that appear to be the interview room where at one point you had interviewed Mr. Williams?
Yes, that's correct.
And then it's got some timeline dates on it at the bottom. Is that an accurate date for when the interview occurred, or is that just when it was saved, or do you know?
I want to say the date was in January. I can't give you if it's accurate on the system. Sometimes it reboots and things like that, so I can't tell you that.
Well, let me ask you this. That particular interview, I know you did two at or around the hospital with him, correct? On the day of.
That's correct.
And that's not in that location, is it?
Correct.
So it'd be fair to state that this is the third interview that we're looking at here.
Yes, sir, it would.
And
if you let her look at her summary from the interview, I imagine she can look at the first line of it and tell you when the interview occurred, regardless of what that timestamp says there.
that's fine. Well, what does it say on your summary just when the date was? I mean, I wasn't really too concerned with that, but I'm fine with that.
If you give me just a minute, please.
It's number 44.
Yeah, January 26th in the top left-hand corner, it says that may be more likely to be the right date. But
That's more accurate with what I remember. Yes, January 26, 2024 at 9:51 a.m.
Okay, so that's the beginning of that interview, and I want to, if I could, so can you testify and state that it appears to be an authentic copy of the interview you're about to conduct with Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
What you see so far, and if I can, Your Honor, begin to play it without the audio, and I'm going to ask you to be okay. Play it for just a minute, just to show.
I mean, we're just showing it for her to refresh her memory, so, and the jury's not in here.
Yeah. If you would just move it kind of fast forward in here. You see you're in here interviewing him solo at the moment, correct?
Correct.
And now we're moving the timeline up to first few minutes, same thing. Keep on. All right, do you hold it right there? Do you recognize who is entering the room now?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's Miss Williams' sister.
So his sister comes in with him. Is that Ashante Burr?
Yes, it is.
And now she's about to have a seat, and that is showing what time on the video?
Oh.
1935?
Approximately 20 minutes into the interview. Yes.
And if you would now play just scoot it on through in a reasonable fashion where it's not just flying, but enough to see what's going on. Okay, would you agree with me that roughly from that 20-minute period until the end of the video that Ashante Burr and the brother remain in the room together as you're sitting there with them at the table?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
That's the part I need. I will ask those follow-up questions from you.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I need.
All right, then you can take that down and we'll bring the jury back in. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can continue your cross-examination.
Agent Ford, I understand that it's been almost 2 years since you were initially involved in this case and interviewing people and whatnot. But since we took a break, if you had an opportunity to review a video dated from January 26, 2025, in which you were interviewing Mr. Williams?
I reviewed January 26, 2024.
I'm sorry, 2024. Yes, I'm sorry, 2024.
Yes,
correct?
I did.
And that was viewed just visually without any audio playing, correct?
Correct.
But the date coincided with the notes that you had that that was the proper date for that third interview, correct?
Correct.
And we went through it showing you on the screen where it began until it ended on both visually watching it and a timeline as far as how much time it was taking, correct?
Correct.
And at some point during the video, Miss Ashante Burrow, the sister of Mr. Williams, comes into the room with you and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
And I believe when we were talking about that earlier, it was around the 20-minute time frame of the film, correct?
Correct.
It was a little short of that, but close enough to round it off, right?
Approximately, yes, sir.
And then from that point on, it showed video that all three of you remained in the room until the interview ceased, correct?
Correct.
Which, if I'm correct on how much time it was for the entire interview, it was about 40 minutes of them being together, correct? Or you can look at your notes, and I think you'll probably have where you began and ended the interview, correct?
Yeah, so we started at 9:51. Looks like we ended around 10:50 approximately. That's about an hour, so 60 minus 20.
So it's close, right? 20 minutes and 39 or something in that range, right?
Correct.
Now, and you heard Mr. Williams just testify that he did not remain in the room once you began.
Objection, Your Honor, asking this witness to comment on or otherwise characterize the testimony of another witness is improper.
Mr. Gamble, you can state your question without asking her to comment on the other witnesses.
I will, yeah. The video evidence that you saw conclusively shows to you that for 40 minutes, those two were together with you in that room, correct?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have for this agent.
You need to redirect this agent on those matters.
No, sir.
All right. You step that down, Agent Poole.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can call your next witness. What's the name?
Jenna, it's Newsom, I believe, isn't it?
Ms. Newsom, watch that wire, please, as you walk across. And before you sit in the witness stand, face Mr. Gamble and receive the oath, please. You can come up here. All right.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the matter before the court today, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, say to God? That's it. Ms. Newsom, could you please state your full name for the court?
Yes, Jenna Newsom
And where do you live, Ms. Newsom?
in Blakely, Georgia.
And do you know the defendant seated to my left, Trinity Poague?
I do.
How do you know Ms. Poague?
We,
Okay, we have a jury key here.
I'm sorry.
Microphone, come on, tap it for me, please. Okay.
Speak
You just
louder.
stay a little
Okay.
louder to make sure it connects to the mic.
okay, sorry.
How do you know her?
We met in 2020 at Miss Cockwood Pageant.
And do you have known her since then?
Yes, sir.
Has she ever performed any service for you where you would pay her for services?
Yes.
What did she do for you?
She babysat my children and went on like day trips and stuff with us.
How old were your children at the time she was babysitting?
I'm going to object. This is just, character evidence in the sense of, she babysat my children and nothing bad happened. That's, first of all, is irrelevant. Well, it's irrelevant in generally, but under 404.
Mr. Lamb, before you go into a lengthy objection, I think maybe I should take the jury back out and let's find out. Because I don't want to have, I'd rather get all the, if there's going to be objections to the testimony heard.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna let you step back outside for just a second. All right, what's your objection to the testimony, Mr. Lamb?
It's irrelevant character evidence under 404. I mean, evidence of a person's character, trait of character is not admissible for the purpose of proving action in conformity therewith. I mean, to say, she babysat my children and nothing bad happened, I would trust her to babysit my children or whatever is coming, I mean, it's not a pertinent trait of character under this, with regard to with regard to the issues in this case, it's not a pertinent trait of character, which means it's not acceptable. I mean, it's not admissible. And even if it were admissible, it would only be able to prove it by reputation, not by reference to specific circumstances or specific acts.
All right, Mr. Campbell.
It's not being offered for the purpose of character. Now it's being offered to be able to show that she has experience in being around children at or near the age of this child, and that she would have the knowledge necessary for first caring for the children, but secondly, being aware of when children are fussy or not, dealing with them when they won't sleep as they should, all of those type of things. So it's not being offered to prove anything in character. And I don't intend to go into great detail with the witness other than to ask her what I just asked her about, did she babysit for her? How many times did she babysit for her? Mm-hmm. And really that's the gist of that conversation with her, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lamb.
Well, just asking her if she babysat for you, well, I think that it is sort of a backdoor attempt at putting character evidence in, but I'll stand on the objection as it stands now. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to try to raise any further issue if the court.
404A has I looked at this before we got here, anticipating that there may be some of this. 404A allows evidence of a pertinent trait of character. What he's saying, he's not offering it as character, but I don't know whether what I don't see is what a pertinent trait of character offered by an accused is. But that is an exception to the disallowance of character evidence. And then I believe you can prove just general good character under 405, but that's not like specific instances. So with the limited proffer of what you're just wanting to establish that she's had experience babysitting, I'm going to allow that testimony.
Now, what they probably ask her is the final question: did you have any issues with her when she did so?
Okay.
And her answer would be yes or no. But I'm not going to go into follow up about all kind of care and what did you watch her do and da 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 da. I will tell you, I have two of these witnesses.
That would certainly be irrelevant to ask her if she did you have any issues with her, or you trust her with your children or whatever. That would certainly be irrelevant.
Is that how do I interpret 404A1?
Pertinent traits?
Yeah.
I would interpret this as if we had an issue before the court about someone who, whether he accidentally struck a nail or intentionally struck a nail, and you were trying to bring in evidence to show that the person was a skilled carpenter. What would be the purpose of that? Are you trying to establish character, that he's a good carpenter? No, you're trying to establish he has the skills and ability to most likely not have accidentally struck it or that type of thing. Here, because this is part of the issue of the case, Your Honor, a pertinent trait would be whether she has any child caring skills or not.
And that may be true, that whether she has skills, whether she is skilled in child care may be admissible under this rule. But then following it up with, did you have any problems with her? You trust her with your children, et cetera. Those are the questions that I'm saying would be irrelevant. I mean, he said that's going to ask. So.
You can ask her if there was ever any problems with the care she provided for her children. I think that will meet this the pertinent trait character evidence, or pertinent trait evidence allowable under the character evidence code section. All right. Y'all want to take 5 minutes before we bring that jury back in? Does anybody need a restroom break?
Yes,
okay. All right. We'll come back in 10 minutes. We'll come back in at 2:20. Yeah. Mr. Gamble, are you going to need that cord within the next couple of witnesses? All right, Mr. Gamble, you can continue.
Yeah, Ms. Newsom, I know we got interrupted. I'm gonna try to not just start from the front, but I don't know exactly where we stopped. So I'm just gonna ask you again. When did you say you first employed Trinity Poague to be your babysitter?
We met her in 2020. I don't really remember if it was the fall of 2020 or the fall of 2021 that she first babysat my children.
And how many children was she babysitting?
I have two,
And they boys or girls?
one girl, one boy.
How old were those children when she began to babysit for them?
My daughter was 3 or 4, and then my son, maybe 7.
And at that time, it was in 2021?
Yes.
Okay. How old was Trinity at that time?
15, 16. I think she was driving, so I'm going to go with 16.
Okay. How many times approximately did she babysit for you?
Maybe 10 plus times.
And did you have any issues with her babysitting for your children any of those times?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lamb, do you have any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Ms. Newsom, you'd certainly expect her to be able to recognize injury to a child, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's part of what you expect out of a babysitter, right? If something goes wrong, that they're going to recognize it. They're going to be in a position to do something about it, right?
Yes, sir.
You would expect her to take every reasonable measure to protect a child that was that needed protection, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
If there was a child being physically abused or grossly neglected in some way, and it was occurring in her presence, then you would agree with me that that would be a gross failure on her part if she just did nothing, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Newsom. You can call your next witness.
Jessica Whitaker, Your Honor.
Jessica Whitaker.
Yes.
Oh, I thought we had a baby.
Oh, I did too.
I don't think. No, Sherry's going to get her. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought he was still back there.
Ms. Whitaker, before you step into the witness box, if you can come up here and face Mr. Gamble to receive the oath, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You're not speaking to the microphone because I know a lot of people speak soft and the jury needs to hear you, okay? Could you please state your full name for the court?
Jessie Whitaker,
And Ms. Whitaker, where do you live?
Iron City, Georgia.
And living in Iron City, Georgia, do you know the defendant, Trinity Poague?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Trinity?
She was one of my babysitters for my children.
Ms. Whitaker, I need you to speak up a little bit. All 12 of those folks are going to have to hear you, okay?
She was my babysitter for my children.
Okay, when you say she was the babysitter for your children, how long a period of time was she the babysitter for your children?
She started watching my 2 stepkids that I have in 2020, and then I had my own child in 2022, and she also watched her.
All right, going back to 2020, how old were those 2 stepchildren that she was babysitting for?
7 and 5.
And then in 2022, you had a child of your own?
Yes, sir, in November.
How soon after the birth of that child did she begin to babysit for you?
Maybe a month old, maybe 2 months old.
How many times did she babysit for you with that infant child?
A handful of times. She would help.
How about the other 2?
Anytime that we had them and they had like Christmas break, Thanksgiving break, any kind of break from school, she helped me out and babysit the 2 oldest ones.
Can you give me a number of approximation, how many times that might be?
I would say 10 or more times.
That would be for the 2 oldest.
Yes, sir.
And then the infant.
Maybe 5 to 6 times, possibly more.
And in all of those times that she babysit for you, were there any issues with her babysitting duties for the children?
No, sir.
That is all the questions I have.
All right, Mr. Lamb, any cross?
Yes, sir. Just perhaps a quick question or two. Ms. Whitaker, if one of your children was being watched by Ms. Poague and your child suffered an injury of any sort, what would you expect her to do?
Call me.
Okay. Would you expect her to call a doctor or an ambulance?
Yes, sir.
If she observed someone abusing your child, would you expect her to report it to the police?
Yes, sir.
If someone was abusing your child, would you expect her to do everything in her power to protect your child?
Yes, sir.
When's the last time she babysat for you?
Probably 2023.
And she started babysitting for you in 2020?
Yes, sir.
So that was 5+ years ago? Okay. Okay, nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Whitaker. You're free to stay or go. You can call your next witness.
May she be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. She's excused. She can stay or go.
I would call Megan Pitts to the stand, Your Honor.
Ms. Pitts, if you walk up here to the witness stand and then before you have a seat, face Mr. Gamble and receive the oath, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give the matter before court today with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat.
If you make sure you speak into that microphone, okay, because everybody needs to be able to hear you.
Ms. Pitts, could you please state your full name for the court?
Megan Nicole Pitts,
And Ms. Pitts, where are you from? Not where you're living right now, but where's your hometown?
Griffin, Georgia,
And where do you currently live?
Americus, Georgia.
And in Americas, are you attending college anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where do you attend college?
Georgia Southwestern State University.
And where do you live on campus there at Georgia State Southwestern?
Yes, sir.
And where do you stay at? Where are you living at there?
I live in the dormitories on campus.
What's the name of that dorm?
Pines.
Did you previously live in a different dorm?
Yes, sir.
Back in 2024, January of 2024, which dorm were you living at?
Oaks.
And how long had you been in college at that time in January of 2024?
Roughly about half a semester.
Were you attending college under any kind of scholarship or anything?
Yes, sir.
What type scholarship?
I had multiple, but the biggest one was President Jimmy Carter Leadership Program.
Tell me, what is the Jimmy Carter Leadership Program scholarship? What does it entail?
It's a group of students that go through an interview process and they're selected from the incoming freshmen. And we are a service-based group that does community service throughout the year.
Do you have to have particular qualifications in order to be able to receive it, or is it just based upon the interview alone?
Particular qualifications.
What type?
You have to have a good grade point average and you have to be a good leader.
Now, when you attended on the Jimmy Carter Leadership Program scholarship, did you meet Trinity Poague at any time?
Could you repeat the name?
Trinity Poague. Not try. I want to call her Tiffany. I said Trinity Poague. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And does she live in the same dorm as where you were living in that January of 2014?
Yes, sir.
Her room compared to yours, how close was it?
Across the hall diagonally.
And so not too far away?
Yes, sir.
You got to say yes or no, of course. Back on January 13th, getting later into the day and night, bleeding over into January 14th, which would be the early morning hours, which you might commonly still think of the same Saturday night, but getting into Sunday morning. Did you hear anything that got your attention during the night while you were in your dorm? Well, first of all, were you in your dormitory during that time period?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in your dormitory during that time period, how late did you stay up that night on Saturday, January 13th? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but I remember being asleep and being woken up.
Okay, well, you were sleeping, got awakened. What awakened you?
A baby crying.
Okay, was it, can you describe, I know baby crying is baby crying, I guess, but is there any way you can describe as far as volume or anything of that nature?
It was particularly loud considering I was across the hall.
Okay. enough that it awakened you?
Yes, sir.
Now, after you heard the baby cry, was it just one cry, or was it baby crying, or what was going on?
It was continuous and then eventually stopped.
Okay. Do you know how long you heard it crying before it ceased?
I don't remember.
And was this in the middle of the night?
Yes, sir.
Yep, that's all the questions I have, John.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pitts. The baby was crying that night, loud enough at some point to wake you up, right around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Is that about right? And you don't know how long he cried thereafter, but just until, I guess you said, until he stopped crying.
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first time that baby had woke you up crying, was it?
No, sir.
Actually, he cried a lot when he was there around Ms. Poague, didn't he?
Yes, sir. Every time.
Every time.
Yes, sir.
He actually behaved better and was calmer if, like, her roommate or somebody else was there that could help, tend to him instead of her having to do it, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
He responded better to other people than he did to her.
Yes, sir.
She told you at some point, or did she tell you that she had known that child for his whole life?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Do you remember interviewing with the GBI?
Yes, sir.
Agent over at I think I interviewed over the police station on campus.
Yes, sir.
Interviewed with Special Agent Joe Chestnut.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right? And I mean, there's an audio recording of it, not a video. There's an audio recording of it, but there's also a summary that the agent prepared, which is his note summary of the interview. Okay,
Yes, sir.
if I let you take a look at that for just a moment, do you think that might refresh your memory about whether or not she had told you anything about how long she had known the child?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I object to using refreshing of the agent's notes to try to refresh her memory.
But it doesn't matter whose notes they are. I mean, anything that if the witness says that she believes it will refresh her memory, then
I think she can review the notes and then make it if it will refresh her memory.
If it doesn't, it doesn't. Let's start maybe like right in here and read down 2 or 3 paragraphs. Just read to yourself. Find out about it. Do you have a chance to read over that?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, having done so, does that refresh your memory at all about whether or not she had led you to believe, led everyone to believe certain information about how long she'd known the child, things like that?
I remember her having conversations about describing knowing the child and helping take care of him, but I don't recall that particular conversation.
Okay, you don't recall a particular conversation where she said she'd known him his whole life.
Correct.
But you do recall conversations where she had talked about the child, taking care of him, and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
Where she'd seen him taking care of him away from where y'all were, away from the dormitory.
I don't remember.
You don't remember that? Okay. All right. Did you ever hear her express any opinions of her own about the child?
Yes, sir.
What kind of opinions did she express about J.D. Angeles?
They were never directly to me, but they were in group settings, and she would describe it.
Objective is not said directly to her. You said it's heard through a group, but not from her.
I want you to clarify as to whether or not she heard it,
Yes, sir,
not that she heard it secondhand. Okay. And I do need you to speak into that microphone a little louder, okay? All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Thank you.
When I ask you if you had heard her express any opinions about the child, you said in a group setting, was it a setting where you actually heard what she said?
Yes, sir. It was in her room.
Okay. Not her talking to someone else and them telling you she said something. It's something you actually heard. She just wasn't talking to you individually.
Yes, sir. It was a group of people in her room.
Gotcha. Okay. So what opinions did you hear her express about the child?
She was describing that she didn't particularly like him.
it sort of seemed obvious from her interactions with the child that his feelings about that were mutual.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, Ms. Pitts. You're free to stay or go. She's excused, is that correct? You don't have any objection to excusing her?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can call your next witness.
Call Laney Bro. I don't know if Bro is a Briox. I'm not sure how to pronounce it last name. Bro. I thought. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bro, before you have a seat up there in the witness chair, if you could face Mr. Gamble and receive the oath, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God? Could you please state your full name for the jury?
Laney Marie Bro,
And Ms. Bro, where are you from originally?
Perry, Georgia.
And are you currently attending college anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where do you attend college?
Georgia Southwestern.
And are you living on campus anywhere?
No, I live in an apartment off campus.
Back in January of 2024, were you living on campus?
Yes, sir.
At that time, where were you living?
Oaks 2.
And in Oaks 2, did you have the occasion at any time to meet Trinity Poague?
Yes, sir.
How did you know her?
We were in the leadership program together, the President Jimmy Carter leadership program together.
So you would have met her through that to begin with?
Yes, sir.
Did you also see her from time to time at the dormitory where you lived?
Every once in a while, yes, sir.
Did you ever see her to know whether or not she had a boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Did she have one?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who he was?
I saw him, but I never knew his name.
You just saw him with her boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not they had there was any child involved in that relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the child as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see Miss Poague where she was carrying that child with her?
Yes, sir.
Now, how far away was your room at the Oaks from Miss Poague's room?
Right across the hall.
Directly across?
Directly across, yes, sir.
Back on January 13th in the late night hours, anywhere from 10 o'clock forward till January 14th, early morning hours, did you hear anything during that time period that was worth noting?
I heard the baby crying, sir.
What time was it when you heard that? Do you know?
It periodically throughout the night. I probably went to sleep around like 10:30, so I just woke up every once in a while and just heard the baby crying.
Was it enough to have awakened you?
Probably not, no, sir.
Just heard the baby crying?
Yeah, I just wake up randomly throughout the night anyways.
Okay. You don't know anything else about that, though, other than the baby was crying?
No, sir.
All right, that's all the questions I have.
All right. Cross-examination?
So the child didn't wake you up. You just woke up, but you could hear him somewhere down the hall, across the hall. Crying,
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
When you heard the child crying, was there anything that seemed or sounded abnormal about it compared to when you had heard the child cry before?
No, sir.
The next morning, let me back up. You said that you heard him crying maybe around 1 a.m. and then on and off until 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So what you mean by that is when you woke up, you might still hear him crying if you woke up at 3 o'clock or
Yes, sir.
whatever.
Yes, sir.
So you don't actually know that he cried all night. It's just a couple of times you woke up and he was crying.
Yes, sir.
And then about 6 o'clock or so in the morning, you didn't hear him anymore.
No, sir.
Then you got up at 9:30 in the morning and you didn't hear him crying then, did you?
No, sir.
The child cried often when he was there, didn't he?
Yes, sir. I think so.
I don't think I have any more questions, Your Honor, but I would like to have just one second, please. No further questions.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Gamble?
No, Your Honor, she can be excused for as far as we're concerned.
All right, Miss Bo, you can stay or go. You're free to go or stay. You're excused. All right, you can call your next witness, Mr. Gamble.
Yeah, I would ask for about a 15-minute break and discuss some things.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 3:05. All right. If anybody needs to step downstairs, Chet, make sure somebody goes with them.
No.
Don't need us. Okay.
Your Honor, we close out if we rest.
State the defendant rests. Mr. Lamb, do you have any rebuttal evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. My proposal would be for us to have a jury charge conference, all the things that we need to do in preparation for y'all to give closing arguments, and that y'all start your closings in the morning.
That would be great, Your Honor.
I think that'd give people plenty of time to prepare. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence portion of the trial is completed. There's a good bit of work that I need to do with the lawyers. They get to go over the charge that I'm going to give you and make any objections, and we work that out. And also, I want to give the attorneys time to prepare their closing statements so that they can have overnight to actually get their thoughts in order. It's very important to both sides, and I want them to be able to narrow down their thoughts and give a good cohesive argument. So I'm going to recess for the afternoon as far as you're concerned. I would like you to return at 9 o'clock in the morning, and at 9 o'clock, we'll bring you in and we will begin the closing argument phase of the case. All of the instructions that I've given you are still in place. You'll begin discussing this case once I've given you my final jury instructions in the morning after closing arguments. Okay? So with that, you are excused. Please don't look at that TV or that internet tonight, okay? Watch a rental movie. Yeah. Well, you can still rent a movie on TV, right? Yeah. Yeah. Why don't I send y'all the draft of the charge? I've got some corrections already written on it, but y'all can look it over. It's basically a combination of both y'all's. We'll come back over. We'll go over that charge conference.
We will need to add, if I did not put the charge in about if the defendant does not testify.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't know which one it'd be, but obviously now.
Okay. All right.
I think we can also remove all the charges that we submitted on.
I noticed all the charges of
Police
voluntariness of the state.
Right, police interviews, yes.
Yeah.
Those can all be removed.
Okay. So go back those two revisions and then send it to both of them. Y'all got your computers here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll come back at 3:30 and we'll go over that charge.
Okay.
I think so. That's my preference if we're able.
You do in other cases, I'm just making sure.
You reviewed the charge that Mallory just sent.
Yes, sir. And
I'm gonna make some grammatical changes, like take out parentheticals and eliminate things that are not applicable. But we'll, in general, are there any that you believe need to be added or stricken?
I don't recall anything that I don't think I guess the charge 13710, character of the defendant. I mean, he says it's not character evidence. So it's evidence to show that she had great child care skills. That's a different thing than character evidence. I think that that charge should probably be removed on page 6.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's on my page 5.
Okay. Well,
I think when I read it, it does make sense.
Oh, okay. So you're asking that one be removed?
Yes, sir. I don't think it relates to anything that is in evidence in this case. The defense has asked, as I understand it, the defense has asked for the long version of the direct circumstantial charge, and the state concurs with that.
Okay.
I don't have an objection to it. In fact, I prefer it. The long
Okay,
version
yeah,
of the
yeah.
circumstantial evidence
Yeah, I got
charge.
you. It just make, it describes that.
As you can guess, I usually give the short one. But
Well, I know.
I'll
And I do sometimes in certain cases, but I think this has a little better description, Your Honor.
I'll take out the short one and give the long one.
I don't think I don't have any other objections or comments, I suppose, at this point.
All right,
No,
Mr.
sir.
Gamble.
Nothing else.
Yeah, and I reviewed it, and with that notation you've already made about the going with the long version instead of short, that was the only real comment I had. I don't really object if you take out the character objection. I don't think it really matters much one way or another to me.
Okay.
And the only other thing I would have is Mr. Lamb and I both discussed it. He brought it up, but the news cast that I used to question Mr. Wright about, we've got on a flash drive, not to go out to the jury, but needs to be, we think, marked as defendant's exhibit 4. And made a part of the record.
And the state, and the state has no objection to the court reopening the evidence for the submission of that. And I would also, Your Honor, ask it. This is according to our records, all of the state's exhibits were in fact tendered and admitted. I mean, there were a couple of them that were admitted not to go out with the jury, but they were all tendered and admitted. I believe if anyone has any different information on that, I would ask that we be advised of that, so that if I need to make a motion to reopen briefly, I could do so.
All right, let me find my list. My recollection is that everything.
Yes, if you could utilize it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got to think you don't have those.
yeah, we have some extra blank. We have some extra blank.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to allow the evidence to be reopened, and 4 will be admitted,
Yes, Your Honor.
but it will not go out with the jury.
Correct.
And I think we can just do that by stipulation, unless you want to do it in front of the jury.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't.
No, I think that right. I think that
It's not going out with the jury anyway.
Right.
when you tell them that you're sending the evidence out with them, we send them the stuff that we're sending them, and then that's my view.
I'm good with that.
All right, let's make sure we're all on the same page while we're at this as to what does not go out with the jury. I believe the videos would not. I mean, they may ask to see them, but we customarily will not send it out with them. So that's exhibits 20, 21.
Exhibit 3.
Would you say 3?
I thought I have 23 as a picture.
Three.
3. Okay.
3, 20, 21.
Wasn't there a written statement that y'all?
The coroner's statement, whatever it was.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I know it was.
That's 40. Exhibit 40.
Yes, it's not.
Okay.
That would not go out. That's subject to the continuing witness rule. I think. Did you put the article that you used for impeachment? Did you put that in to evidence?
It did not go into evidence.
It was not. It did not. Okay.
Oh, you mean the treatise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the rule says you can read it in evidence, but you can't say.
But right, that's what I'm saying. If it was
It was not admitted, and I don't think it needs to be.
I don't think it has to be, but if it were, then it would not go out.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The medical records, I don't think are subject to continuing witness because they're not actually statements. They are
I think they
summaries of actions.
I think they're admissible. And then the only other one that won't go out would be exhibit 4, the news. So it's prosecution exhibits 3, 20, 21, and 40. And defendants exhibit 4 will be the only ones that don't go out with the jury. So I will go back to my desk and I'll make some minor changes to maybe even the order that they're given. Like at the end, I like to conclude with the one about deliberations. Well, she's already done it.
What about a verdict form, Your Honor?
That's the next thing I was gonna ask. You want us to prepare a verdict form?
Doesn't the court have a law clerk?
That was us. I definitely said us.
Yes. I mean, I certainly have no problem.
Okay. All right. And Sherry's got a good form for it too. So we'll get the verdict form. We'll send that to you before I leave today. I'll make some minor changes. There's one change I noticed was on stipulations.
Yes.
I thought maybe the first paragraph, but I couldn't really see how I would give the second one.
Well, there weren't any stipulations.
There was some stipulation about
There was only, the only stipulation was as to the admissibility of Exhibit 26, but it wasn't a stipulation as to a fact. It was simply
that it wouldn't go out with the jury.
Well,
Right.
it was just a stipulation that it would go in, that it would come into evidence because it was tendered under a certificate, pursuant to notice.
Okay.
And so, I think
I think that's accurate. So do either of you request discharge on stipulations?
Well, I did only because I did know that we did do a couple of stipulations. That they may have been on some minor issues, but that was why I put it in.
I mean, I think but if the only stipulation is as to the admissibility of evidence as opposed to a stipulation to a fact,
Yeah,
then I don't think that the stipulation charge
and
is
I
necessary.
mentioned stipulation in another part where I tell them what the evidence is. So my inclination would be to take the actual charge out.
No objection from me.
Well, I just note the second paragraph talks about where parties stipulate, and it says testimony, documents, exhibits only. This is in the nature of evidence. You may take that testimony as if it was given in court. You may rely on it if you find it credible. However, either party may dispute such testimony by other evidence. I don't know. I thought that part might need to be in there, Your Honor, but I'm not.
Well, it's not going to hurt. If you're requesting it, I'll put it. It's
I would
definitely not.
I would just request that part.
All right, I'll give.
So you're just not going to give the first paragraph
Yeah,
of that?
first paragraph, read it, and make
I'll give
sense.
paragraph number
I
2.
look at it, it does not apply.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll send that to you all. And then we'll start the closes at 9 o'clock. Y'all get here early enough to check your computers and all. Looks like y'all got yours. Y'all are just using the same portal at this point. Is that
We
right?
are, yeah.
Okay. Anything else we need to address before closing arguments in the morning? Okay.
Nothing that I can think of. It's 2 per side, right?
2 hours?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you each have 2 hours.
I mean, I don't think I'll talk 2 hours. I never do that, but.
Well, I mean, we have all day, so I'm not.
Want to have it available, though.
If any of you want to speak for 2 hours, you can.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Of course, you'll get to open and conclude. What I would like to do, well, if we start at 9, I guess we'll see when the closing arguments finish. I might send them to lunch, let them come back and then charge them, or I might charge them and tell them they can ask for lunch whenever they want to. I just have to kind of play that by ear.
Understood.
Or even offer to get them some pizza and let them work through lunch or something like that. We'll see how all that works. All right. Thank y'all. I'll see you in the morning.
Thank you.
Well, you said she wanted to laugh. Oh gosh, I hope not. I really hope not. I mean, she was just about to sit up there and cry, right? Sure. Like, oh my, the more and more I look at it, the more and more now I'm getting mad about this. I'm probably gonna have a hard time sleeping about this because this is just a mess. So what I am going to do for us is I will put for day 3, what we just watched, I will cut them up and separate them just so I can premiere them for day 2. So if you see that premiere in the morning, that's what that's about. And that'll be so because our dear old Marilda, she had, she got to go to sleep. She acted like she was grown and she was home alone. She was talking all that big stuff in the chat. She was talking all that big stuff in the chat. So she talking all that big stuff in the chat, talking about she home alone. She do what she want to do, and she probably went to sleep 5 seconds later. But she'll be up soon, so I'll premiere. I think I'm gonna cut up the dad's testimony for y'all. Yeah, she's sleeping. I'm sure she is, but she didn't get. We gonna have closings tomorrow, and I know she didn't get to see none of day 3 probably because she.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court today with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. So if y'all see those out there, that's what that's for. You're more than welcome to hang out, or anybody that wants to see any of that extra testimony. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. Where you get your t-shirt, SweetP? My husband had it made. We had these made to go with some Jordans. I don't know. I can't remember the guy's name. I want to say Armani or Let me get back to you on that, Lynn. I have to find out what's his name, but he custom made the shirt to go with some Jordans. I forgot we was going out of doing something. All right. Well, it seemed like we had a very busy day. We got through some stuff, right? We all caught up. We going to closings tomorrow for this one, and I don't know what Brian wants gonna do. Yes, absolutely. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to you all. You all have a wonderful evening, and I will see you in the AM at 7 a.m. And you know, I'll take us out with our outro song. And yeah, thanks, gang.
When SweetP taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mods on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist, you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping SweetP backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's chosen, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curviel, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and chatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A Courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever to try. It's a family, and we couldn't ask for more.